We're gonna go and get him loaded up. Q-Top. Been a while, man.
Yeah, what's good?
What's going on? Hey, real quick. Is intentionally crashing the stock market a bad thing?
I don't think Trump crashed the stock market, but
Q-Top, that's not the question I asked you.
I mean, no, not necessarily would it be a bad thing because it's. I mean, what do you mean by bad? Are you? I mean, what are you appealing to in like an objective standard of morality or what?
So I'm actually not using bad in a normative sense, but more so a descriptive sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so if it's just descriptive and it's just subjective, so it's just your moral
Well,
proposition. Your more, so your moral propositions have no truth validity.
so what about in
So
comparison?
why should I be?
What about in comparison as far as the market trends? Right. I mean, if there was a massive drop off in comparison to the way that the market has trended upwards, would you then consider it to be bad?
Yeah, bad in what sense though? That's what I'm trying to. Because like
I mean, I just
you don't have.
clarified bad in a descriptive sense.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. Like,
So no wonder you support
like
Trump.
I don't.
I mean, if you
I'm
cannot like understand what people losing money therefore bad means, like I of course you support Trump. So I just want to clarify that we are at a point in America today where Trump supporters have to act like they don't know what bad means, right?
yes,
In order to continue to support the guy.
yeah. So
You know
it's
what? How
not
about we
that.
ask you this? Is intentionally crashing the stock market preferable?
Yeah. So you just asked me two separate questions. So it's not.
Yeah.
Well, actually,
Well,
well,
you
no. No. You didn't ask me two separate questions. You made a statement that you didn't let me like respond to. So yeah, so the whole thing with it being bad, like I'm not saying that things aren't bad. Like what I'm saying is like if you don't have an objective standard of like moral like truth, then you're just gonna be speaking like deontological or like utilitarian ethics. And I'm not really concerned with
yeah, again, but
I
staying
don't
away
know
from
why that would
ethics.
make you like go to
Yeah.
those. He just asked to you, is it preferable to like crash the stock market to you?
I mean
Yeah, to
preferable to
you.
me.
Yeah.
Um I mean I'm not particularly too concerned with the stock market.
Okay. So you
But but I mean like
So you're kind of just like agnostic on the Great Depression.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Great Depression wasn't just the stock market; it was other
sure.
factors.
Yeah, I
The
mean,
Great
it was a
Dep-
lot, but
the Great Dep-
but
yeah, yeah. Go ahead.
if you talk about looking at the other key indicators that would deem an actual economic issue, right? Even if you take the indicators of the price per barrel for oil, right, dropping to a certain level, the increase in the possibility of a recession, the drop in consumer confidence, all of those indicators tied with the actual actions of the stock market, would you then deem it to be bad since it has triggered multiple economic connections that would actually be negatively impacting?
Yeah, we just want to know if you think it's preferable or not preferable for like $4 trillion to evaporate in thin air. That's all.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, under the specific context that you're going to be denoting here, I mean, yeah, I would probably say it's non-preferable, but I mean,
Very good.
but,
Let's go, Q-Top.
yeah,
We're getting somewhere now. All
but
right.
it didn't.
Here's
That
the
doesn't.
kicker. Donald Trump intentionally crashed the stock market.
Yeah, so let's just say that he did, right? That doesn't mean he's terrible for America, though. So like, even if I grant you that, that doesn't mean he's terrible for America, right?
Okay, here's another kicker. Donald
Okay.
Trump is
Like,
barreling America towards a recession.
yeah, let's just say I grant you that. That still doesn't mean that he's terrible for America,
Okay. Okay. So
right?
you don't care about
Everything,
economically.
everything, everything I grant you still wouldn't mean he's terrible for America.
I
Because
mean, but
again,
that's
when you
that's
say,
that's a whole lot to grant. If you grant that he's going to intentionally cause a recession, that's a whole lot to grant.
yeah, well, I'm just doing that for the sake of argument, just to show you how like the point is null and
For
void,
sure. But
right?
like,
That's
I mean,
the
if
point.
you accept that that's like the better argument, that's fine.
People will
Yeah, I'm not accepting
starve.
that anything's a better argument, right? So like, so look,
People
you have
will
so
starve and die.
okay, so look, you have above your head, prove me wrong. Trump will be terrible for America, right?
I
That's what you
think
have
I think
above
we
your
gave
head.
a pretty good reason there,
I
right?
appreciate the galaxy, yeah. So that's what you have above your head, right?
Isn't that a pretty good
So
reason?
Yeah,
that he
but
intentionally
No,
crashed
no,
the
it's not.
markets?
but
No, that's not a good reason.
It's a subjective reason, right? So it's not even
That he's
it's not
going to
even holding to
intentionally
an
cause a
objective
recession. No, I
standard.
think it's objectively
So
the case that in a descriptive
yeah,
sense, right, people will be hurt
what?
because of the fact that there is a recession. Do you agree with
Wait,
that at
so you
least?
you can't use the term objective and descriptive in the
What?
same sentence.
I can't. Why
What?
not? Why not?
You understand that
Wait,
those are
wait, like the
mutually like
descriptive fact that the Earth is round is objectively true. Yeah.
wait, wait,
wait.
what?
So are you saying
Wait,
that?
wait.
What?
So you think facts are
I'm so
descriptive?
confused why you
Wait, you
think
Wait,
I'm
think
so
like
are
facts?
crazy.
Wait, Dean, you think facts like describe things? Is that
wait,
like
wait? Are you saying that facts can't be descriptive?
yeah? So facts are ontological, right? So they're not like when we talk about a fact, right? Like a fact is going to be like this. Look,
Do you think that the Earth is round,
a
Q-Top?
fact is a positive
Can we
interact.
agree?
Okay, one
Can we
second.
agree that the
Can
Earth
I
is
answer?
round?
Wait, a fact is like a positive interactional like status of a proposition, right? So when we talk about what a proposition is a statement that can either be true or false. Now, a fact is going to be the like overall substance of that proposition, right? So facts by definition have to be ontological because facts are conceptual because they have a identity, right? So we wouldn't say that facts are
Wait,
descriptive.
so
If you say that facts are descriptive, then
facts?
you
Did you say facts are conceptual?
facts are conceptual. Yes,
Santana, he's doing it to you. So what
facts are
this is,
ontological.
I call this, what's like a good name for this?
Gibberish generation.
The
Yeah.
yeah.
So you're just not gonna
I
respond.
call this the gibberish generation. So in other words, all that we're saying is that it's objectively true that people will be hurt by America entering into a recession. Just
Well,
like
look.
I'd say that it's objectively true the Earth is round.
Yeah, so the first thing is like there's like no like terrestrial like scientific experiment that you can prove the shape of the Earth.
Yeah,
So that's the
Okay.
first
Oh yeah, well
thing.
he's a flat earther. I
Right,
forgot to tell you
right.
that.
So
He's
the
also a
second-
flat earther.
Oh,
I forgot to tell you that.
no.
Yeah, he is
I
a
mean,
flat
so
earther.
look,
I
you
forgot to. I forgot to mention that
no.
one.
I mean, look,
Oh,
you could,
Dude.
no,
you could say
dude.
some. I mean, look, you could say something against that, but like,
Dude.
Oh, no, dude.
I mean, look, we know the Earth is a level topographical
No,
plane because of
just stop,
electrodynamics,
just stop,
and
bro.
because
Bro
of
thinks we're in
Oh,
and there's
Minecraft,
literally
bro.
no universal.
Where's
We are
the
not.
gravity
Q-top. We are not in Minecraft. I know the Minecraft movie just dropped, but we are not in Minecraft, bro.
By the way, there's like totally evidence that like a model of the Earth that would exist on a flat plane is false. I mean, it
Yeah, what's the
contradicts-
evidence?
Yeah, it contradicts a 24-hour sun. And
The 24-hour sun doesn't. Okay, one second. So we wouldn't say that the Earth is even an object, right? We don't even know what the Earth is. So all the 24-hour sun.
You don't even know
Does
what
it-
the Earth is?
He doesn't know if the Earth is an
The
object.
Earth is not
What
an
is it?
object.
No, Q-top. What's an object?
Yeah, an object is just some sort of substance.
You don't think the Earth is a substance?
Yeah, so I'm an objective idealist. So I don't. The Earth is
What
not.
is a
so-
substance? Can you tell me what a substance is?
I mean, it's just gonna be dependent upon whatever philosophical like.
I'm asking
stuff
you.
you're in,
Yeah, I'd
but-
love that. How do you use
I
it
mean,
in
a
this context?
I mean, a substance is something that's like necessarily material.
Necessarily. So,
So-
you don't think the Earth is necessarily material?
I reject the material world. There's no reason for us. Yeah, matter doesn't.
Wait, this
exist.
is a real conversation.
So
I
wait,
can't
wait,
even
so can
believe
you
this is a
prove-
real
wait, so
conversation.
can you prove there's an external world independent of mine?
No, hold up. What do you mean by proof? Are you saying with certainty?
No, obviously not. The only thing we know for
okay.
certain.
Well,
is that
yes,
God
I know. I
exists.
know with good evidence that the
Yeah,
Earth
so
is
what
material.
reason do you have to assert that there's an external world independent?
Wait,
of
what do you
mine?
mean by material, dude?
Yeah, when I say matter is the idea that there is this external world that exists independent
You
of
don't
mine.
believe that bro
That's
doesn't
where
believe
that-
in the external world?
You know, I think
That's
there's
where-
one. Hey,
so-
hey, guess what? I think there's one thing that we could agree is not material. Q-top, you want to know what it is? Your
What's up?
brain.
Okay, well, I don't. I mean, okay, you just trolling, but I mean, look, Parker, like I just don't understand why this is something that's like so like overwhelming for
It's
you
why
guys.
it's
to understand.
overwhelming for you to believe that the Earth is flat?
No,
This is a lot. This is a
sorry,
lot. This is
I'm
a lot.
sorry.
I was not
It's
prepared
just not
for
a
this.
typical
This is a
day
lot.
that I engage with people that they believe that the Earth is legitimately flat with the level of
I mean,
evidence
so
and
what
proof that
is-
we have today.
Wait, so do you concede that there's like a firmament?
What do you mean by
Okay,
firmament?
so wait, so how do we
Hey,
have?
wait, one second, Q-top. Let Athena speak.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all are like laughing at Q-Top. He is right in saying that the Earth is flat. Like, there's actually a lot of people don't know this. There's actually like an ice wall as well that
That's
has
so real.
like yeah, people don't know that there are 37 continents, but the 30 continents are hiding behind an ice wall. But the government like doesn't want anybody to know that. So Q-Top is 100% right. It is flat.
Seriously,
I
the,
mean, so
the
look,
government.
I've
y'all
heard
are not like
about the ice
proposing
wall
any
from
like
Jon
counter
Snow.
arguments. Like, so like I'm like really well studying these things, and like I'm not really hearing like counter
Are
arguments.
you
Hey, I have
I'm
a question,
extremely well
Q-Top.
studying these things.
in
I have a question,
conspiracies?
Q-Top.
Like I'm literally is like, this is slight work. I thought y'all was gonna actually come with something. All
Hey,
y'all talk about is
Q-Top.
the
Hey,
same
Q-Top. I
thing.
just have a question.
Dude,
What's up, Dan?
he literally disputed the notion that like recessions hurt people.
Yeah, come on.
Yeah, so y'all not coming up with no
Hey,
such.
And then the
hey,
Earth is
Q-Top.
material.
It's a 1v4.
Q-Top.
and y'all can't even
I just
prove
have a
the
quick
Earth is
question, real quick.
material.
I just have a
Like,
quick question.
the-
What are your thoughts on Trump's orange toner?
Yeah, real. That's a real question.
You said what? What are my thoughts on Trump's orange toner?
Yeah.
I mean, Trump can do whatever he wants to do with his face. Like,
And I guess with the country too, because I mean, apparently,
Wait,
like a
can I
recession
ask one of this
hurting
question?
people isn't bad, right?
Wait, so you're cool
bro,
with
Trump is
wait,
one of the
are you
best
are you
presidents that
cool
we've
with
ever
Trump?
had.
Wait, are you cool
I'm
with
gonna be honest
hold
with
on,
y'all.
hold
and
on, hold on,
now I'm
hold
gonna
on,
start.
hold
I'm
on,
gonna start
hold on,
going
hold
because
on.
nah, because
Are you
y'all.
cool
Look,
with Trump as a man wearing makeup?
what's wrong with makeup?
Oh,
Makeup is
you have no
so.
issue with a man wearing makeup?
I have a
Based.
problem with I no. So look, I have a problem with men wearing makeup that have the wrong intention.
What does that
Wearing
mean?
makeup is so like there's actors that literally wear makeup for their roles, right? And they don't have the wrong intention, right? When you are wearing makeup
What's
as a
the wrong
man
Wait,
intention?
so
and you
that's what I
have
was just about to say.
and
How
you
can you have a wrong attention for something that
I,
actually is supposed to be an enhancement? That's
I, I,
wild.
I have a feeling that this is gonna lead him down into like
Yeah, it's
transphobic,
going to. It is. That's
trans
exactly where he's going.
into transphobic dialogue. I don't want to get banned off of TikTok, so just
I'm
stop
not
where you're
scared
at,
of
Q-Top.
anybody. I'm not scared of anybody. So the whole thing
What?
is right. Like yeah,
Where
I'm
did
not.
that one come
I'm
from?
Yeah.
so
So what you
confused.
know the word phobia. So the word
No,
phobia.
no, that's not what it means. No,
Dude!
no.
Oh my god, dude.
No,
I,
dude, that's not what it
Do you know
means.
where the
I,
laugh
I
comes
Oh
can't,
from?
my
I
Do you know where the
can't
god.
word
do this.
phobia
I
You
comes
did
can't,
from?
not
I
just do
can't.
that.
I
You're
Do
can't
you know where the
obviously
word
stand
phobia
equivocating.
this.
comes
Hey,
from?
Q-Top, you're obviously equivocating. You know that, right? You
Wait,
know
do you
you're
know where the word
purposefully
phobia comes
equivocating.
from?
Are you
No, wait. Do you know that all
purposefully
words have?
equivocating?
Wait, Parker. Do you know that all words have origins, though? Right?
We don't have, but that doesn't mean I'm always using it in that context.
Okay,
You
one
know,
second.
clearly
So
when
are we?
someone is
Are
using
we?
using that term, they're not saying scared. Like dude, you've got to use your brain there. You got to know that that's not what the context that they're using it.
Yeah, obviously, right. That's not the point I'm
Okay, well
making.
then why
Right?
did you say
The
that?
point that the point that I'm making is that words have origins, right? And so when
Okay,
you're going
no
to be
one cares. That's
using
not how we were using it.
that, okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that like we can't just change the origin of words, right? Like obviously
What
words
is
are
the origin of the word
words.
top? What's the origin of the word top?
Wait, can I just? I just want to. We're gonna use this against you real quick because
Mm-hmm.
the origin of the word wife is whiff, which is Old English for woman. So would you
Mm-hmm.
say that every woman is your wife since
Yeah,
you
that's
don't change the
incorrect.
origin of language?
Yeah, that's incorrect. I would need to. So you're saying the origin of the word wife is woman?
Is whiff, which was Old English for
Wait,
woman.
what's the language of that? Was that what is that like Latin or what?
I don't know that much.
Okay, yeah, well I would need to, yeah, because I study like the origins of words. So most
I
words
studied like the origins of words.
most yeah, so Parker,
What's
bro,
the
I
origin
could
of the word top? Can you
so
tell me what
Parker,
that is? What's the
y'all
origin of the
literally
word top?
so bro, from your worldview, you can't even say words right now. You're trying to critique
I
Trump
can't
and you're
even say words from my worldview.
no,
What are you
no, because
talking about?
words have an
What
identity.
commits me
Words
to
have a
that?
conceptual identity. Words have a
Oh, wait,
conceptual
wait.
identity ontologically. So you literally so look. So if you don't presuppose a necessary identity state that dictates what is what cannot be, you do not have any foundation ontologically to even speak.
Dude,
Right. So the
but that
whole
doesn't
thing.
even make any sense. Why would I accept that?
What did
Wait,
I say?
also, does
Yes.
words not change when you actually like when it's a compound word? Like if you take two separate words and put them together, I mean, wouldn't that change the identity? Wouldn't it give it like more meaning? I'm confused about your concept of words.
Yeah, and then also like whatever he was saying, he basically was yielding the conclusion that we can't speak. So I'm making sure he can't speak because I want to make sure that his argument. I want to make sure his argument is valid and sound, guys. Come on.
Austin, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
Oh yeah.
Um,
He
Let's
thinks
see if
he
I have
thinks he
anybody
thinks
else.
hydrophobic means fear of water.
Exactly.
Dude, wait, that's a good one. Sam, thank you so much for the 20 pounds over on YouTube Super Chat. Saying amazing news. OpenAI is countersuing Elon Musk because they had enough of him. Elon's getting destroyed now. Dude, that's awesome, Sam. Great. OpenAI. Thank you so much for the love. Sam.
By the way, for the
Thank you
people
so
in the
much.
chat, like this person, we know for sure this person's not a troll. Like I know people genuinely think he's a troll. He's not. He's being
not.
totally
Yeah.
serious. He's actually 100% serious.
Yeah,
Also, I
NZ.
don't actually believe that the Earth is flat, y'all, because I got some hate comments. Not gonna lie. So.
No. NZ, thank you
No
for
way.
the 5 for
So,
the tinfoil hat.
I
Yeah, I
just
needed that
so,
because my wife gets upset that I use her
this is
good
just like a
form.
1v5. Like y'all haven't brought up any point. Trump is the
Kathy,
best.
thank you so
Okay.
much for the
Do y'all know
$25.
that
Thank
Trump
you
is
so
the
much,
best
Kathy.
president that has ever existed? Do
Okay.
y'all know what
Wait,
Trump has done for the African?
Do you know how to
Look,
count? You said 1v5.
I was just about to
Who's
say
the fifth
that.
no, it is
Who's the
1v5.
fifth? Who's the fifth person?
The chat, y'all got the
Wait,
chat.
the
on
The
y'all?
chat
is
counts as
debating
one
you?
person.
Yeah,
Wait,
the
why
chat
does
the
wait?
12th man.
Yeah, why does it wait? Why
It's
does the
one-
chat only count as one person?
It's one entity.
I know that's what I said. That's what I said. I'm like one
One
person.
entity. It's one entity. I look
One
because
entity, okay.
words are subjective, right? So the way that I was referring to it, it was one entity because I can change the context of words.
What's
It
an
don't matter
entity?
what the
What's
word.
it? What's an
It
entity?
doesn't matter what the word means,
Q-Top,
right?
Q-Top, what's an
I can just change
entity?
the context of the word to mean what I want it to
Q-Top,
mean.
in that context, what did you mean in terms of saying entity?
Then also is,
One
is
body.
my, is
One
my
body.
YouTube chat a separate
Body?
body?
They don't have one body.
They don't have one
Yes, they
body.
do. It's one body.
No, they
It's-
don't.
You can
So
call a group of
technically
people a
it's
body. Yes, you can.
6v1.
Have you not heard of that? You can
Okay,
call
okay, but a
a
group of
body.
people so that
What are you talking
okay,
about?
okay. So you're just saying a group of people.
Yeah, that's one body.
Why did you forget about the YouTube chat?
But you were
So there's
talking
two
about
groups of people.
So why is everyone else quantified by an individual person and not a group of people? We would all
can't
just
we just be a
classify as
group of
one.
people?
One v one. You're one
This is
v
a
one.
1v1.
Wait, this is a
Yes,
one-
you're 1v1
You're
right now.
1v1
because
right
me,
now.
Parker, Santana, Athena in the chat. We are all one.
We're all
body.
one.
Yeah, it's a
That's
1v1.
I mean,
crazy.
look,
Or a group
no,
of
that's
people.
not, but that's not the categorical distinction I was making.
Where do you?
Yeah, so that's not the categorical distinction I was making. So y'all sitting up here laughing, but y'all have literally not supplied one point of why Trump's not the best president of the United States.
I wanna-
hold on, hold on,
Give me
hold on.
one point why
intentionally
Trump's not
crashing
best
the
president of United
markets
States.
or intentionally causing a recession isn't indicative of them being like not
How did
preferable?
Trump intentionally cause a recession?
A tariff.
Guys, hold on. I gotta get out of here. I appreciate you. I'll catch you guys later. See you.
Santana,
Love
thanks
you,
for joining,
Athena.
man.
Yep. See you guys.
Bye, Santana.
And also, just while we have Athena up here, real quick, I'm pretty sure that Q-Top was in the middle of saying that Donald Trump has been one of the best presidents for African Americans. I just want to clarify: is that something they were in the middle of saying, but then got cut off?
What I'm saying is, forget African Americans. Trump has been the best president for all American people ever to ever live.
To ever live, really.
To ever live?
Okay, but I just want to I heard you were saying Donald Trump is the best president for and then you got somebody else started talking that the rest of that sentence wasn't going to be African Americans.
Yeah, it's inclusive of all people, but African Americans specifically. Yeah.
Okay, so he does think that.
So it's inclusive for all people, though.
Where do we even want to start?
There's so much.
Dean, you're funny, bro. Dean, I'm gonna be honest, bro. You came a long way, bro. I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. You done came a long way, but you still a fool though. you still ain't got nothing in substance, bro.
Are you gonna wait as you're
I-
not engaging in substance? Okay. would you
Nah,
like to
because
have
I
a
want
conversation
why
about
Trump's not the best president. Like I thought
Yeah,
y'all
we
boys really
already
had a
gave
whole
you
bunch
one,
of
like,
points,
these
bro.
tariffs
I'm a
intentionally
political
caused-
analyst. I do this, bro. I'm a political analyst. I do this, bro,
Dude,
and I'm a
stop.
philosopher. I do
Q-Top,
this, bro.
Q-Top.
I'm Charlie Kirk's cousin, bro. Like literally,
What?
bro. They know me. They know me,
What?
bro. I know Charlie Kirk.
What are you talking about? Are you okay? Q-Top, are you okay? I really doubt that, to be honest with you.
All right, bro. You
We're,
prove that
we're
Trump.
talking about Charlie Kirk the bigot, right?
Bro, Charlie Kirk is.
Yeah, he's a bigot.
Charlie Kirk is a
Charlie
bigot.
Kirk, the guy that
His-
said that he wouldn't trust a airline pilot if they were black.
No, but you also know that
No,
Charlie
he
Kirk is the
didn't. And if he
same.
did say that, I could give you the context. But I
Charlie
don't think
Kirk is
he
also
did.
the same person who tried claiming that Trump was not racist because he once dated a black woman.
Really? He did that?
I
That's so
swear
crazy.
Charlie Kirk said that. He tried
Please
to
give me the
say
source.
He tried to
He
say
also
Give
that
me when he
Trump.
said that.
He also
Yeah, he uploaded like a like a list of reasons as to why Trump is not racist. But one of the points was that he once dated a black woman. Charlie Kirk also
That
founded
is
the
that is a
Turning
good reason
Point
for why somebody's not
USA.
racist.
He has had I don't know why.
That is a really
Like,
good reason for why somebody's not racist. The point,
I
the
don't
definition of
listen.
racism.
I understand you're not used to letting women finish, but at this point, like, you literally have to like let me finish, right? Q top. Anyways, Charlie Kirk is also the same person who had a Turning Point USA employee working for him who said, and I quote, "I hate black people, like F them all. I hate blacks." End of story. Crystal Clanton was her name. She
That's
was
so
an
big.
employee for Turning Points USA. So I mean, there's like a whole list of reasons as to why Charlie Kirk is a racist, including his own like organization, Turning Point.
I
So
mean, I don't like all black people either. I don't like all
wait,
white people
what?
either. I don't like all Asian people either. I mean, it's always gonna be people I like. The Bible talks about love your enemies, but it's some people I don't like. So that's just to say because I'm black, I'm supposed to automatically like all black people. That's a fallacy, and that's a lie.
No,
You're
Let me
Christian.
tell
You're
you
a
I
something.
didn't
Christian
So
though,
one,
say.
right?
Kobe, you're not letting me finish now. Okay? Yeah, you're not letting me finish. So I just want to finish my
Well, maybe
phrase.
you don't
So
deserve to
look,
Yeah,
finish.
you're not entitled to that.
Yeah.
I'm not entitled to finish.
Nah, I don't think so.
So bro, I thought y'all was really gonna come with some substantive specificity.
I just want to
Bro.
clarify.
I was
It's like
making a
y'all
joke.
couldn't debate me on the philosophy
Bro,
because y'all don't want to
like,
go to
so
the
you
philosophy.
respond to somebody that said that they hate all black people by saying that you don't like all black people. You think that those two claims are the same?
No, I don't believe that.
All right, especially when we would understand, like, you're going to pre-assume some reason that you don't like some black. It has nothing to do with their race, nothing to do with the color of their skin, nothing to do with their expression of phenotypical attributes. But like, meanwhile, when this ex employee said that she does not like all black people, it was literally because of their race, because of the color of their skin, because of the expression of phenotypical traits.
Yeah, so I would give you two coherent responses here. The first response I'd give you is that I would need to see some sort of proof that these things actually occurred. The second response is I'm not necessarily saying that the claim or the particular point that I raised was like in somehow synergistic with the point that Kobe was raising, right? All I was essentially saying is that I don't like all black people either. So if somebody said that they don't like black people, right? I don't
Oh
like
my
all black people.
God. Jesus,
So
is racism bad?
is racism bad by what standard?
Oh my God, bro! You can't even answer that
Racism
question by your
racism
own
is
standard to yourself. Or do you think it's
okay.
bad?
So anytime you ask a question, just understand that you're gonna be
He's
operating from the
asking
Christian.
you the question.
Yeah, you're gonna
I
be
think that's
operating from
implied in the
You're
statement.
gonna have to operate from the Christian worldview. So if
Oh,
you're asking me a
he's
question
asking
that
you, a Christian,
it,
so obviously
well, no, you can be doing an external critique or internal critique,
he's
Parker.
asking you the question.
Yes, to clarify. But Parker, would you acknowledge that if somebody asks you a question, they have to at least
I
explain what they're doing?
would very much likely assume that they are talking to me and asking me about my position on the matter.
Yeah, Parker, you can ask somebody your position, but they still can be coming from an external or internal critique lens, right? It like even if if I ask you like Parker,
Okay, let me
like
go ahead and rephrase my question. Do you think racism is bad?
yeah, by the objective standard of morality, yeah, it's bad.
Now
Is
he
it
can answer the question, by the way.
is it racist to say that you don't like black people?
Is it racist to say that you don't like black people? Not necessarily. Not, not
Yes, it
necessarily.
is.
Not
It
necessarily. It
is. It
depends
is.
on the
It is
context.
not. It is
It
not
depends on the
racist to
context. It
say.
depends on the
It is.
context.
No, no, no. The context here is that
It
if you
depends
hate
on
a
the context.
person, no, no. The context here is that if you hate a person who happens to be black, then it would not be racist. If you are hating black people in general for being black, then it is racist. That is a context. When this person here, which is specifically Crystal Clanton, by the way, when she's saying "f all blacks," right? End of story. That is here. That is her hating black people for existing within black bodies, and that is therefore racism. I don't know why you're trying to like filbro racism.
Well,
It's just a bit
I'm not
weird
really
to
trying to
me.
filter anything. I think I'm
You
trying to
are.
unpack like what you mean when you say certain things.
I mean, can you
So what,
please unpack the meaning of "f all blacks"? Can you please explain to the 8,000 people here what that means when somebody says "f all blacks"? Please,
yeah.
I
So
don't understand English. Explain to me what "f all blacks" mean.
Hey, look, I'm trying to engage with this interlocutor without getting like really emotional here. Look,
Nobody's
it just
emotional
seems
here.
like right. You're bringing up some claim. Okay, I'm trying to like understand right what you mean when you say racism, because in my eyes, racism has to do with like you are intentionally discriminating against somebody. Right?
No.
Anybody can say words. Okay, well, one second. You're saying no. I'm giving you the way that I'm using the word, just like how Parker said. Look, I'm using the word phobia in this particular way, even though that's not derivative of the actual origin of the word. When I say the word racism, okay, it's going to be denoting some intentional discrimination, some action that's actually happening, not just a word that's being said. Anybody can say words. Anybody can say words out their mouth.
Oh my God! So if a
Like,
crazy white guy said, "I hate all inward hard R's," that would not be an example of racism.
yeah, it depends on the context, but not to me. Not to me, genuinely, not to me. Unless he is actively discriminating against black people, he's entitled to say whatever he wants to say, right? Unless that is a physical action, he's entitled to literally say whatever he wants to say. Like literally,
Yeah.
everybody's entitled
So
to say whatever they want. See, this is the problem. See, this is no 1 second because I want to guys,
Yeah.
please give me the floor. This is the problem with the left.
No,
Okay,
bro.
and
I'm taking your floor. This is the problem with the
I'm about
right.
to get kicked, bro.
I
Because,
give you an
no,
example
you're not
of.
about to get kicked.
look, guys,
I'm taking the floor from you, and this is a problem with the right. I give you an example of like a crazy white guy saying that I hate all inward hard R's, and you're like, no, that's not racist. He's entitled to say whatever he wants to say. But then as soon as a trans woman calls themselves a woman, right, you absolutely fucking lose it, and you vote a fascist into office because you don't like it.
But the issue here is not whether they're entitled to say it. You said, is it racist or not? Like, regardless of if they're entitled to say it or not, like, the question here is that if it's racist. And like the idea that racism requires intention is just like a very deeply flawed misconception. It is a common misconception, but it's very deeply flawed because racism doesn't necessarily need intention in order for it to be racist. So like for example, the white medical student who believes that black people have a higher pain tolerance and decides to operate through that prism and then ends up harming a black person and engaging in racism, they don't necessarily intend to hate black people, but they still harm black people. That's what racism is.
So I would like to make like two points here. So like the first point is this is a problem that I see from the left. All my MAGA people, this is the problem with the left, right? The left,
Yeah,
they
listen to the flat earther.
they not only, I mean,
Nobody's
you
listening
can't
to
prove,
you.
you literally can't prove that we're on a spinning water ball floating. Wait,
Keep
floating
saying
through-
that. Keep saying that.
spiraling
That's
through a
definitely going to get people to believe you.
spiraling through a vacuum.
Yep. Now people
like, in
finally believe
space,
that you're accurate.
rotating around.
People
the
believe
sun.
you're saying factual stuff now.
Like you literally are just you're.
I'm sorry, is this like the
So-
Q-Top show? Can you address any of the points that were made?
I'm literally. I was going
Instead
to
of,
address
like,
the show before Parker
monologuing
made
to,
the
like,
comment.
yeah,
I
into
was
the
literally
void.
about to. I'm literally addressing the point.
Okay,
So two
because
things.
you're screaming
This is
into
a
the
problem.
void right now, and nobody's listening to you.
I'm
Everybody thinks
screaming.
you're a
I'm not
weirdo.
screaming at all. I'm actually very
No,
calm.
you're just address the points, literally.
Yeah, I could if you would just be quiet. So look.
Yeah, cool.
So yeah.
Address
So
them.
so the whole thing is right. This is a problem that we see from the left, right? The problem with the left is that they not only twist each other, but they literally take words way too far. Like y'all, people are entitled to say what they want to say. That's not racist, right? Racism is always going to imply intentionality, right? In the context that I was using the word. Also, if you just look up the dictionary definition, Oxford definition, it says prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group, right? So this is going to imply intentionality. Literally, this always implies intentionality.
No.
So what we have here is we have weak leftists who literally just take what people say. And by the way, Dean, that was a total category error, excuse me, because you cannot compare a man claiming himself to be a woman to some.
Unironically, you cannot like.
Can I address one thing that he said about dictionaries?
You cannot
This is
compare
like
that.
a
Why am I getting muted?
misconception. Yeah. This is a
Getting muted.
misconception about dictionaries, right? People think that dictionaries give us like the actual definition of words, but dictionaries are not prescriptive; they're descriptive, which means they describe how people are using the language within like colloquially everyday language, rather than actually dictating how language should be used. So, which is precisely why even within academia, you don't actually actually use dictionaries if you want to learn the definition of a term or even like actual actual concepts.
now.
So yeah, no, within academia, actually dictionaries
Oh,
are
this is
not
a
used.
clip.
You
This
know
is a
who
clip,
says
bro.
that, Q-Top?
Nah, she
No, no,
messing y'all
no.
up.
You
She
know who
messing y'all
says
up,
that?
Dean.
You know who
Dean, she
says that,
messing y'all. Dean, you better
Q-Top?
correct that.
You know
The
who
left don't
says
use
that,
dictionaries,
Q-Top?
y'all.
Q-Top, Q-Top, Q-Top. You know who says that? The dictionaries themselves. If
The
you
left don't
actually read the fucking dictionaries themselves, the
dictionary.
dictionaries themselves literally state that they are not prescriptive, but instead descriptive, right? And I actually am in academia. And within academia, dictionaries are not used, right? So when it comes to descriptive dictionaries, they don't actually define words. They just track and reflect these changes because languages constantly change instead of resisting them. Okay? So I don't know why you're using the dictionary definition for racism instead of using the sociological definition for racism.
And then I'd also like to point out, like, even if like Q-Top was to be right and Athena was to be wrong, you still have like an issue on your hands because you said that a white guy intentionally saying that he hates all hard R's is not racist. However, even under the definition of racism that you provided to me, that would be racist. So you actually don't hold to the definition of racism that comes from dictionaries either, Mr. Q-Top. So I'd suggest you concede to Athena, apologize to her, and recognize that you are also rejecting the dictionary definition of racism.
Yeah, so two parts here. The first thing is that what Athena said was just totally nonsensical, you guys. So there's literally things.
You're also rejecting the dictionary definition of racism.
I'm not rejecting.
Yes, you are, because you said that a white man screaming the hard R, saying that he hates all hard R's, is not racist. However, in accordance with the dictionary definition of racism that you provided to us, that would be racist, as that would be discriminatory and antagonistic.
Wait, how is that discriminatory?
What is discrimination?
Yeah, I'll literally just give you the formal definition right now if you want it. Since we're going to formal definitions, because I took it to the dictionary, I'll just pull the dictionary definition. A unjust or prejudicial treatment of different categories of people. So how are you unjustly treating somebody by saying that?
By using a slur to refer to them and saying that you hate them?
Wait 1 second. You're not you never implied that they know that or that they heard you say that or that
Hey, Q-Top, I hate Jesus.
Or there's so many
I hate Jesus. I hate Jesus. Is that disrespectful?
Well, I mean, that's just gonna condemn you to hell, bro. That's not. Is
that disrespectful? Do you take any
It's not
disrespect in that
disrespectful to
statement?
me.
When I say the
No,
term
it's
"I
not
hate Jesus,"
disrespectful to me.
if I say the term "I hate Jesus," does that show any disrespect to you? Clearly, it does, right? That's clearly disrespectful.
Parker,
correct?
don't put words in. Whoa. So see, are we having like an actual actually honest debate?
Wait. So saying
that
that you hate all people that aren't white is racist and will condemn you to hell since Jesus wasn't white, and that would include him.
Wait. Wait, what did you say, D?
Jesus wasn't white. So I mean, if somebody says that they hate all white people, like they're going to hell.
I want to make sure I'm understanding what you're saying. What did you say, Dean?
You just said that Parker saying that he hates Jesus will send him to hell. So if somebody says that they hate all non-white people, they're going to hell because Jesus wasn't white.
Okay, that's interesting, but no, not at all. So that's actually a false that's a false equivocation fallacy. So we have to talk about the different categorical distinctions right now, right? So what Parker said was that he hates Jesus. I said that condemns him to hell because that is literally blasphemy. Right now, somebody saying that.
Wait. I have a question. Is blasphemy?
Can I finish my phrase?
No. Blasphemy is unforgivable, right?
Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is unforgivable.
Oh, and that's what I did, right?
No, you didn't blaspheme the Holy Spirit. You blasphemed. So blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is when you live your life.
Jesus is not equivalent to the Holy Spirit, but somehow they're the same God.
You say so. Jesus is relatively identical. So we use predicate calculus. A can be the same X as B if and only if X is some of the intrinsic properties of A and B. So essentially, Jesus and the Father and the Holy Spirit are relatively identical to the divine essence. So you can't distinguish between the persons and the essence because the persons are the essence. So Jesus is not then
it would be the case that if I'm referring to Jesus, I'm referring to the Holy Spirit, correct?
It depends on the predicate that you're using.
If I'm referring, answer this question directly. If I'm referring to Jesus, am I referring to the Holy Spirit?
Jesus is divine essence.
If you refer to the S, okay, yeah. So that's different. So I'm saying are you talking about person or are you talking about essence? Because those are two distinct things.
If I say I hate the Holy Spirit, is that good enough?
Parker, what I'm trying to tell you is that's not blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, part. You got to stop saying these things.
I'm asking you, Wonder, because you said it was blasphemy.
Yeah.
So who am I blaspheming when I say I hate the Holy Spirit?
Yeah, what you're doing is you're blaspheming God. So the thing is, right?
Not the Holy Spirit?
God is 3 persons, yeah.
Am I blaspheming the Holy Spirit when I say I hate the Holy Spirit?
Yes, you are.
Okay, so then so by that definition, it's an unforgivable sin, right? Is that worse than murder?
No, Parker, but that's okay, Parker. That's not. Look, you're not understanding what I mean when I say blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, right? Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit does not actually mean you say something negative against the person of the Holy Spirit. Blasphemy of the Holy Spirit in the
shit.
context of the book of Hebrews.
If I commit blasphemy towards the Holy Spirit, that's not blasphemy of the Holy Spirit?
That's not what it means in Hebrews 10. So let me explain. Yeah. So Hebrews 10, when it says that the only unforgivable sin is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, it's going to be referring to you living in you living your life in unrepentant sin and then you dying. And when you die in a state of living your life in unrepentant sin, in which God has given you countless opportunities through the gospel to repent, but you have turned away and you live your life in continual unrepentant sin, then that's when you are condemned. You have blasphemed the Holy Spirit.
So Donald Trump, who hasn't ever repented, because he says that he's never asked God for forgiveness.
Wait, what do you say about Donald Trump?
Because he's never asked God for forgiveness.
Donald Trump has, I believe, I have a reason to believe Donald Trump has asked God for forgiveness.
He said on C-SPAN that he hasn't.
Yeah, yo.
When did Donald Trump say he's never?
By the way, Dean, I'm sorry. Can we go back to the? I just checked because he said I was dumb, right? For like bringing up the fact that dictionaries don't necessarily know how to define words.
Bro, you don't want to run this point, Kobe. You don't want to run this point.
No, I actually do. I
promise you don't, bro. I promise.
Trust me. I feel like he doesn't know who I am. So if we go to Oxford dictionaries,
Oh my God.
they themselves say that their dictionary is descriptive. And they don't even know. So yeah. So they say, how do you know what a word means? Oxford itself is saying we don't always know. And they say that their dictionaries are descriptive and not prescriptive. In other words, when they're defining a word, they combine their understanding of how it is used currently within language with an analysis of resources such as Oxford English Corpus.
That boy Dean getting big.
And then when we do go to Merriam-Webster, I don't know why you're laughing. When we go to Merriam-Webster,
People laugh when they lose.
Yeah. So when they go to Merriam-Webster, they also say the same thing, right? They see that Merriam-Webster is a descriptive dictionary and that it aims to describe and indicate how words are actually used within English. Generally, descriptive approach does not dictate how words should be used or set forth rules of correctness, unlike a prescriptive approach. So I was actually right? When it comes to the word racism, the dictionary definition that you just used is a descriptive definition. And when it comes to descriptive definitions, they aim to record how language is used in everyday life and not how it ought to be used or understood in a scholarly, legal, or activist context. So a basic dictionary may define racism as just prejudice or discrimination based on race, which reflects common usage, but it actively fails to include systemic power, historical context, or institutionalized inequality. So that would be like describing a tornado as a bit of wind. Technically, that's true, but it's wildly insufficient. Q-top, right?
Hey, Q-top, real
so
quick.
you just said a whole
No, stop. What is 4 plus 4?
8.
Yeah, she ate you the fuck up. Now get off my live. All right, we're gonna go to get the next guest up in here. Yeah,
Can I say something, by the way?
Go
Can I
for
say
it.
something?
Go for
Can I announce something?
Yeah.
Okay. So this is really good news. I've been keeping it to myself, but because the editors passed on the manuscript, so now I can tell people. I'm gonna be published in a journal. In a Brill journal, like an academic Brill journal. I just wanted to tell y'all that. So I'm really fucking excited. I will try to send y'all after I'm done the article that I wrote, but it's a 10-page article about identity, cultural exchange when it comes to identity, especially, and how fluid identities are. So I just wanted to say that I keep my private life to myself, but this is the first time I'm gonna be.
The moment that is
published.
published, join my live, okay? and we're gonna make sure that everybody knows exactly where to find it.
Seriously,
all right?
I'm so happy for you. That's so
awesome.
cool. That's so cool.
Thank
awesome,
you.
Athena.
Just wanted
I just have a question. Like, I'm confused.
Anna,
like,
real quick, do you support Trump?
not. I don't know.
I'm sorry. Feel free to join like the Discord, ask a question. I'm in there. Parker's in there. A lot of great people are in there. We are just looking to debate individuals that did vote for Trump, but I do appreciate you for joining, Anna. But Athena, that is fucking phenomenal. And thank you so much for joining the live today. And make sure to join back as soon as that is published.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Bye.
You're awesome.
I'm gonna drop down.
So yeah, what's
See
going
ya,
on,
see ya.
Brandon? Do you support Trump? Mr. Brandon is not here, quite frankly. So we're gonna move on to the next guest. Parker, how are we doing today?
Doing good, doing good.
Great. We're going to go to get that next guest up in the box right now. While we do, I'd really like to thank Kristen with a $20 donation over on YouTube Super Chat saying, let's make the earth round again. That's right, Kristen. Thank you so much for the $20, as
Crazy.
well as Kay with the $20. Thank you, Kristen and Kay, for the $20 both. Everybody, please show some love to Kristen and Kay. And Mew Mew with the $50 YouTube Super Chat. Oh my God. In the Bible, it states that Matthew 5:16 to let your light shine before men and that they may see your good works and they should glorify your Father in heaven. This would also include loving your neighbors. Sorry, I wanted to say this. No, Mew Mew, I appreciate you for saying that. Let's get 500 Mew Mew W's and a bunch of W's for Kristen and Kay now. We're going to get that next guest up in the live right now, you guys. So if you are in that queue, make sure
Erokis,
that
thank you
do
for the
indeed support
$5. Thank
Trump.
you. I really
If you're one of
appreciate
the
it. As
8,000
well as
people
Mary,
watching
thank you
and
for the
wanna come up here
$10.
and
Thank you so
literally
much. I
just
really
drop
appreciate
a
it.
double in that comment section. What is going on? Do you support Trump?
Also, I just want to say thank you, Ariana. Thank you so much for the $4.44. Parker, sorry. Thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. Maylee, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. And Pamela, thank you so much. I appreciate the $35. Thank you so much. And Austin, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, y'all. Give me some W's for everyone in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, y'all.
EM, what's up? Do you support Trump?
You've just got your noodles coming still, but you can start eating. I'll get you a drink here in a second.
Looks like he's making some food. So we're going to move on to the next guest. Here we go, guys. Next guest is loading up right now. We got Jack Hayes loading into it live. If you're one of the 8,000 people watching, first and foremost, make sure that we're double tapping. Spam MAGA down below in that chat if you want to join. You guys know the drill. What's going on, Mr. Jack? Do you support Mr. Liberation Day, destroy the economy? Orange Menace, Donald J. Trump.
I'm not to like full extremes. I want to make that clear. I'm not an all
How old are you?
like, total. What's that?
How old are you?
I'm 18.
What year are you born in?
2003.
Okay, math is bad. Moving on to the next guest. We got Jake. Oh my
That's
gosh.
so rough. Chris, thank you for the $1.23. Thank you so much.
Bad math. Very bad math, quite frankly. Very bad math. Very bad math. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. They're loading up as we speak, literally right now. What's going on? Honestly, probably the most preferable troll, I'm not going to lie. Like,
I
if
know,
you're going
right?
to come up here. Yeah. Like, dude, W them. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. Just going to give us one moment. I don't know why there's absolutely zero Trump supporters that are willing to debate us. It looks like they're scared. Isn't that crazy that we could be broadcasting to over 10,000 people simultaneously on both the TikTok and the YouTube right now? And for whatever fucking reason, there's not one person that wants to come up here and tell us why they support the president, right? Isn't that crazy, you guys? Not
That is
one
crazy.
person. So crazy. What's going on, Mace? You support Trump?
Yeah, man, I do.
What's
I
up?
actually do.
Oh, dude, take it away. Tell us why, sir. After
All
I
right.
thank Nicole for her $5 on PayPal. Thank you for the love, Nicole.
Absolutely.
And Hannah with the $5 on Venmo. Thank you, Hannah and Nicole.
First thing, all due respect to you guys, right? No disrespect at all. Not trying to disrespect you guys and your views on the world, but so currently I run a little business and we import products from China.
Your
And-
business is
No, it's not. That's the whole point. It's not. So actually what happens is those manufacturers send them to the vendors and the vendors have to swallow the pill, right? So they're the ones that have to deal with the tariff, not the customers, because if the customers lose, if they lose their customers, they can't do business. So what I believe is going to happen
But
with
they
the
can't do
tariffs,
business by absorbing the tariff. Do you think that these vendors that sell the goods to their customers have profit margins?
they can't
over
absorb the tariff, so
145%?
they're going to go somewhere else. That's my whole point. I think they're going to go to a different country.
Well,
Yes.
that's what you have to do. Figure it out. You haven't done it yet, right?
Parker,
Where-
I'm
What do you
gonna
mean?
I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. Parker, you take over.
Go ahead. So where are
I'll
you
be
gonna,
back,
you gonna
Jack.
get your shit from?
The same vendor that leaves China and
From
goes to
China.
another country.
So okay, but the tariff is still placed on them, right?
No, not on the other countries that aren't going to be tariff due to the negotiation on the pause.
Okay, so it's not going from China to the United States.
Yeah.
It is.
I'm just saying I don't. Yeah, I don't. I
So
don't
then
necessarily.
there would be a huge tariff on that.
Yeah.
Okay, so then are you really getting goods from there? Because you would have
No,
been
we're not
impacted
going to
by the tariff.
import. We're not going to import from China anymore.
Where?
That's
Where are you
that's
gonna
the whole
import
point.
from?
Where do you? So those
Where are you
manufacturers.
Mace, I
where do you
asked
think they're going to
where-
move?
Mace,
If they do, okay,
Mace,
I'm
I
sorry.
asked you a question. Where are you going to import from?
The same vendor that leaves that country. Maybe they come to the United States. That's the whole idea of the tariff.
You know,
Because we need
you won't
manufacturing
be
back.
able. You
How
won't
do
be
you
able to get
support
it
an
from
economy?
them. You won't be able to get it from them because it is the case that they have to change their production, which takes time. So you're not going to be able to get it from them right now. So right
yeah,
now you
no,
must
we can right now. The vendors are swallowing the pill until they move their manufacturing to other places.
100%.
Yes, absolutely. That's why I keep seeing people that are saying iPhones are going to sell for 10,000. That's not realistic. They're going to have to leave.
Never said
The-
10,000, but it will take time for them to leave, and in that time, the prices are going to go up. So absolutely, the prices will go
Slightly,
up.
not
When you say
they're-
slightly.
You're
no,
going to lose
hey,
your
the
customers.
Prices,
That's the whole
would
point.
absolutely go up. The only reason,
And not to the
You're not
extent you
listening.
think, though.
what extent do you think I said?
I'm assuming you're talking about the 125% tariff that will.
It's actually 145%.
Yeah, like.
Oh, okay.
When did I say that? Like, it's going to be a certain amount of inflation given that level of tariff?
Catch me up to speed. What's he arguing?
He's just kind of like just shit showing everywhere.
Okay, stop shit showing.
Shit-
Tell us
shit
why.
showing?
Oh, wait, stop shit showing. Tell us why Donald Trump is a good president. Tell us why you support him.
Because the tariffs are going to move manufacturing back to the United States. Manufacturing gets moved back to the United States, and all
That
of a
can only
sudden our
happen
economy
if they're
becomes a better
implemented.
country.
They're not implemented anymore. He took them away. He paused them for 90 days. Right? That means that it's
Due
not
to
increasing
negotiation, they're going to negotiate.
But the tariffs will only increase domestic production if the tariffs have been implemented.
Yeah, here's the deal. So you're saying that these tariffs, which you think were implemented intending to negotiate down the tariffs that other countries have imposed on us, that's actually antithetical and contradictory with the goal of more American manufacturing. The reason being is that in order to achieve more American manufacturing under your view as caused by tariffs, those tariffs need to stay in place.
LVZ, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. That's
in
so
order
true.
to achieve negotiation with other countries, insofar as getting them to reduce their tariffs on us, we need to be willing to let those tariffs go because that's what a negotiation is.
Can we all agree?
So basically what you're telling me here is that no, these tariffs are not going to drive any more manufacturing to America because we have to be willing to let those tariffs go to negotiate with other countries. And if we're willing to let those tariffs go to negotiate with other countries, those tariffs are definitely not going to stay in place in the long term, meaning that manufacturing will not be brought back to America in the long term. And because they're incentivized as a tool for negotiation right now, obviously, no manufacturers are going to move to America now because it costs billions of dollars in 3 to 5 years to build the factories. Why would they spend billions of dollars in 3 to 5 years to start building more factories in America when these tariffs are nothing more than an intermediary tool to be used to negotiate trade agreements with other countries, and which they will obviously be let go if these trade agreements are made.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I mean, I think that no tariffs on any country should be the way that things go. I think
So then
it's
they're
unfair.
not going to bring back any manufacturing
That's just not true. How do you know that?
because they
That's-
have to stay in place in order to bring back any manufacturing. They have to be immovable, permanent, and the countries that are producing elsewhere.
They're
have
going to
have a
move
lot
where
of
their
confidence in
buyers
that.
are. They're going to go to where their customers are, which is the
What you're
United
saying, it
States. There's
doesn't
a
fucking
reason our
matter.
GDP is as high as it is. If you can't do business in the United States, you're not going to do well.
Stop. In order for tariffs to incentivize companies to build manufacturing plants in America, the tariffs have to be immovable and permanent, and manufacturers outside of America have to have confidence in that. Okay? If they are not immovable, if they are not permanent, and manufacturers outside of America do not have confidence in that, not a single company will start spending billions of dollars in 3 to 5 years to build manufacturing plants here.
Because they can be just turned away by the next president.
Or used as a negotiation tool by this president, which
Exactly.
means they have to be willing to let them go. So no, your argument is false. In fact, it disproves itself. If you accept that these tariffs are being used as a tool for negotiation, you deny that these tariffs will drive any more manufacturing to our country. Tariffs that are used as leverage for negotiation will never be tariffs that incentivize more domestic production of goods via manufacturers moving into our country. I mean, you could say that they incentivize.
It's one or the other. You have to pick one. And the fact is that Donald Trump is wanting to play on.
Sorry, Parker. I was trying to unmute him and it muted you. TikTok.
The fact is that Donald Trump's trying to play both messaging so that he can do whatever he feels like at the moment.
Yeah.
And you guys
Okay.
eat up either or.
Yeah. I don't know if I necessarily agree with. I mean,
How could you disagree?
how would they? Okay, yeah, I get it. So manufacturing is more expensive in the United States due to labor versus how China is, right?
This is not relevant to our
Yeah,
conversation.
yes, it completely is, because look, if China decides that they're going to continue to tariff us, then they're not gonna, bro. They're literally, look, our fucking A, bro. God damn it. I'm stuttering. Hold on. Our vendors that we're using currently are eating up that tariff. If they continue to eat up that tariff, they're not going to be able to afford it anymore. They have to go elsewhere, because that's not going to go anywhere. If you can't do business in the United States, you're not going to do business anywhere else. Not as efficiently. Not when you have so many
because
US
there's lower global
US buyers.
demand.
Okay, my whole point is what I think's going to happen is they're going to move to different places to start manufacturing things and do
But
business.
not to
with us.
America. They're going to
They-
take the path of least resistance to stay. They're going to take the path of least resistance to stay in business, turning a profit while these tariffs are imposed before trade negotiations are met. If Donald Trump is telling the truth and he's successful in doing so, the path of least resistance is not to spend billions of dollars to move a continent into North America to start American manufacturing. That's not going to happen.
Okay. All right. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Do you have any other reasons why you support Trump?
I mean, yeah, I think that, spending money on proxy wars wasn't very good for the United States in terms of.
I thought that supporting Ukraine was great.
Really?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we want to defend humanitarian complications on the global stage, and I think that Russia ethnically cleansing and attempting to annex and steal Ukraine from Ukraine and Ukrainian individuals is definitely a humanitarian concern, but it's also a national security concern, because it's not like if we stop supporting Ukraine that everybody just goes away, goes home. No, that's when the rest of NATO steps up, and then all of a sudden we have the slippery slope where UK boots may be on the ground in Ukraine, which gives Russia more incentive to just straight up start World War III by starting a war with the UK, France, or other NATO countries. So, I mean, at the end of the day, supporting Ukraine is good for humanitarian concerns and national security concerns.
Okay, yeah, but not for us, though, in terms of inflation, right? Because, spending $90 billion is going to raise our inflation.
Oh, so you must have definitely voted for Kamala Harris because Donald Trump's policy cost an estimated $11 trillion more than hers.
For Ukraine.
8 trillion.
For all of their policy.
Oh,
8 to 9 trillion.
Wait.
According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget.
8 to 9 trillion, you're talking in the last term?
In the last term plus this next term that's going to come up. Mm-hmm. Estimated by the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, comparative to Harris's campaign plans.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying I find it a little ironic to fund the military-industrial complexes.
Trump wants to do that more.
I just don't think that's true. Like we're not supporting more.
He said it himself. He put it on Agenda 47. You're just denying reality when you say
that. Okay. All right, man.
AMA, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Jacob with the $20 and Tyler with the $20. Let's get at least 2,000 W's for AMA, Jacob, and Tyler, guys. Thank you all so very much. And if you're watching and you want to support me, support the stream, keep it going for 4 hours a day, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in the bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on those platforms. You could also find it in the pin message on the YouTube stream. I get 100% over there as well. And I only get about, 40 to 70% of the Super Chat donations. I figured out last week they take a lot, so Venmo and PayPal is definitely preferable. And I do appreciate everyone so much for the love. But anyways, if you think that spending money is bad because inflation, Donald Trump spent twice as much in his first term compared to Biden and Harris's first term. And then the proposed policy of Kamala Harris cost significantly less than all of the proposed policy of Donald Trump, meaning that she was better for government expenditure, meaning under your view, she's better for inflation.
No. Back to the whole
What was I
negotiation
wrong
thing.
about? You just said
So-
no to what was
I
specifically
mean,
what you
I
said?
don't know if that's completely accurate, man. I don't have fucking proof right in front of me.
Well, I'll give you the proof. CRBF. Just look up Trump v. Biden CRBF government
Got you.
expenditure, and you will have it literally right in front of you. Insofar as a comparison of the last two administrations and how much they spent, Donald Trump's administration spent 8.6 trillion. Joe Biden spent 4.6 trillion. Out of Donald Trump's administration, 4.8 trillion of that was non-COVID related. Out of Biden and Harris's, 2.2 trillion of that was non-COVID related. Those are the facts, sir, and now they are right in front of you. If you literally lift a fucking finger and go to Google and type in CRBF Trump v. Biden government expenditure.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that, man. But to go back to the whole negotiation thing, so Business Insider released something that said, like an article that had released that 75 countries are wanting to negotiate with the United States to actually lower their tariffs and get it under a plan. Why would that not be
Doesn't surprise me.
beneficial?
Doesn't
Why would-
surprise me. So
Huh?
I think the outcome of like trade agreements with other countries, if it occurs, will be beneficial. But I
Yeah.
just think like trying to achieve that through blanket tariffs that destroy global markets and cause our country to barrel towards a recession, is
And they
like
hurt our
literally-
relations with other countries.
Yeah, it's like and hurt our relationship with other countries. Good point, Parker.
Okay.
It's the most harmful way to achieve that goal. Like let me ask you a question. Let's say that your friend has like a $5 speaker that you like and you want it. What are you gonna do? Offer him $10 or put a gun to the back of his head?
Offer him $10.
Right, and if you put a
Yeah.
pew pew to the back of his head, you'd be fucking crazy. Even if you ended up getting the speaker, which was your goal, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, he might help. He might work with you for that, but he won't work with you for future things.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
why would
exactly.
we expect any of these countries to work
Yeah,
with us
okay,
in the
I see what you're
future,
saying.
given
I see
that
what
they're
you're
not
saying.
threatened, if it is the case that we've then normalized in this relationship that we're threatening them? Because typically you don't want to like threaten your friends and allies. Like that's kind of like a really weird thing.
Yeah, you could achieve like lower tariffs between countries through trade agreements.
Yeah, I agree. I think they could have took
like
the
even
approach.
Donald Trump did that too. He
Mm-hmm.
brokered the USMCA under his first term. Even he is capable of it. Okay, tariffs hurt everybody. Trade agreements help everybody. So yeah, that's my take.
I think if they could negotiate enough down, but like, I mean, if they took a less aggressive approach from the start with it, like obviously, I think the tariffs I think will come into good effect after a certain amount of time, but
Yeah, that's
currently,
just cope. It's just cope, man.
how is that cope? It's
Yeah, because there's no
if
reason
they're
to do
not
it.
if
There's
those
absolutely no reason.
foreign
to do it.
countries
It's just-
don't tariff us, what's going to happen?
What?
If they don't if they don't tariff
Bro,
us, what's
this
going
is
to happen? Their product's going to become cheaper.
This is like
Here.
saying that putting the pew pew to the back of your friend's head to get the speaker would be good after a certain amount of time. That certain amount of time being when you get the speaker from them. Like no, that's still bad because it was the worst fucking way to achieve an end goal, as well as it limits future opportunity to broker more agreements. Like no,
Okay.
it's bad. It's bad, man. Just straight up, it's bad. Like if you want to reduce tariffs between countries, you seek trade agreements. Also, not to mention that not every country he imposed tariffs on has tariffs on us. Like, for instance, Canada. We don't pay a dime in tariffs to Canada. Yeah, I guess they're going to pay us 25%.
Yeah.
So why did he do that?
Yeah, that's not really my study. All I know is that people are overestimating what the tariffs are going to do, even with China. It's not, believe me, customers aren't dealing as many problems as you think that you are. And also, the stock market crashed because of people. They pulled their stocks out, causing the market to crash
And why do the people pull their stocks out?
because of the tariffs. But that's their fault.
Thanks.
Diamond
Thanks.
hands. Have you ever heard of that?
But no, tariffs cause a reduce in consumer confidence. You can't just blame the reducing.
Hey, what's good, Mason?
What up, Tate?
Are we
Say,
debating here or
yeah,
what?
Yeah, you got some background. You got some background noise.
Oh yeah, so they don't agree with the tariffs, but I do. So
Christina, think of it $10. Thank you so much.
firsthand.
We have good evidence to indicate that tariffs are bad, not only
Okay.
for our relationships with our allies, but also for economic trade. Right? It's bad for consumers. It's a regressive tax on Americans.
You know, personally, I believe that Trump's tariffs are amazing because he's just trying to save the world, honestly.
You're trolling.
I'm going to leave it at that.
I don't think that if how do I explain this?
Also, I'm just fucking perplexed by the statement that you made about the stock market crashing. How it's not Trump's fault; it's the consumer's fault for not having
It
money in
is.
their hands.
It is.
I
They
mean,
pulled they pulled their stocks
understand-
out. That's their own fault.
Mace, you understand? I just want to clarify here. You understand that when we're observing trends in an economy on the macro scale, that individual movements are going to be made by consumers or like business owners. Like, so, I mean, imagine that Donald Trump's tariffs spiraled America into a recession worse than the Great Depression. Well, I mean, all of a sudden, using your same logic, that's not Trump's fault. That's going to be A, businesses' faults for laying off employees, B, consumers' faults for not buying as much things from the businesses, and C, the people's fault for not spending as much money or not having confidence in the market when they could have chosen to be confident. Like, I mean, you could use the same like train of thought to blame any movement in the economy on the people compared to the president that passed the policy that caused the people to act and respond in the way that they did. It is the largest, most annoying cope ever. It just infuriates me. The lack of accountability that you are willing to apply to this like senile narcissist, and how are you just letting him fucking stomp on you, stomp on me, stomp on the country as a whole, and blame it on the people, dude.
Well, no, it
It's
wouldn't
so
be
antithetical to American values.
Obviously, debt is a huge problem, and that's not something we can afford. So I do think that manufacturing in the United States, if we could get to that
What
point,
a
would be
fucking
good.
pivot!
Huh?
What a pivot!
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm talking about you pivoting. You said that the stock market crashing was the consumer's faults for not having confidence in the market and pulling out their funds. My argument is that you could blame
Yes, it went back up.
And what happened this morning? It went back down, Mace. Anyways, okay. And the reason it went back up was because he paused the tariffs. He paused the thing that was causing it to go down.
Yeah, due to
If
negotiation.
you stop the
Richard,
thing
who do we
that
get
was
paid
causing
by
it
to
to go
spread
down,
propaganda?
it'll stop going down.
And Charles, thank you for the
Mace. But
$5. Thank you so
anyways,
much. Really
okay,
appreciate it. Thank you.
You're saying that it was the fault of the consumers.
I know, that's
for not
crazy,
having
right? It's
confidence
crazy,
in
right,
pulling
that
out
they
their
view it
funds.
that
was
way.
not
And
the
then
fault of
Christina,
Trump
thank you for the
causing
$10.
them
Thank you.
to have a lack of confidence, for causing them to pull out their funds. Well, I mean, all macroeconomic trends on the micro level are actions by the people. So if we were to barrel into
I
a
get you,
recession
Richard.
worse than
I
the Great
get you.
Depression because of Donald Trump's policy right now, we could use your same logic to say it's not Trump's fault. It's the fault of the people that stopped spending their money. It was the fault of the businesses that stopped employing. It was the fault of like the patrons for stopped going to certain businesses. It was the fault of the average American for hoarding what they have. It was the fault of X, Y, Z, and all these other influences on the economy outside of the policy that caused the influencers to act in the way that they did. It's just very terrible logic.
Okay. All right. So, I mean, you're going to say I'm pivoting again, but, our debt is really high.
Either respond to what I said to dispute your claim about the stock market, or I'm going to remove you from the live stream.
What you said about the stock market?
Yeah, about how your argument was invalid. And you could use that same logic to justify that even like a recession greater than the Great Depression is not Trump's fault, even if it was caused by his policy.
Like I said,
it was the fault of the actors that decided to spend less and save more.
Okay, well, you can't. What has been like the historic lesson? Don't pull your stocks out, even if they're low. Hold on to them, because there's a chance.
So then
it's
if
been
his policy
consistent.
barreled
Though.
us towards a recession. It's not Trump's fault. It's the fault of the people for spending less and saving more. Got it.
Okay, no. What causes the market to crash is when everybody decides to pull their
And
stocks
what
out.
causes a recession to occur is when people get less confident in spending.
That's a hypothetical, though. It hasn't
not
happened.
hypothetical. That's
a
unironically
complete
how
hypothetical.
recessions
That is
occur.
not. That hasn't happened.
Wait, you're saying-
The tariffs cause the market
What-
to go down currently.
So I want to clarify
or did
that
the
we're-
people that
Mace, I want to
decided
clarify
that
that we're definitely on our way to recession. In fact, I'd even argue that we're in the first fiscal quarter of a recession. But I mean, this is why recessions occur. So, like hypothetically, if his policy caused this, which it will in the next 2 financial quarters, would it be the fault of Trump or the fault of or the fault of the people?
Yeah, at that point you're probably right. If
Is it the
if
fault
it
of
got
Trump or
that
the fault
low,
of the
yeah.
people?
If you're speaking into your hypothetical, if that were to happen, then yeah, it would be the
Yes, it's an
fault
answer.
of
Is
the
it a fault of
administration.
Trump?
But that's not guaranteed.
Wait,
You're talking
but I
into
actually
the
disagree
future.
with you. I think it'd be a fault of the people because it's the people that decided to spend less. It was the people that started saving more of their income. It was the people that were no longer confident in what was to come. It was the businesses that started firing their employees, right? So respond to that logic.
Dude, I'm not picking up what you're putting down there.
I'm telling you that you're telling me that if Trump's policy caused a recession, you'd blame it on Trump. Well, I'm telling you that I wouldn't blame it on Trump. I'd blame it on the people because they're the ones who spent less money. They're the ones that saved more. The businesses were the ones that laid off their employees. Trump didn't force them to do any of that.
So you're blaming the people.
Yeah, so tell me why I'm wrong.
Well, why you're wrong? I mean, and then again, if the administration got to the point where sorry.
Can you tell me why I'm wrong?
Wow, Dean.
Huh?
You just
Why you're wrong? Why you're wrong? Okay, I don't. If Trump's policies caused the market to crash, then of course it would be on the administration. But if the people decide that they're going to pull their stocks out right now, that's going to encourage the stock market to crash. That's how it happens.
A market crash is when the people invested in the market take their money out of the market.
Yes.
So anyways,
don't take your money out of the market because you don't know.
So you said okay. So you said that if Trump's policy caused a recession, that it'd be the fault of the Trump administration. Oh, well, guess what? Those consumers just could have simply stopped saving more, started spending more, stopped being unconfident. The businesses could have stopped laying off their employees. Everybody could have just went out and spent a little more money to increase GDP growth, and we wouldn't be in a recession with the same Trump policy. So it's not Trump's fault. It's the people's fault.
I don't know. At least there's something that's being done about it. Some sort of economical.
Tell me why I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. Because you said I am wrong. Now describe why. Would you maybe say a reason why I'm wrong was because it was Trump's policy that caused the people to act in this way, and it was highly predictable via historical macroeconomic trends?
Dude, where are we even going, bro? This is.
Don't worry, I'll catch you up. I asked you if
Dude,
Trump's policy
lost.
caused an American recession, whose fault would it be?
It hasn't. It hasn't yet.
Mace, stop talking. So I said,
dude, don't do that.
I said, if Trump's policy causes a recession in America, whose fault would it be? The fault of the people for spending less and saving more, or the fault of Trump for causing people to spend less and save more? Okay, you respond, well, it'd be the fault of the Trump administration. So then I was like, no. It'd be the fault of the people because the people are the one that decided to spend less. The people decided to spend more, save more. The businesses decided to lay off their employees, and that's what caused negative GDP growth. And then I was like, why am I wrong? And you couldn't give me a reason. So then I tried to help you out. I was like, would a reason be? Because, well, it was Trump's policy that caused the people and the businesses to act in this way, and that was a highly predictable outcome because it's what we've observed historically speaking.
Okay.
Is that a fair response?
Yeah.
Okay, so when you say that it's the fault of the people for pulling their money out of the stock market and not the fault of Trump, my response there would be, well, it is the fault of Trump because he was the one that caused the people to pull their money out of the stock market due to his tariffs decreasing predictability in future prospects.
You don't think it happened a little early, though?
Which means that market confidence goes down, and that's a historical trend. So for the same reasons, the recession would be the fault of Trump, so is the crashes in the stock market.
So you don't think that people pulled their money out a little too early, making predictions on
that is
went that way? That's my
whole
market
point. Operating. That's a part of a market operating. So if a market responds that way in response to a tariff being implemented, that's the fault of the tariff because the market would not have operated that way if the tariff was not implemented. Do you agree?
Okay, or you trust your president and let him do what he does.
Mace,
don't take your money out of the market
Mace, you're just telling people to act in the way in which you would like them. That's not how markets operate. Use your brain. Markets don't operate based upon how you think.
Okay, but there was no guarantee that the market was going to crash. There's still none. There's still no guaranteeing that.
The fact that your brain is not operating is unbelievable. Tariffs undeniably led to the reduce in the market size.
Yes, because of people.
Yeah, that's a market, genius. That's a market.
Market is
when you
people.
say, "Oh, people respond that way," that's the market, dude. That's called a market.
Okay, so don't react so early. Let things play out. How are you supposed to know?
We've already seen it. We know because economics is a social
When?
science.
When has this ever? What are you taught? When? When was there?
When have tariffs been implemented in the past that we can identify?
They have been, but when has this happened?
And when has what happened?
What we're going through currently right now, where tariffs have been
Mace.
implemented and
Hey,
people pull their
Mace.
stocks out immediately because of it.
Hey, Mace, do you think that predictability would lead to, more predictability would lead to more confidence inside of a market?
Near the Great Depression happened. I just want to let you know.
I
Would
mean,
more-
you can't.
Would more predictability in future
So you're
prospects of
agreeing
the
with
market lead to more
predictability. That's your take.
Would
Is
more
that because
predictability-
it's predictions
Mace,
that immediately means you're right.
Would more predictability in the future prospect of a market lead to more confidence in the market now?
Yeah, but that's not the case.
So if there's less predictability in the future of a market, well, that's going to lead to less
When
confidence
have
in
we
the market
prior
now.
been in this current
So
situation? We're in
Donald
right now?
Trump's blanket tariffs, did those cause more predictability or less predictability for future market performance?
You don't know. That's the whole thing. You don't have any idea because it's a prediction.
The statement
It's-
"you don't know" means you don't fucking know.
Exactly.
Which means there's less predictability because predictability means that you do know.
Okay.
Mace.
So what happens?
You just answered my question for
Let
me.
me
The
talk.
answer "you don't know" means there's less predictability.
So
More predictability would imply that you do know.
Okay, so what happens when all of a sudden the stock market starts to go back up and everybody that pulled out their money?
No, stop it, Mace. Shut the hell up. Less predictability and the future prospect of the market led to less confidence in the market now, which led to people fucking pulling trillions of dollars out of the market, losing trillions, evaporated in thin fucking air, okay? Not to mention, future markets also exist where you are literally bargaining on what's going to happen in the future. Of course those markets are going to go to shit when you have no fucking clue what's going to happen in the future. When you don't know what's going to fucking happen in the future. The future markets alone in the shitter because you have to have an idea of what's going to happen in the future to invest in future markets. Oh my God, Mace, this shit angers me more than you could ever know. It pisses me off so much. I don't think that there's been a topic of discourse on these live streams ever that has upset me more than the argument you're making right now. You are blaming stock market crashes on the people in the market and not the person that caused the people in the market to act in the way in which they did. If this happened under Biden, if this happened under Obama, holy fucking shit, you guys may be looking towards the Second Amendment. But because it happened under the rapist, felon, lunatic, wannabe dictator on day one that tried to coup the outcome of the 2020 election, guess what? No, that's your savior. That's your Lord and King. You better buy the sneakers, the Bible, the watch, the guitar, invest in the
Steph, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much. And Zemina, thank you so much for pushing the $5. Thank you.
Sense. Our country is going to shit because people like you think the way you do, okay? We're supposed to not look at politicians like sports teams and think with our emotions saying, I'm rooting for them no matter what. Because these politicians aren't entertainment on the TV. These politicians are people that either destroy lives or make them a whole of a hell of a lot better. Okay? So when the politicians destroy lives, you stop supporting them. When the politicians influence worse outcomes than what existed before, they're bad for our country, they're bad for this world. And that's when you reject them. That's when you say we need to do better. That's when you go to a fucking protest and you say this fascist, tyrannical administration that is deporting people without due process and barreling us towards a recession needs to go, needs to do better, needs to be better, or the people will reject them. But when the people don't reject them and treat them like a goddamn sports team, they're there to stay and they're emboldened to be there for longer than they should be. Okay? So please, dude, for the sake of everybody in your life, for the sake of your children and your children's children, just use your brain for the first goddamn time in your life. Okay, Mace? That's all I'm asking.
Wow, he's gonna say something, and my brain's just gonna shut down in like about say 15 to 30 seconds. So.
Okay. So you guys don't agree that manufacturing to the United States would not be a beneficial thing? That you don't think it would be? That we can export products and become a better economy because of it?
It's not a better economy, actually, because manufacturing sector wages are actually lower on average than service sector jobs. So if you're actually shifting production from service sector to manufacturing, you're going to lower the wages and quality of life of average Americans. Did you know that?
Yeah. So you guys agree with the tariffs that other countries put on us, and that's fair?
No, I don't agree with any of
Okay,
these,
so
like,
they should all
blanket
go
tariffs.
collectively. Can we all agree upon that?
Yeah,
That they need to
what
go
Donald Trump's
entirely?
doing is
How do you?
what Donald Trump's doing is not making conditions or relations better with those countries, so that they'll want to reduce tariffs
So
naturally.
how would you have done that? What would be your strategy going into it?
Allyship and negotiation without the threat of tariff.
Who's to say this isn't going to work? I mean, there are 75 countries that are willing to negotiate down their tariffs. So that's
So like
that's a good sign.
Once we get something out of it, you can come back to me and be like, "Oh, we got this. This justifies what we just did." But as of right now, he's just crashed the market, and you have no idea what he's going to do. That's going to like make it better. So it's like you actually don't have good reason based upon your own position to say that he's doing something effective.
And we've also already responded to that position twice. I will respond to it for a third time, and I want you to listen closely, okay, Mace?
Go ahead.
If we achieve better trade deals with all 75 of those countries because of Donald Trump's tariffs, the tariffs were still bad. Can I tell you why?
Yeah, go for it.
Because they were the most harmful means to achieve the trade deals. Okay? You can use diplomacy and negotiation to achieve trade agreements to reduce tariffs. Donald Trump, in fact, even did that during his first term of the USMCA. But when you don't use diplomacy and negotiation and you use the most abrasive means available to achieve an end goal, and you do achieve the end goal, that doesn't justify the most abrasive means available. I gave you a hypothetical to prove this.
Think of it, $10. Thank you so much. That is wild.
To
That's
the back
wild.
of your
The
friend's
tariffs
head,
are such
or
no.
a $10 bill to get his $5 speaker, right? If you decide to not give him the $10 bill and you put a pew-pew to the back of his head and you demand it from him, we'd still say, even if you got the speaker, which was a good outcome, using the pew-pew to the back of his head to do so was still bad means to achieve said outcome that is conducive towards your happiness, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm gonna just leave off on this.
You don't know anything, Mace.
I don't. I don't.
Not
Wait,
really.
wait. Well, I know that tariffs aren't good, right? And they need to be removed, like instantly. Acquiring to our debt and everything that we owe. Importing, we need to export more products. How do we do that?
No.
We put tariffs on other countries so that the country that
will
spends
not
the most
increase
amount of money
exports. That
of
will
any
not
country,
increase exports.
they're going to move. Manufacturing is going to move. That's what's going to happen, because if you don't have customers, you don't have a business.
If we put tariffs on countries around the world, they put tariffs on us, that will reduce our exports.
It happens.
Okay, but when
every
these
single time.
manufacturers are selling more to the United States, then it doesn't matter. They'll go where their business is. That's how they're going to operate, regardless.
So what you just want to do is you want to isolate markets, which is actually bad for business. It's bad for innovation. It's bad for trade. And if you believed in market economies, you wouldn't agree with this horrible policy that, again, is going to not be beneficial for human beings at all. It's only going to hurt us.
All right. I mean, I guess we'll have to see. So,
Bye.
don't have anything else. Have a good day,
Bye.
guys.
Have a good one, Mace. We're going to move on to the
Sid,
next.
thank you so much for the $100 YouTube super chat for whoa. I'm a whole hour late. That's so messed up. Anyways, hi. How you doing, Sid? How you doing, Sid? Hopefully you're having a good day so far. Can we do W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Thank you so much, Sid. It's always good to see you. Always good to see you. As well as Mary. Thank you for the $10. Thank you.
Bootlicking like that, it just pisses me off so much. Like, bootlicking will only hurt our country. The idea that politicians don't necessarily require accountability is something that will make our country worse. And it's not even like something that just applies to the right. It applies to everyone in every single political party. It's not right versus left. It's right versus wrong, right? And it is absolutely wrong to say whatever my president does is good for this country. Blah, 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 blah. You disagree? Well, guess what? Fuck you. You know what I mean? But we're going to get that next guest up in here. We got our next guest loading in.
That means
Everyone just
everyone
give us a
do
minute.
tap that screen, do shit live. It should get us more people. If you want to support me or Dean, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, also in the description of the YouTube, as well as if you want to support us over YouTube Super Chat, you can also do so. But just know it does give us a smaller percentage on YouTube Super Chat comparative to Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal in the description of the YouTube stream and of our bios on TikTok.
What's going on, James? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, before we hop into a discussion, there's two people that I'd like to thank. First and foremost, Sid. Sid with a $40 donation over on Venmo. Thank you for the love, Sid. Sid says, okay, period, you're cooking as usual. Sid, thank you so much for the love. Can we get 400 Sid W's in all of the live chats? Thank you so much, Sid. That is so incredibly kind of you. And then also Thomas with the $20 donation over on Venmo. Huge shout out, Thomas. And Lauren with the $50 donation on PayPal. Oh my God. Thank you, Lauren, Sid, and Thomas. Lauren says, so fucking well said. Thank you for what you do. Well, thank you so much for your love. $50. This is a shit ton of money. So seriously, thank you so much, Lauren. And then also Eduardo.
Kristen, thank you for the $20. Good to see you again. I did see that
$20 on
earlier. Thank you
PayPal
so
and
much,
Fold
Kristen, for the
five.
$20. I will.
All right,
I will.
anyways,
Don't
what's going
worry.
on, James?
We'll be
So,
good today.
Why do you support Trump?
Well, for a number of reasons. I think his economic policies were better than Kamala's, and I also think that the issues at the border were getting so out of hand that we needed a change.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Oh,
What-
go ahead, Parker.
What economic policies?
Well, I like the idea of the tariffs not as a long-term solution.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I'm just gonna be like in the 9th like level of hell if I'm like forced to tell people why a recession is a bad thing for 4 hours straight. I don't mind having a conversation with you about these tariffs, but it's just like
I can do
like,
it.
Like it's getting really old really fast.
Well, I heard you talking about the gun to the back of your friend, or pew pew to the back of your friend's head. I don't think that that's a fair analogy to global diplomacy at all, or international trade.
No, we're just saying that, like, why do you want to threaten like someone who is like an ally or a friend?
Well, because this ally or friend has been taking advantage of you for the last 50 years.
Okay. How
So,
how are they taking advantage of us?
with unfair trade deals.
Can you give me like the USMCA?
Well, that would be one example. I'd have to look into.
So Donald Trump set up unfair trade deals for the American people. What makes you think that this time he's going to set up a better trade deal that doesn't rip off the American people?
Because I think he learned from his first presidency. I don't think he wasn't an experienced politician. He was a business person that didn't necessarily.
What makes you think he's
fully grasp.
experienced now?
Or like what makes you
How
think
is he
that the
more
USMCA was
experienced?
unfair?
Because he's had 4 years of experience. Now, a
By
lot
the
of
end of
these
his
deals,
administration, he also had that, and he didn't fix it.
right? But a lot of these deals that were made during the beginning of his first term.
So why was the
2018 was
USMCA
the
unfair?
middle.
I mean, Canada doesn't they don't charge us a dime in tariffs. I mean, how's that unfair?
Well, they do at a. There are stipulations, like I know with dairy, if we send a certain amount, then we get tariffed on what is above that amount, which
Have we ever
limits
met
how
that
much we
quota?
can send.
Have we ever met that quota?
Well, we've never met that quota because we don't want to go over it so that we don't pay the tariff.
Okay, so you're saying that there's been a demand for more American dairy in Canada than we've been supplying?
I'm saying there could be. I'm not necessarily sure, but that would be one of the potential reasons for us never meeting that quota.
Okay, so why didn't he just renegotiate a better trade deal with them? Because we already know that they're open to it, compared to placing a 25% tariff on the country.
Well, I think that it's a strong position coming out with strength in the beginning, and then that brings the other countries to the table to negotiate. I don't think that they'd ever have a reason to come to the table to negotiate if there wasn't the threat of tariffs to begin with.
So, okay. So you say they wouldn't come to the table for any type of a trade agreement without
they
tariffs on the
negotiated the
deal in the first
USMCA.
place. The USMCA, that's exactly what I was going to say. This USMCA was exactly just that. So again, what you're doing is you're just being disingenuous because one, you're assuming it to be true in terms of their particular types of trade negotiations, how they would engage in it, right? And secondly, you're wrong because we have evidence to prove that otherwise. That Donald Trump specifically was able to get negotiation without that being the case, and apparently his negotiation wasn't good enough. So why is threatening them going to create better negotiation?
Also, Cameron, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo saying that you ate. Thank you for the love, Cameron. Everyone, show some love to Cameron. And then Sarah, thank you so much for the $10 as well. And then Dragon and Tyler, thank you both for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. Just know that I will be reading your guys' message. I just don't want to interrupt and completely stop the conversation, but I will be reading them. But thank you so much, Dragon and Tyler.
So, not to speak directly to Canada, I honestly think that Canada might have been more of a Trump holding some sort of a grudge against Canada. And I'm not saying that that's good, that that's how he handled it, but I think that that played a part of it. But as far as other countries,
How is
they have
Canada
not-
ripping us off? Tell me.
again, I'm saying I'm not going to speak directly to Canada. I don't.
Wait, why not?
If you can't point to how like they're ripping us off, if you can't point to how any of these countries are ripping us off, why would
Well,
we then
other
believe?
countries are ripping us
Name
off.
one.
Well, I don't know this specific country.
So you don't know a single country that's ripping us off, yet he has tariffs on practically
basically all
every
of
country from around the entire world. You don't know how they're ripping us off, yet you still follow the message. This is what we mean when we say that people are cult-like who are Trump supporters, because they'll literally follow anything Trump says without even looking into it. You did no research.
Well,
you didn't
we
look
have
into how
a-
they're
we
ripping
have
us
a
off.
trade
You just
deficit
believed his
with
messaging.
every-
Listen, please let me
with
finish.
almost every
Please let me
country.
finish. You just
And
believed
then I'll
his,
respond to you, Jim.
You just believed his messaging just because he said it without any research.
And then
The Penguins are ripping us off. Sorry.
As soon as you respond to Parker, James, I'll respond to you about what you said about trade deficits.
Yeah, and I'm aware that trade deficits are not always bad, but it is always bad when you have a trade deficit with 99% of the world.
When,
That
we're
is
the- when we account for 30% of global commerce, and we're the richest country in the world, I'd expect
That's
that.
expected. Yes, literally, that's
Yeah.
expected.
Like not only do we have 340 million Americans, not only do we own the world's largest GDP by a landslide, not only are we the richest country in the world that spends the most money in global commerce, but obviously that is going to create a trade deficit with other countries. And by the way, it's not like a trade surplus is a good thing. One of the largest trade surpluses in American history was during the Great fucking Depression, okay? Trade deficit is nothing more than a tool used by accountants to measure how much we're buying from another country and how much they're buying from us. Not to mention that it's also indicative of supply and demand, okay? We demand more goods from Canada, and Canada demands goods from America. All of a sudden, that's a bad thing. I mean, only in 2025 will these laissez-faire, free market capitalist conservatives tell us that the free market has really fucked things up and they've got it wrong and it's such a ripoff. I mean, horseshoe theory has never been more alive.
I think
James,
I
what
think the
trade
end
deficit
game
do we
of
have with
0%.
Penguins? What trade deficit do we have with Penguins?
Okay, yeah, he just put out a tariff of 10% on every country. That includes the countries that
Not
are
every country.
uninhabited by people.
He ignored Russia.
Yeah.
There- You know why he ignored Russia?
Because they have no imports? No exports?
No, because it's a small percentage that we're getting from them. And
How much
two-
do we get from the Penguins?
Hold on, hold on.
Wait, no,
Just
there are none.
listen.
That's not true, Parker.
Isn't it like
It's not
one? Wait, really? I thought last time I looked it up, it's none.
We're importing. I think it's
we
like
have, we
3
have
billion
sanctions on
or
them,
something.
don't we?
We do have sanctions on them, but
We import a little bit.
but either way, so it's a small amount in comparison to a lot of the other countries. Two, the more important reason. I'm
Wait,
saying
there
the
are
more
no
important-
imports or exports from the Penguins. So why are we putting fucking
I'm
tariffs on
I'm
the
saying
Penguins?
this. I'm saying the second reason. The second reason is the more important reason.
Why are the
The more
tariffs on the
important
Penguins?
reason is because we are in active negotiations.
Why are
and
the
peace-
with the Penguins?
No, with Russia. we
Okay,
are
wait.
in
Tell me, why
active
are they on
peace
the Penguins?
talks. Okay, we're talking about Russia right now. I'm
And I
responding
really wanted
to
an answer about
why
the
we're
Penguins.
not.
I want an answer about
I'm
the
repl-
Penguins.
I'm replying
Wait,
to.
wait. Let him say this real quick, Parker, because he's about to say that we're in active peace talks with Russia. Therefore, we shouldn't place tariffs on them. James, what about Ukraine?
I'm not sure if we have the tariffs on Ukraine, but I highly doubt that Ukraine is exporting much to us right now.
Oh, well, I mean, keep in mind that exports from another country to us doesn't really matter. It's tariffing Penguins and Russia. So why do we have tariffs on Ukraine if we're actively working with them for peace talks?
I'm not sure if we do we have tariffs with Ukraine? I'm not.
Yeah, he tariffed every single country, including uninhabited islands. except for Russia?
Well, I would say that we're much more on the same page with Ukraine than we are with Russia. Our relationship with Russia is a lot more thin ice, so to speak.
So don't say that our relationship with Russia is more thin ice because we're on the same page with Ukraine. Absolutely fucking not, dude. We are not on the same page as a country that is being slaughtered and ethnically cleansed when we step back and say you get no humanitarian funding, and we're going to shill out to the Kremlin and Putin and be their little puppet. Shill harder, shill harder, please.
I just want to
I,
answer about the Penguins. Can I please get an answer about the Penguins now? Like, why tariff the Penguins?
Well, again, I think it was just a blanket tariff on all countries, and the only reason that
Not
Russia
Russia though.
was,
So that's not an answer. So why?
and the only
why,
reason,
why on the
the
Penguins?
reason that Russia was not included was because we
So
don't
not on all
want to.
countries. So the reason why penguins shouldn't be included is because they're not fucking people. So then please explain to me, why do we have a tariff on penguins?
Okay, I'm saying it was blanket, and we made Russia as the only exception
So therefore, it
due
wasn't.
to the fact that we're currently negotiating peace with them.
Why don't we
between
make
them.
this an exception as well? Like, that didn't make any sense. No, that's just not how it works, right? You literally are not understanding that Donald Trump put a tariff on penguins, and that's fucking ridiculous. And if the same thing happened under a Democratic administration, right, you literally would be sounding the alarms. By the way, Dean, there's
Are we
like,
gonna get?
people
Can we
spamming
get this
stuff in the
guy in
comment
the
section,
chat?
and the
Oh,
mods are not
he's
getting
being
it.
a little.
I don't have mod powers, so.
Yeah, I got you, and I'm gonna pass it to a couple other people as well. Here, I'm working on it. That mod. I think I'm maxed out. Let's see. No, I'm not. I'm on the second account.
Oh god.
Yeah, we're just gonna do this in the meantime. Give me one moment.
I still want to answer about the tariffs on penguins.
Yeah, go ahead. Just answer the question. I'm figuring this out.
Well, so again, what I think I view it almost like this, right? And I know this is oversimplifying it, right? But like on an Excel sheet, you hit select all on your tariffs that he's doing this 10% reciprocal tariff. Select all.
Should be
And
good.
then he went through and unclicked Russia purely because of the fact that we are in current negotiation and we don't want to add fuel to the fire, so to speak, to deal with that. So I don't think that they were thinking about penguins when they were making that decision. I just,
Then why is there a tariff on them?
Literally how? Literally how? What
is
the
this
hell's
guy
going
just
on?
like,
I'm so confused.
They have a million accounts, that's why.
No, it's not even that. Like I banned the word. Like yeah, I mean the mods are working OT, guys. I mean I'm looking at the chat logs.
Yeah, just go to sub only at this point.
Well, all right, guys, we're gonna go to sub only. I mean I don't know why that's not working. Strange, because I mean I literally banned the word, but yeah, we're just gonna head over to sub only for the chat for a little bit, because like seemingly they probably just like paid bots to come in here and spam that. How do I go to sub only?
Should be in the bottom. See subscriptions?
Yeah. All right, there we go. We're gonna hang out in sub only chat for a little bit. Go ahead, you guys.
Why is it still going with?
it might be just taking a minute. But yeah, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and argue that, yes, we absolutely should have a tariff on a country that only has penguins in it. That's not like my point here. I just don't think that it's this, it affects nobody. Like what's the big deal on that?
Okay, I'm kind of sick of
It's just
like,
insane.
Do you have anything else you want to say to James Parker?
Yeah,
Like, I've
okay.
just been talking about tariffs for 2 hours.
Yeah.
I mean, we can talk about something else. I agreed with funding Ukraine, but I also agree with Trump saying that there's an end to this line, so to speak. We need to try and get the war finished.
Well,
and
what
I-
you're doing is inevitably going to lead towards Ukraine being Russia.
I don't agree with that. I think that Ukraine will have to give up maybe part of it, maybe the occupied land right now that Russia has.
How do you
or part of
ensure
the
that?
occupied
How
land.
do you ensure that Russia won't invade the rest of Ukraine?
Well, we could do a new military agreement where it actually not them joining NATO, so to speak.
Wait, why
but
not? Why shouldn't they join NATO?
Because it's just, it would be like if is there a military alliance that Russia has with anybody, or
Well,
is
how's
there
it?
just
How's this
talk of
relevant? I
it?
just want to know why you don't think Ukraine should join NATO. I think they should.
Because I think that we would be equally provoked if, say, Mexico were to form a military alliance with Russia. And
So
that's
we already have NATO countries on their border, Latvia,
Yeah.
Lithuania, and Estonia. Not to mention, the only reason why Russia hasn't wanted Ukraine to join NATO is because they wanted to invade Ukraine, and if Ukraine was a part of NATO, they couldn't touch Ukraine.
well, I don't think that's the only reason. I think that's
I do. I
that's
do. I
part
think
of
that's the
reason.
only. I think that's the only fucking reason.
I
They
think
wanted
they
to invade
also-
Ukraine, and if they knew if Ukraine joined NATO, that all of a sudden Article 5 would be invoked, and World War III. They don't want that, so they didn't want them to join NATO. Point blank. Period. We know it's not because they're a bordering country. We already got 3 of those. So what is it?
Right, but that's part of it. They don't
So
want
what's
more
the other part?
bordering countries. They don't want to be almost
Oh, okay. So then
completely
why
surrounded on their
didn't like
western
Latvia,
side.
Lithuania,
They were already
and Estonia
surrounded.
join in NATO?
They're not.
provoke 'em.
Russia is not surrounded by NATO
They
right
they
now.
are. They currently are.
I wouldn't say that they're surrounded by
Really?
NATO.
Really? Name one country that they don't border NATO.
Well, Ukraine for one,
Okay.
and then also
wait,
down. I'm not sure. Is it Iraq?
So
that
the
they
country
border
that's
with in
so the
Middle
country
East, or-
that we're currently trying to defend.
Yeah, and then there's also
So I just want to
Mongolia.
clarify.
There's also
Finland.
China. There's also.
Yeah,
I mean, there's plenty of
examples.
countries in the Middle East.
Yeah, those are examples. So then here's my question. Here's my question. Then how did Ukraine provide any more surrounding than currently existed?
Well, because it essentially blocks off the last western side. Like now,
Why is that a bad thing?
Yeah, why?
well,
We already
it
did
would
that.
the same reason why it's not a bad thing for the U.S. I'm not saying that, but if you are sitting in Russia's shoes, that is provocative. Like that is
Why would I care? They invaded Ukraine. What are we losing? I say get Ukraine in NATO, protect their right to self-determination. That's a great thing.
see.
I mean, weren't the sanctions we placed on Russia also provocative? Wasn't the money we
Yes,
sent to
but
Ukraine
less
also provocative?
less provocative than a military alliance with another bordering country.
And,
where
oh,
we
so
would
you,
more
so
than-
you want to prevent more provocative things?
where we would more than likely build missile silos that could reach Moscow with
Wait, we already have
long-range
missile silos. that could
non-nuclear
reach-
missiles.
We already have missile silos that could reach Moscow. If we do build missile silos in NATO countries, well, we got them in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. You're just a Russian shill. You're like seriously just a Russian shill.
No.
So what's wrong with Ukraine? Why is that provocation bad? Why should I care about the fact that Ukraine joining NATO would provoke Russia?
Because Russia is a scary country to provoke when they have the most nuclear weapons in the world.
Oh, so we just shouldn't provoke countries that have nukes. Okay. Well, then Latvia,
We should
Lithuania,
avoid it if
Estonia-
we can.
So they should. So Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia shouldn't have joined NATO, right?
Honestly, I don't know that they should have been able to. Poland obviously was already a part of NATO. That's fine.
Wait,
But
should
I don't-
NATO have even been formed in the first place then, since the formulation of NATO provoked Russia?
Well, okay, the formulation of NATO was happening when Russia was already very much provoked. It was we were on the brink of nuclear war.
So it's okay to provoke them even more when we're on the brink of nuclear war. If anything, that seems worse, right?
I just don't think it's a good idea to.
So we shouldn't have formed NATO.
I'm not saying that we shouldn't have formed NATO.
Well,
I'm
that,
just saying that we shouldn't
provoked a
have
really scary
expanded NATO
country.
the way
No.
that we have.
No. Okay, well then you have a contradiction in your logic because forming NATO provoked a very scary country when we were on the brink of nuclear war. According to your logic, it would have been of more importance to not form NATO to begin with than it would be of importance to not allow Ukraine to join NATO today. If you're okay with forming NATO, logic would tell you that you'd be okay with Ukraine joining.
I'd have to look at when NATO was formed also, but I know that NATO is basically just an extension of what the Allies already were, minus Russia. Like that is essentially what NATO was after World War II when it was formed.
Did forming NATO provoke the fuck out of Russia?
I mean, yeah, I'm sure.
So it shouldn't have happened.
Russia was also the Soviet Union at the time, which was a bigger threat than Russia is, in my opinion.
I know. So that if anything, the provocation should have been worse. Provocation would matter more when you're provoking a bigger threat compared to a smaller threat. Like, would you care about a country bordering North Korea joining NATO? No, because they're a smaller threat, right?
Well, the reason I say Soviet Union as a bigger threat, obviously Russia is equally a threat now if they wanted to, but the Soviet Union was less predictable in what they would do.
I know, which should have made it worse. Dude, I mean, provoking something that is more of a threat and less predictable is worse than provoking something that is less of a threat and more predictable. Right? Could I get a yes or no there? I want a very strict yes or no. Provocation is worse when it's against a larger, more unpredictable threat compared to a smaller, more predictable threat.
I mean, maybe, but like the Soviet...
I want a yes or no. I don't want anything but a yes or no.
Well, I would say no, because the Soviet Union would have potentially invaded regardless, whereas Russia is not just going to start World War III out of nowhere. Soviet Union might have. That's where...
What about Finland joining?
I just don't care. I don't want to talk to this guy anymore. Like, dude's just a Russian shill.
Okay.
Like, unironically, like, I can't believe that MAGA, like, are like Russian shills now. Like, you're like, oh, Putin's a good guy. Like, fuck
no,
you, dude. Like,
not at all.
You.
Not at all.
No, that is absolutely your position.
That's not.
Mayflower, thank you for the $7 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. That's true. Thank you so much, though, Mayflower.
Just like a traitor to the country. What's going on, Nye? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I voted for him.
Okay, why's that?
Well, I liked his economic policy better than I think Kamala Harris's. I liked his stance on immigration. Can
you name one immigration policy you like of Donald Trump's?
I know I wasn't finished. I like the Second Amendment, more pro-Second Amendment side of the Republican side. And is there anything else? I don't think so. But for immigration, the Laken-Riley Act.
The Laken-Riley Act was a really bad bill. If I was president, I would have vetoed it.
Do you think that there's enough evidence to believe that something's true about someone to deport them based upon just an accusation?
Sorry, I was distracted. Can you say that one more time? I just got back from work. I'm sorry.
Do you think accusations are sufficient evidence in order to give people criminal response or civil response?
I guess not. No.
No? Okay, well then you would disagree with the Laken-Riley Act, it seems.
Yeah, and I could also give you even better reasons to disagree with the Laken-Riley Act.
Did it say explicitly accused, or was it people that were convicted specifically?
Explicitly those that were arrested for a crime. So it included a handful of things. I mean, you could just find this in the plain language of the Laken-Riley Act, but it did allow for deporting undocumented migrants that were merely accused of a violent crime. And that's really bad, okay? Because when they're deported to their home country, they're not going to land in a jail cell because there's no due process in America, which means that you're leaving these individuals that are accused of violent crimes roaming free in the streets. So what does that mean if they're innocent? Well, I mean, you just punished an innocent person without due process. That's bad. What does it mean if they're guilty? Well, then all of a sudden you've just allowed this guilty child rapist to roam free in the streets of another country to rape more children. Regardless of the outcome of the Laken-Riley Act, rather it's deporting somebody that's innocent or guilty, the outcome's bad.
Yeah, I agree that if they're, of course, if they're accused of something and they didn't do that, and then they were subject to that, the consequence of that, yeah, that's a bad thing. But I mean, usually if somebody's arrested for a crime, there's sufficient evidence for them to be arrested. No.
Oh, Donald Trump was arrested, so is there sufficient evidence for him to be arrested?
Okay, so you understand that it's not labeled as sufficient evidence. It's just probable cause. And you want to know something crazy?
Sure. What's crazy?
Probable cause for an arrest could be a phone call from a non-anonymous person. If you call the police and you identify you as you, right, and you report that somebody has committed a crime, they have probable cause and reasonable suspicion to detain an individual and arrest an individual.
Yeah, but the probable cause to detain somebody and the probable cause to arrest somebody are very different, depending on the circumstances. So yeah, it could be probable cause to detain somebody, but based on a phone call, it probably wouldn't be probable cause to be, arresting somebody neither.
So are you just arguing that probable cause for an arrest is sufficient?
Well, of course, there's probable cause for arrest.
Thank you. So I'm asking you if that's sufficient reason to delegate consequence. Then keep in mind, even if it is, and all of these individuals are guilty because you think that there's enough evidence that they did this thing, let's just assume 100% of the individuals that are deported under this act are guilty. I just want to point out, man, they're not going to land in a jail cell. You were deporting these people to roam free in the streets of other countries. That is a humanitarian nightmare. Why would you agree with deporting individuals that are guilty without due process so they could roam free in the streets of other countries?
Okay, well, do you want me to answer the first question or the second?
I want you to respond to this, because this is, let's just assume that everybody that is arrested, detained, and deported under the Lake and Riley Act really is a bad person that did something, it's something evil and they're guilty. Mm-hmm. Well, you're deporting them to roam free in the streets of another country. That's a humanitarian nightmare.
I mean, if they were convicted of, is it a
arrested, not convicted?
Okay. If they were arrested, where, in their home country or in the United States?
They're an undocumented migrant in America. They got arrested for a violent crime such as child rape, and they're deported to their home country. In their home country, they will roam free because there's no due process. That they were never convicted of any crime in America. Their home government would have no reason to lock them up.
Why wouldn't they lock them up on the basis of the crime?
Because they don't know that they committed that crime. They were never given due process for the crime. They were never found guilty of a crime. They were never processed for a crime. They were arrested for a crime.
Yeah, but if they were arrested and charged with it, there should be evidence for that crime, no?
But we don't know because they never went to court. Like for instance, if I take a trip to South America and I get arrested for trespassing, am I going to get fined in America? Fuck no, I'm not. Why? I never went under any due process. They don't know that I actually committed this crime. That's why it's wrong. No, if somebody is detained and arrested for a crime in America and they're deported to their home country's not going to do jack shit about it because they can't. They didn't undergo any criminal proceedings anywhere.
Yeah, but for them to be arrested in the first place, there is some evidence or probable cause, whatever term you want to use.
Yeah, but that's not enough evidence to put anybody in jail anywhere.
Sometimes it is. They use the arrest and evidence found. They use evidence found in the arrest to.
They don't know they don't know what the evidence is because they're deported to this home country. They don't know what the evidence is. They never underwent due process. They're just going to roam free in the streets.
Why would they not know what the evidence is? We wouldn't share that with them?
No, we don't.
They wouldn't get the arrest records or anything like that? If they're arrested, there's a record.
So wait, do you think that an arrest record is all that a criminal court would need to find a guilty conviction? So what's discovery?
It's not all they would need, but it's
so then they will roam free because that's not all they need.
It's not all that they need, but
they don't have sufficient reason to convict. They can't convict on the basis of an arrest and facts immediately surrounding an arrest.
Conviction, yes, it would certainly.
But it is not all. Is that everything that is required for a conviction?
No, it's not everything. But
so therefore, they'll roam free in the streets because they don't have the means to achieve other information necessary, such as discovery, for a conviction. They're not going to prosecute somebody in let's say.
The arrest is the start of the
American country
so
for a crime that they were arrested for in America.
Sorry, I was talking over you.
Dude, stop being so fucking dense. This is the most obvious thing ever. They would not convict. They couldn't convict.
Buddy.
Explain to me how a discovery period for a crime, for an accusal of a crime committed in America would work out in a southern Latin American country.
Sorry, can you say that one more time?
Explain to me how discovery would play out in a criminal court for an accusal of a crime that occurred in America inside of a southern Latin American country.
I guess they would just use the evidence that was, acquired during the arrest made by the United States police officer.
Great. So they roam free because they don't have discovery period.
Why would they?
Yeah, because they're not going to be able to convict somebody on the basis of evidence required to detain an individual. Are you kidding me? You think that in order to detain somebody in America, they have to have more than a reasonable doubt that they committed a crime?
They need to have more than a reasonable doubt to commit. So I didn't follow what you just said.
In order to get arrested for a crime in America, the police must first have evidence beyond a reasonable shadow of a doubt to do so.
I mean, no, because that's there's you have probable cause to do that. So
Great. So they don't. So there's not enough evidence to convict somebody in another country. If of the only evidence that they're operating off of is that of a preponderance evidence for support.
It starts the investigationary period.
Wait, how is another country going to investigate a crime that was committed in America?
Because they, just like the United States courts do, they would start with the arrest and then they'd go from there. And they.
Well, what is the process going from there look like?
However, another country handles their legal problems.
Which is?
I don't know. I'm not educated.
How are they going to go from there? How are they going to go from there to determine if somebody committed a crime in another country? In America? Explain to me how.
I guess they would get all the, things that they could from the arrest records from America.
Exactly. So they're not going to get anything beyond sufficient evidence for an arrest. They're not going to go from there. They're going to stay there. They'll only be able to gather the evidence that was gathered by the police to make the arrest. They're not going to be able to gather any more evidence on top of that. Right? All that means, right, is that they don't have enough evidence for guilty conviction, meaning that these individuals will be roaming free in the streets of other countries.
Okay, so but you're saying all these places don't have due process, so all these other countries don't have the due process of law, and you're saying the due process of law is required for a conviction in the United States, correct?
What I'm saying is that if you deport somebody without due process, they're going to roam free on the streets of other countries because they were never convicted of any crime, and the evidence that was needed for the arrest to occur is not sufficient to throw anybody in jail.
Is due process required in other countries for a conviction?
There's different standards of due process, but if there's a country where
so could an arrest be a standard of due process for another country?
You tell me, because you have the burden.
I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm hypothetical.
It's not hypothetical because we're speaking in reality here. You tell me.
Okay, no, it's not hypothetical. Sorry, that was the wrong choice of word. But would it be an arrest made in America be enough to convict somebody in another country?
You tell me. You're the one making the argument. It is.
I don't know.
Okay, so you don't know. So therefore, you don't know. Maybe these individuals might go to jail. Maybe they roam free. Right? It seems like we have more reason to believe that they roam free because I don't think that an arrest would equivocate to a guilty conviction.
I think that another country would use the arrest.
What countries?
Wherever the person that is illegal came from.
Such as?
I don't know. All the South American countries.
Name one.
Name any South American country?
Yeah, that would use an American arrest as enough evidence to throw somebody in jail.
Any of them could if they wanted to. Because like you said,
so name one that does. Name one that does. Name one that does.
The due process of law.
Name one that does.
I don't know if they do.
Okay, so then you're making a basis claim without any evidence. Got it.
If you want to say that, sure. I wasn't arguing initially if I liked the Lake and Riley Act. You just said to name one policy of immigration. So. I don't know. I don't know all the.
Okay, well, I do appreciate you for the concession. I can't believe that it took me 10 minutes to get it, but go ahead, Parker. I'm so sorry that you've been having your hand up for a while, Parker. It just took me 10 minutes to draw out the most basic common sense conclusion. And by the way, you did say that you did like it.
Yeah. So Donald Trump was arrested. Does that mean that there was good enough evidence to arrest him?
What was he arrested for? What was the charge he was arrested for?
Wait, does that matter? You just said that if he was arrested.
Yeah, it does matter. Yeah, well, in the specific case,
it was for the felony charges. Now, would you like to
falsifying business records one?
Yeah. So, would you like to,
there was evidence for that.
Okay. So then you do think that there was sufficient evidence just because he was arrested, correct?
There was sufficient evidence for an arrest.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. So what is under your view sufficient evidence for arrest? Any arrest?
Are you talking specifically or just in general? Specifically in the case of Donald Trump, what would be sufficient evidence?
General rule of thumb. What is the standard of evidence for an arrest? That's what he's asking you for.
Oh, probable cause, I guess.
What is probable cause?
Yeah.
From the judgment of the police officer making the arrest, if there is, enough evidence or
So then would you say like a charge would be enough evidence for a charge?
I don't think the arrest specifically would be enough evidence for a charge.
What about an entire unanimous decision from a jury?
That would certainly help in the,
I'm asking
conviction,
you though,
yeah.
to you, is that sufficient enough reason to believe that it occurred?
I mean, that doesn't matter what I think under the.
Yeah, but I'm asking you, so it does matter to me.
Do I think that a unanimous decision from a jury is enough to convict somebody solely? Is that what you're asking me?
Yeah, like, do you think that's enough to say that?
No, because juries can get things wrong. I think. I mean, not solely.
Do you think it's most probable that if an entire unanimous decision from a jury is that they did this, that they did do that?
If it's the sole deciding factor, no. If it's the jury thinks.
So that in of itself is not indicative of most likely someone did this.
No, I don't think that the jury. It's
a unanimous decision. Okay, so then why is the jury process even relevant to our criminal justice system?
Well, because it's a collection of a lot of things. You have evidence, and then what the jury thinks, and then all the other.
Why does what the jury thinks matter if you don't think it shows that it's most probable? That
I didn't say it didn't matter. Don't twist my words. I said it's not solely the jury decision matters. It's a collection of all the other things.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
That is what you said.
No, I said would it demonstrate that it's most probable that someone did this?
If a jury decided solely,
yes.
That was
if the unanimous decision from a jury was that they did this.
No, I don't think a unanimous decision from a jury solely is enough to convict somebody. No.
That's not what I argued. Oh my god, I'm gonna go insane. I'm about to be done talking to you. I asked you a very specific question, right? Is it the case that it's most likely the case that they did this? If it is the case that an entire unanimous decision from a jury is they did this?
No.
Okay, so for example, if someone was held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you let them be your kid's gym teacher?
If it was just solely the jury in this case, is that what we're talking?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yeah, because that wouldn't be a fair trial. I mean, that's not a fair, assessment if it's just that one decision.
You would let someone who was held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman unanimously
amongst
a jury of 9 people.
That's not what you said. You said if only a jury decided somebody was held civilly liable for sexual assault.
If a jury, that's exactly what I just said.
That's what happens in civil courts, where the 9 jurors and nobody but the 9 jurors.
Okay, so you started it saying is a jury decision solely enough to convict somebody.
Can I clarify this? If someone is held civilly liable unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people for forcibly penetrating a woman's vagina against her will, would you let them be the gym teacher to your children?
I mean, I definitely have concerns, but I mean, if it's not a criminal conviction, then I don't think it's.
So you would let them be the gym teacher? What about babysitter?
God, I pray to God you are
Where's the
infertile.
galaxy? What about babysitter?
It seems like we got a. So, are we talking about the difference between civil conviction and a criminal conviction?
I asked you, would you let them be your kid's babysitter?
If they were held civilly liable for sexual assault?
For sexually abusing a woman, forcibly penetrating her against her will, unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people.
Well, I probably would want to dig deeper into it because
just knowing that about them, would you let them be the gym?
I'd want to do further investigation further because
I'm saying if that's all the information.
Civil conviction.
If that's all the information you can find.
Let's frame it this way. So you figure out that somebody's babysitting your children, and you figure out that they've been held civilly liable for child rape. You go to do further information, to dig for further information, and you can't find any. All the information you have is the fact that a unanimous jury of 9 held them civilly liable for child rape. Would you continue to let that individual babysit your children?
I would have a conversation with them. All right, so tell me about the case that why did this happen? And
they don't have anything to say. They say they're innocent. They say they're innocent.
They just say they're innocent. That's the best answer they can give me.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, I feel like they'd be too intellectually dumb to be babysitting my children if they couldn't give me any, if they couldn't explain the backstory of their own,
Oh, no, for whatever reason, you know that they're smart. They're smart. They say they're innocent. They were held civilly liable for child rape. Are you going to let them babysit your children?
I would want to know how the conviction came about. If it just came about.
Why
like
is
the
that
way-
even
I'm
relevant,
sure-
dude?
I'm
In
sure
any of
you're-
these
I'm sure
scenarios,
you're
you just be like, no,
not-
I do not want
part
them
of the
like
Donald Trump civil
taking care of
conviction.
my
If it just came-
child.
if it just came
Defend
about that
Trump
it was
until
written
he bit
about-
her in, you fucking bootlicker. Hey man, you want to lick that boot anymore? I'm pretty sure you missed some dirt, dude. I mean, you better do like a fourth do over. You got any more
I'm
boots to
sorry, I
lick?
couldn't hear anything you were saying from
Do
just.
you want me to
incredible
get you like
crash out.
another pair of boots? I could get you a second pair of
The
boots.
crash
I
out
think
is
you need to lick
hilarious,
them
bro.
a little more.
The crash out is hilarious.
Wait,
bro.
you wouldn't crash out at somebody that would say they'd literal fucking child rapists watch their children alone? You're not human.
It was the convicted child.
Yeah,
rapist.
dude, I'm just gonna be totally honest with you. Any normal person that is hearing this conversation thinks you're insane. Like, just I'm gonna be totally honest, and like that's the reality of things.
Fans think I'm insane.
No, I'm just like that's the reality of things, and I'm like saying that
That's
you
the reality.
probably can you please listen to what I'm saying? I'm trying to be nice to you, and you're just being incredibly
No,
rude.
nobody's been nice here. Stop. Please.
How
stop.
was I rude to you?
Oh, maybe not you specifically, but
Okay,
Dean
so
here.
then why do you
Thanks.
project the rudeness onto me?
I'm sorry. That was wrong of me. I apologize for that.
Hey,
I'm
I have a
sorry.
question. That's Worlds of T-shirts in your profile picture, right?
Yes, it is.
Is Mr. Base a bad guy?
Yes, he is.
Do you think that Mr. Base is a murderer?
Do I think he's a murderer? No. Why? Was he? What happened with? Was he accused of murder, or like convicted of murder or something?
So yeah, he was accused of murder, and then he met up with Jack Doherty and said that he might unalive Jack Doherty in like a joke, in the same way that he was accused of murder in the past.
Oh, well, I don't know if I have to look further into
Wait,
that.
I have a
would-
question. Why do you think that Mr. Base is a bad guy?
He seems to be taking advantage of Josh. It's really unfortunate. That's actually.
Wait, I'm so
why-
sorry. Could you please show me like a standard of evidence beyond that of a reasonable shadow of a doubt that would indicate that he is taking advantage of Josh?
Well, I mean, this is just my opinion, but so.
Oh
I mean,
wait,
I'm not-
it's your opinion. It's your
I'm
opinion
not
based on
arguing
what?
for him to be. I'm not.
So
arguing for him to be-
apparently a civil court doesn't need to determine that Mr. Base is taking advantage of Josh.
Are you gonna let me talk, or are you just gonna talk over me?
Well, I'm just showing how like you're just such like an anti-intellectual, bad faith debater because you don't need a civil court to determine that Mr. Base is taking advantage of Josh. You just need like a little bit of common sense,
I
maybe
said
like
I
2 or
think. I
3
didn't say-
minute long clips.
I said
but then
there-
if somebody is held civilly liable for child rape, I mean, they could watch your children. Guys, by the way, there's just a lot of lore on Mr. Base and Josh. I was just using something that he's familiar of to demonstrate the lack of continuity inside of his beliefs. You know, like he's only applying these beliefs as it would pertain to our debate, but he doesn't apply these beliefs outside of our debate. He's just defending Trump until the bitter fucking end, no matter what, to the extent of saying that you'd let somebody held civilly
nothing we've
liable for
talked
child
about
rape
is
watch
Trump.
your kids.
Everything we've talked about is how the legal definitions and how legal things work. Nothing.
No, we're not just
You
talking. We're not just. Talking
You
about
you
that.
had brought up. You just brought up Trump right now. I'm not
Listen,
defending
We're
Trump.
taking the same type of standard of evidence that was used to show that Donald Trump did this, and we're applying it to other cases in typical normal senses, in which would clearly show that you applied this to say that it's good enough reason to believe that like you wouldn't want that person like around your children, you wouldn't want them like around other people's children, right? But then you're okay with them being president of the United States and having children look up to them. That's like a really concerning standard that you're applying there.
Yeah, by the way, you got my live restricted, so I gotta kick you. But just before I kick you, could you just admit that you were like lying earlier when you said that you would let somebody held civilly liable for child rape babysit your children?
No, I'm not lying. I would. I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I would want to know. I said a civil.
I don't want you. I don't.
Criminal
So,
conviction.
sir,
I would want to
sir,
know.
sir,
you know,
I don't want you to ever have children, because we're supposed to take an abundance of caution for our children. I just want you to let you know this specifically. Like, you could make a counter argument saying that like you don't think that the standard of evidence that we would see inside of a civil court is enough for you to believe that it definitely occurred, but because you take a
it's not.
precautionary stance around your children, we'd argue that. We'd argue that, and we'd prove you to be wrong. But anyways, to continue with what I was saying, because you would take a standard of precaution, like a precautionary standard, insofar as the protection of your children, you still wouldn't let them babysit your children. But you didn't even do that, man. Like if I had a child and they were being watched by a babysitter, and I just heard that this babysitter may have raped a child, I would fire them in a fucking heartbeat. But if, your babysitter was held civilly liable by an anonymous jury of 9 for child rape, you would let them continue to babysit your children. It is shady, it is weird, and it puts our youth at risk. You should not have children.
It's a whole lot of yapping, bro. You're just, or so are you saying that?
Exactly,
I
talking about
agree.
the same as our youth is
Conviction?
You should not have kids. That's
Exactly.
I
I'm
think
sorry
that
you
would
feel
be.
that way. Is a civil? So a civil conviction is the same as a criminal conviction?
No, it's not just.
Oh, dude, Parker, I have no clue why it's meeting you.
It's
I'm
not just
forgetting his
Dean and
name.
I that feel that way. I guarantee like
If you're gonna
70 to
do
80% of the chat thinks you should not
Howard, like-
reproduce.
Yeah, like, and it's crazy that you're telling me talking about taking an abundance of care to protect our youth is yap. Let me guess. I just got a question. All right, real quick. Are you pro-life or pro-choice?
I am pro-choice, I would say, because pro-life is the. Are you defining pro-life as the explicit, just ban of abortion outright?
Yeah, it means. Do you think abortion's wrong or not wrong?
I think in some cases it can be wrong.
Yeah, because why? You want to protect the youth? Get the fuck out of here. Come on, bro. All right.
Diabolical.
No, man. Like the guests today have been like very like fringe, and difficult to talk to and deal with. I'm like very tired right now.
I feel you, man. Are you about to get off?
Yeah, probably. I'm just like, I'm like a little bit like sent over the edge, just because like for 4 hours straight, I've been talking to people that are just insane. Like who do we start? Like we started with 2 people, Mike and then that other guy, who were like, oh, Donald Trump didn't intentionally crash the stock market, even though he fucking said so. Like we went on to Q-Top. We went on to the last guy. 2 people after that were defending tariffs at all in, saying that they were great. Like that guy saying, unwilling to concede that he wouldn't let a literal child rape his babysit his children. It's been like for 4 hours straight of just the most insane, dense, intellectually honest people.
I don't know
known
which
to
one's
mankind.
worse, not getting debates at all or getting debates like that.
Yeah, with like a flat earther. Like it was wellness. I mean, like I'm down to probably do like one more like short debate, but then we'll probably hop off.
Do you want to do that on my stream so we can get people to come over, or do you just want to do it and then?
Hello?
I'm down to go do it on your stream. Yo, R, did you vote for Trump?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you said in the chat that you want to humble us.
Yeah.
You want to go over to Parker's stream and try to humble us?
Yeah.
1 second. First, just give your position. I'm just wondering what this, this intellectual titan has to say. What's the position, real quick?
What do you mean?
Oh, you're British. Okay.
Yeah. Why don't you get a job?
What?
Why don't you get a job?
I have
So
a
this
job
is
right now.
So, all right.
Yeah.
This is a
Parker.
job.
No, it's not a job.
Okay. What's a job?
Bro, just get a job. Get some friends.
Tell me what I need to get. You need to tell me what a job is so I know what to go get. So what is a job? Yeah, I mean, if you want me to follow through with your kind advice, tell me what I'm looking for. What's a job?
So a job is where you go work for someone.
Where I go work. Okay. So if you don't work for somebody else, if you're not a W-2 employee, you don't have a job. So let me get this straight.
There's no self-employed people.
Yeah, there's no self-employed people.
Parker,
Donald Trump is jobless.
Parker, I didn't ask you. Thank you.
So I just want to clarify, like, Donald Trump didn't have a job until he was president because that was the only time he'd worked for somebody, which was the people.
No, so
No, okay. So you could like be a business owner and have a job.
Just 1 second, let me speak. Thank you.
No, okay.
So
All right. Hey,
what
I'm so sorry, Jennifer. Thank you so much for the $10 over
Yeah,
on
so
YouTube Super
what,
Chat for the job. I appreciate you so much, Jennifer.
No, so what I'm saying is that you need to get a job at your young age because I think that politics isn't for you.
Okay, all right. Well, I mean, I think I do have a job. I think we've
And
kind of
what's a job?
demonstrated. Yeah, so I'd say like a job is just where you're exchanging a type of like labor output for like.
And do you think
some
so-
type of
and-
input. Were you interrupting me while I was defining job?
It's just take your time because
Yeah,
I'll
okay.
humble you in a minute.
Okay, for intents and purposes of our conversation, we will define a job is the exchange of labor for monetary means.
Yeah, and do you think that you are putting enough labor to get this type
Shut up.
of... Bro, Parker, get a job.
That's why your username is get a real job. You need to get a real job.
Okay, so
My name is
tell me-
Parker
can you-
has concepts of a job.
So
You
could you
can't
critique my definition of job?
Pardon.
All right, could you critique my definition of job? I thought you were gonna humble me, Ari.
Yep, I can. Yep, but if Parker
do it.
doesn't, yeah, I will. But Parker's gonna mute me. So,
I wish that you were just as afraid of me as you are of Parker.
bro,
But anyways, so
Bro,
I told you
if
what
I
I think
saw-
a job is, where have I gone wrong?
well, first of all,
That was for fun. That was for fun because you just said it. Okay.
hey, Parker, just get a job. That's my point.
You still can't
I
define
think-
what a job is, dude. You have like
Yeah.
3 brain cells working.
Yeah,
Bro, I've got,
yeah,
bro,
man,
I've,
like we asked you what a job
bro,
was,
I've
and you
got-
said working for somebody else. So I have a
I've
question.
got a GPA.
Ari,
I've got a GPA.
Christian,
of
thank you for the $20
I've
for
got a
Parker. Get a
GPA
job
of 4.
fund. Thank you so much, Christian. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Hey, Parker.
So Ari, I just want to clarify real quick.
Thank
You
you,
said that
Chris.
a job is working for somebody else. So the person that
no,
you're
hang on,
working-
hang on, hang on.
Hey, no, Ari, I'm asking you a question. You said that a job is working for somebody else. So the person that you're working for, do they have a job?
Bro, what the term job? Yeah, the term.
Hey, Mister, I'm gonna humble Dean. Can you answer my question? The person that
Yeah.
you're working for, do they have a job?
Yes,
Wait, why? They're not working for anybody else.
they're working for the government. They're paying
Oh.
taxes.
Oh, so you pay taxes?
I'm
then.
working
I pay
for the
taxes.
government.
Yeah.
I pay taxes.
Hey,
Yeah,
Parker, don't.
wait, Ari, I pay taxes. That means I have a job.
Bro, so what the term by job? I think that you should go out with a CV, go look for an employer.
Oh, thank you so much for the $1 on Venmo, and
Yep.
O with a $15 as well. Thank you so much, and then T with a $15
Bro,
as well.
bro.
And then Mark, thank you for the $30
Yeah,
over on PayPal
okay.
for all the headaches I've had to deal with today.
Okay,
Mark, I appreciate
okay,
you
yeah.
for the love. I'm gonna turn around and spin that on a nice.
See,
check.
bro,
Thank you for the love.
I can humble you within a second, bro. Within
Okay.
a second.
Do it, we're
Within a
waiting.
millisecond.
Are you like have like a kink for humiliation? Because this is bad. All right.
No, it's not. It's not bad. You need to get a proper job with a CV.
Get a proper job. Get a proper job. Can you get a proper job and get the fuck off the live?
Do a Parker, get a job.
Kristen,
It
thank you
says
so
the one
much for
in
the
our
$20
live.
over on YouTube Super
Where's
Chat
your
for the
job?
Dean Get a Job Fund. I appreciate you for the
Bro,
love.
I literally work on Saturdays and Sundays. So what are you on about?
You said it's Sunday? Well, I work every day, so maybe
you
you
Yeah,
should.
we work
Bro,
7 days
bro,
a week, dude.
Bro, you literally work for TikTok. So if I ask you, so let's say
Oh,
that
I
you
work
have-
for TikTok, so I do work for someone. I do have a
No,
job.
be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. I'm speaking. Thank you. very much.
Honestly, like I think the best way to define who we work for is the people.
Ari, did you say you're speaking?
Yeah, I'm speaking. Thank you very much.
Really? I don't
I'd
hear
say
you.
that I'd say that individuals such as myself and Parker, we kind of work for the people. That's it.
Tyler,
Maybe
thank you
we
for the
also-
$10. Thank you so much,
No.
Tyler. I appreciate it. Thank
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So Dean, so let's say that you had a wife here. Do you think that your wife would be proud of you and ask you what your career is?
Yeah, the answer to your question is yes.
you. My,
Yes.
my girlfriend's very proud of me.
Yeah.
I don't
Lauren,
think-
thank you for the $50 on Venmo for daily salary. Cook him and humble him some more. Thank you so much. Queens of W's in the comment section for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much.
And then, like, also, I'd like to point out that I don't think how, like, proud your partner is of what you do or don't do defines if you do or
Bro,
don't
I'm not
have a
jealous for you,
job.
bro,
But
no.
I would like to say that, like, my partner is very proud of me.
No, bro, I'm actually proud of you. So I actually support what you're doing, but
Nick, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much.
yeah, keep on interrupting me. Keep on interrupting me. You know that. I
You're
will-
welcome. So, I'm sorry. I did thank people
I
for
will
the money that they're
completely-
sending me that I'll pay taxes on.
Yeah, no
Okay,
worries. I
so,
will.
so all right,
completely-
I'm just really confused. I want to get the argument together. You were in the middle of telling me that I needed to get a job, and then I was like, define job, and then you're like working
Bro,
for somebody
a job,
else.
bro,
So
a
if you
job
would just allow
is-
me to go ahead and finish.
You exchange time with labor. No, you exchange
You
your.
yeah, really? You
Yeah.
exchange time with labor? Okay.
Bro, can I ask you? If you let me speak, and if you wasn't so selfish of speaking over people, maybe you would actually understand. But I don't think that's the case. So
Justine, I do appreciate you for the $10 over on Venmo.
a job
for the
is
job.
where
Very
you go
kind, Justine.
exchange your time for money. That is what you call a job.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
No, it's not.
Kathy, thank you so much for the $25 over on PayPal saying, please annihilate this Ari guy. Dude, I'm doing it with like half of my brain on because I'm so fucking tired.
So
But thank you for the love, Kathy. I do appreciate you for the love.
And,
Yeah, man,
And
I
by the way,
exchanged about
Tyler said
4
breaking in a
hours.
9-0 decision, the
Okay, so
U.S.
what-
Supreme
wait, so
Court just
Dean- so
ruled that the
Dean-
Trump administration must facilitate the release
So Dean,
of
yeah, Parker, keep on interrupting me. I
Yeah,
will
let him
completely
read it off, Ari. Just chill.
Yeah. Take your time.
Of Gilmar Abrego, what's it called, Garcia from prison in El Salvador.
Yeah,
So they're getting him out?
Yes, I think so. The
Dude.
Supreme Court just ruled that they have to facilitate that. That's what Tyler said. And
Good,
Tater, thank you for the
good.
$15. Thank you so much, Tater.
And then Rachel, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you so much for the love. Thank you so much for the love, Rachel.
Dean,
Rachel
what is
says,
your point of view of Trump?
And Tilo, thank you for the $5. And then also Ken, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Ken.
yeah, and Rachel says, not sure if you remember me, but 2 months ago I asked you to give a shout out to my kitten Cherish, who passed away from cancer. Today, my new kitten Treasure, who we found, is watching your
I'm sorry
lives
to
with
hear
me,
that.
just like Cherish did. Can you give Treasure a shout out? Huge shout out to Treasure. Oh, that is so cute, Rachel. I'm so happy they're able to find a new kitty. Huge
Dean,
shout out to Rachel and Treasure.
Dean, can
And
you
then
give
one
me-
moment. Then also, Nick,
Yeah.
thank you so much for the $15 over on Venmo for the job. Quite frankly, thank you so much for the
Just
love.
know that I will humble
And Chris
you.
with a 5 and Monica with a 2.
And
It's
Chris,
not
thank you for
really-
$5 as well.
It's not really working out for you, bud.
And by the way, they said Tater said to eat some stale toast.
Bro. So, Dean, can you give me 5 valid points why Trump is a bad president?
Yeah, sure. His economic policy is sending America into a recession, and recessions hurt people. He doesn't have any housing affordability policy when we are in a time of a crisis where rent is too expensive for the average American. His foreign policy is isolating us away from every other country on the face of the planet apart from Russia. And his social policy is very regressive to human rights, such as restricting a woman's access from abortion
Okay.
at any point inside of a pregnancy, including rape victims in 10 states. I think there's like 4. I mean, what do you want the 5th to be? Is a 34-count felon rapist that tried to coup the
Okay,
country and rig the outcome of the election in 2020.
Yeah, I've heard it off. Thank you very much. So, Parker, can you give me 5 points why Trump is a bad president before I humble you?
Would you like to respond to any of Dean's first? Because you're not going to be able to remember even
No,
2
no,
of those.
I'm gonna. No, I'm.
All right. If you're gonna
I'm
humble
gonna
us, you
gather- I'm
gotta,
gonna gather all the data.
you gotta try a little bit harder. Like this is a
Bro,
cakewalk
I'm gonna,
for us.
bro, if I'm gonna gather all the data.
I got you. So tariffs are regressive. They disenfranchise middle income individuals. Donald Trump's anti-union. He doesn't believe in climate change. He called said the climate's going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. He said he liked to walk into changing rooms of girls on Miss USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent. He said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years. He's destroying relations with our allies. Do you want me to keep going? He literally said that he wanted to bomb Iran.
So Parker, so you said I've seen your recent TikTok, and it says that America would be great again if I was the president. How would you make? How would you make?
That's not what I said.
Yeah, yes it is. Yes it is. Don't lie here. Do not.
But
lie.
I do believe that if I was president of the United States, obviously America would be better than Trump was.
Okay. Okay. So can you give me 5 valid points why America would be great?
Would be better if I was in office comparative to Trump.
Yeah.
The ones I just mentioned, I haven't done. Plus, I would advocate for universal health care, child care, housing affordability, fight against climate change, union membership. I can go on a million things.
You are so bad at humbling us that this conversation is literally boring.
It's boring. Well, I don't think so.
Like you are failing so hard at your goal that it's just a boring conversation.
Yeah. So where's the humbling? Let's go. Let's hear it.
I know the humbling is so absent that it's just boring.
Bro, I think you're boring, and I think you're racist.
Okay, how do I stop being racist?
I don't know. You tell me.
Exactly my point. I just humbled you with 5 words.
No, you didn't.
So you're trolling. You obviously don't have anything. You literally
I
came
do.
on the live.
You're scared.
Did you
You're
come up
scared.
here like wanting to make us more money or something and troll?
No, you're scared of me.
Okay. Yeah. Shut the fuck up.
Bro, you scared? Honestly, you are.
Fuck off, bro. I don't know. What if he was just being legit and like people just like actually think like that? I don't know. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo for the job with all the W's every day. Thank you so much for the love in. And then also Noah, thank you for the $20 over on Venmo for the job. Thank you, Noah. And then, all right, man. You want to go ahead and sit right over to your live? I'll stay up for probably like half a guess over there before.
All right, for sure. I'll see you
What's
there
your
in a
at?
second. This one. Parker has concepts of a job.
All right, sounds good. All right, and it looks
All right.
like the bots are back spamming slurs in the chat. Let's just real quick when we're over in Parker's, just spam some W's because whoever's paying for these comments did so when I'm ending the live, so they just lost money. We are literally taking money away from a racist.
All right,
That is a
I'll see ya.
W. All right.
All right, we're gonna hit a start on this live, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio, everyone. It says visibility restriction. Great. Appeal. Here, we're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to turn off that. All right, we're going to do that. And then we'll hit it start. Alrighty, let's cancel. Alrighty. Here we are. Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining up the live? If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream, y'all. Seriously, I think we're a bit behind on the likes on the stream today. I think we literally have like 300. If everyone would like the stream, I really would appreciate it. I actually have like 500. Let's try to get to 1,000 real quick, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 real quick on the likes on YouTube. I would really appreciate that. Has anyone heard from Sid? I have heard from Sid today. What's up, everyone joining in? Dean Raid, how y'all doing? I appreciate everyone, seriously, on the Dean Raid on YouTube, especially. If you're on YouTube coming in through the Dean Raid, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. I would really appreciate it. Jamie, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. We're going to start getting some people up here for some debates here very soon. Very soon.
I sent a YouTube specific Dean Raid.
Ooh, nice.
How's it doing?
I love it. Appreciate the hand art. 1560 on the viewers real quick. Everyone keep liking the stream. Keep sharing the live. I would really appreciate that. We're a bit behind in terms of the likes, so I would really appreciate that.
Oh, man. I'll probably hang out for about 5 minutes here before pop
And
off.
Sid, thank you for the $50 for Oop. Haven't been loud enough, I guess. Yeah, thank you so much, Sid. I appreciate the $50. Thank you so much, Sid. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Alrighty, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I kick practically everyone who has access to camera now. Yo, what's up, Hal?
Oh, Dean Parker!
He made you.
Oh, it's you! It was you! It was you! Oh, no, I saw you in the comment section saying Dean's running when I was ending my live, and it fucking infuriated my soul. 10 out of 10 troll, as always. 10 out of 10 troll. We love Evil Dean. We love Evil Dean.
Yeah, anyone who has a camera, I practically kick out. See this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates.
Questions. I'm a
Yo, what's up,
huge
how old are you?
fan. I'm 18. I just turned 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did not. But can I ask some questions real quick?
I'm sorry. I am very sorry. I am just looking for some debates right now. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Literally see, like, someone have webcam access, and I just kick them. I'm sorry, y'all. If you have webcam access, I really apologize. I'd honestly just recommend making an account where you don't have webcam access. Yo, what's up, how old are you? Marina, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. You, what's up, how old are you?
Nigger.
You're literally like a 12-year-old, dude. What's wrong with you? Yeah, Stephanie, thank you so much for the $25 for your cortisol levels. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. Yo, what's up, how old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. By the way, when I started this live, it literally told me integrity, authenticity on this account. And then I restarted on data.
I just think that you're scared of me, honestly.
How old are you?
I think that you're scared.
It's alright. It's alright, bro. It's the same guy.
I really should have saw that. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
2002. Oh, yeah.
Okay, what's that?
What?
Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I voted for him because he has good plans for housing to make it affordable and everything else.
Really? Name one policy he has for housing affordability.
I couldn't name one off my head, but houses have become more cheaper. Rent has become cheaper.
Nope.
Around the Georgia and
Tariffs
everything
will
else.
make it more expensive.
Oh, shoot. How would they do that though?
How will it cause the prices to go up? Because that's the main basis of a tariff, to then cause an increase in domestic production. If it didn't cause an increase in the price, right, then it wouldn't cause an increase in domestic production. So is it to increase domestic production, or is it for renegotiation? Which one is it?
Shoot, I'm a Democrat, bro.
Okay.
My fault.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Just looking for some debates, y'all. Literally anyone that has like webcam access, I'm pretty much kicking from the stream, just to be clear.
Bro, dude, somebody on Twitter like reposted a clip of some debate where somebody's just killing it. And they said he ate that up so fucking bad. I haven't seen a read like this since that one little blonde dude from the 1v20 Republicans. And it has 130,000 likes.
Yo, what's up, guys?
Mace, why do you want to join back?
I just wanted to say something. So, if importing goods makes product cheaper, the stock market goes up. The stock market goes up. The economy gets better. The economy gets better. Inflation goes down. What's wrong about that?
Tariffs reduce imports, genius.
No. What's going to happen is the 75 countries negotiating are going to drop their tariffs. They drop their tariffs. We import goods for cheaper. Am I correct?
For the same price.
If they drop their tariffs, do we import the product cheaper? Simple question.
For the same price we did prior to the tariff.
No, it would not be the same price
Yes,
prior
it
to
would
the
be.
tariff.
Push the shiny airplane.
Whoa, dude. Really?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's exactly how it works.
No, that's why tariffs are a problem.
Okay. All right, Parker, you have fun.
I'm sorry, Dean.
I'm in hell. I'm gonna go.
You got. Oh wow. Okay, bro. No.
What is this like? What is this reaction to me like heading out? You're saying like, oh wow. Okay. What does that mean?
Because if you import goods without tariffs, they're cheaper.
Yeah. So then you should.
Yes. What does that do to the stock market?
Makes it better off than if there were tariffs implemented.
What does that
right?
do? Make the economy better.
Yeah. So no tariffs makes the economy better.
There you go.
So
there you go.
So no tariffs
make the economy better.
Yes.
The economy.
Yes. Absolutely.
Mace.
There's 75 countries negotiating for lower tariffs.
No,
75.
That's the tariffs they have imposed on us. Mace.
Exactly. They're going to remove them in total. They had tariffs before.
The only time it makes a good coming in, the only time it makes a good coming into America cheaper is when we reduce our tariffs.
We're going to reduce our tariffs if they reduce theirs. This didn't start by us. Japan's been tariffing us since what, like World War II?
They didn't have tariffs on countries that didn't have tariffs on us. We put tariffs on them. We put tariffs on fucking penguins, dude.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop. I can't do it, Parker. Appreciate you for letting me.
I'm sorry, Dean. I'm sorry.
The bottom line is that this is happening intentionally, though. If this is happening intentionally and they are tariffing us, then it needs to be stopped. And if they are stopped, products become cheaper in the United States, which helps our economy.
Okay, so then all you're telling me is that we shouldn't be imposing the tariffs and we should be doing trade agreements to reduce tariffs. That's exactly what Donald Trump...
They can't handle our tariffs because they can't do business in the United States. They're going to crumble. That's why they're all wanting to negotiate.
Okay, so again, what we're not taking into account here is, again, that Donald Trump imposing the tariffs would be a bad thing, right? And that the way to reduce tariffs isn't by imposing tariffs, it's by negotiating to reduce tariffs. And
really? It's not? Because there's 75 countries willing to negotiate their prices, their tariffs lower than they were.
When they say that they're willing to negotiate, it doesn't mean that they were willing to negotiate to the tariffs lower than what they were previously. Plus, we're talking about tariffs where they didn't have tariffs on the entire country. So you're not even talking about proportionate retaliatory tariffs. And if you are saying that, like, Randall, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I did see that.
Yeah. Well, if we weren't in the amount of debt we're currently in, then this wouldn't be a problem.
Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending.
Biden spent more. He spent 23 trillion in his term. Look up Trump's first term
So I want
versus
you to
Biden's
listen.
first term.
So
Who spent more?
Hey, if you look at the debt-related spending according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, it was more for Trump. Some of the spending expenditures that you're referencing just under the administration were not signed into law by Joe Biden. They were signed into law by Trump.
Dude, repeat that. Sorry, I got distracted.
Okay, what were we just talking about?
Go ahead. Tell me what you were just talking about. Sorry.
No, what were we just talking about?
The tariffs.
What do you last
and
remember?
how that if you import goods cheaper, then that's going to produce the economy to do better. The economy does better. That relieves debt.
Yeah, okay, so what we were just talking about is debt. Okay, so Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, according to the
At least we're okay. I'm sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead. My bad.
According to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, it is the case that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, $8.4 trillion overall his first administration, $4.8 trillion non-COVID related, comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, $4.3 trillion overall, $2.2 trillion non-COVID related. And then also for the next administration's campaign plans, Kamala Harris's campaign plans versus Trump's campaign plans, it would be $4 trillion more for Trump comparative to Harris over the next 10 years.
Okay, but statistically, still speaking, Biden did spend more on proxy wars. How many wars was Trump in, by the way?
Hey man,
None. Not one.
So Trump was involved in wars. Also, if Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending, that means that he spent more that we didn't have. Joe Biden did not spend more that we didn't have. He spent less comparative to Trump.
Okay, so you're gonna say that funding Ukraine was necessary.
According to the Budapest Memorandum, and in order to keep Ukraine a country, yes.
Okay, but that's not U.S. taxpayers' concerns.
Yes,
it's really not.
Yes, it is because we signed the.
We have other problems. We have veterans that can't eat, that are homeless.
Yeah, and who's advocating for policies that are cutting funding for the VA? Who's advocating for policies that reduce homelessness? Oh, not Republicans? Okay. So then here's my question, right? If you actually want to support policies that reduce homelessness, reduce poverty, reduce the likelihood of people being in negative circumstances, well, then you're going to be voting for Democrats that are actually willing to vote for those policies to support those veterans or to support the people in need. Whereas Republicans, historically speaking, do not vote for those policies and will vote for the funding to go to countries around the world.
That's just okay. Then why? Why Ukraine? Why?
The Budapest Memorandum. So we signed an agreement.
Can you explain what that is? Sorry,
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
just not aware.
Yeah, we signed an agreement with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. Given that they gave up their nuclear weapons, it's our turn to defend them.
Not when you're in the amount of debt we're in. That cannot be our main concern right now. If we lose the world's currency system,
okay, so if a
that's possible. What's happening?
Let me clarify. If a NATO country is invaded, should we not defend that NATO country because we're in debt?
No, but Ukraine isn't a NATO country right now.
So why
they're trying to be? But
so why should we uphold NATO but not the Budapest Memorandum?
Because they're not a part of our country, or they're not a part of our. Well,
NATO's not a part of our country.
NATO's not NATO. No, Ukraine's not a part of NATO.
Okay, but I just said, what's the distinction between NATO and the Budapest Memorandum? That means that we should uphold NATO, but not the Budapest Memorandum.
I don't know how we backtracked off tariffs to this, but I mean, it's in my full opinion. Bottom line is that we should not be spending taxpayer money to any wars. That's not our responsibility when we are in debt.
That's not what I'm asking.
To the point.
That's not what I'm asking.
We're in debt to the point where we're going to lose the world's currency system.
I understand we're in debt.
That's a problem, dude. And listen, we should.
Trump signed off on more debt. If you cared about debt, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. But the point that I'm making
is
that
considering he's worried about tariffs right now, there's a
plan
for it. Why do you think he put the tariffs out there? What?
Mace, you don't care about the debt concern. And that's why specifically I brought up the example of NATO, is that even considering that we're in the level of debt we are, right? If a NATO country was invaded, that we would still just decide to defend them because they're our allies. We signed an agreement with them, and that same thing is true with Ukraine. So long as they haven't violated, right, like human rights or things like that to an extent where we would want to support them, well, then obviously it is the case that like we would, you know, literally uphold the agreement that we signed with them. So then why don't you can you address that point, please? What is the relevant difference between NATO and the Budapest Memorandum? That means we have to uphold one, but not the other one, considering the idea that we're in lots of debt. There you go.
You can't. You can't. You can't afford it. Your country cannot afford that. You have to be worried about your citizens.
So, what? We spent significantly less on Ukraine than plenty of things. Ukraine makes up around 1/10 of our military budget. Or actually I take that back. 1/32 of our,
Okay,
of
well
our
that
military
shouldn't
budget under the
be a
Biden-Harris
concern
administration.
anyways. There should be no funding to any war. We should not be doing that. We don't need to uphold anyone else's problems.
Okay,
Like
so then,
I said before.
okay, so then we should leave NATO.
Yes, I completely agree with leaving NATO.
So he wants to leave NATO, and he wants to stop funding Ukraine. You know what that does? That allows for Russia to start invading Europe.
That
You know that,
again
right?
that's a hypothetical. I mean, that
it's
could
not a
happen, but
hypothetical.
that's not guaranteed to
hypothetical.
happen.
That's not a hypothetical. That is a reality for Europeans. It is the case that Russia is going to invade more of Europe if there is not NATO. The reason why NATO exists is to prevent Russia from invading the rest of Europe.
Russia doesn't want NATO to join, or Russia doesn't want Ukraine to join NATO because that would be essential to having like Mexico have military bases on our border.
I understand your point there, but what you're not understanding is that Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia on the border of Russia have already been in NATO since the early 2000s. So that's not the concern that they have in that scenario. The concern that they have is that they want Ukraine, and that if Ukraine joins NATO, they won't be able to have Ukraine. And what your policy is advocating for is pro-Russia. And the reason why it's pro-Russia is because it gives Vladimir Putin power within every extent that he would want. He wants NATO to not be a thing because then he gets more power over Europe, geopolitical, right? And
okay, so
influence.
you think that he would try to take back Ukraine?
Absolutely, he would take the rest of Ukraine. If the United States left NATO, right,
Then-
and didn't defend Ukraine,
I see what you're
Russia
saying.
would take over the entirety of Ukraine and would start invading countries in Europe that are previously affiliated with NATO.
Yeah, no hate to Ukraine too. I'm not hating on them or anything like that. Like, I hope the best. I want the war to stop entirely before anything else gets said. But yeah, I just think that these tariffs are going to help because
Mace, listen to this. Let's apply that same reasoning you just provided to World War II, right? The UK was fighting against the Nazis, right? And the UK lost lots of people. Would you have said in the middle of them fighting that you should just give the UK to the Nazis to stop the fighting so that less people died?
Yeah, but I don't think those are the same circumstances. I mean, who's to say that Russia
what's the
for
distinction?
sure would take Ukraine?
Russia.
They didn't. No. The
invading
agreement
country?
was that they don't join NATO. They said
Hey,
that
Mace. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
Just
This
listen,
is
dude.
totally
You don't
disingenuous.
let me talk. You just
Because
talk
what
over
you
me.
just
Can I
said
please
was
talk?
insane. You just
What?
said, how do you know that they want the country? They're literally fucking invading it right now.
No. They're invading it because Ukraine's agreeing to joining NATO. If they don't agree to join NATO, they won't get invaded.
Ukraine was not on track to join NATO. And by the way, again, my question is what does joining NATO do in a negative context to Russia, given that NATO is a defensive organization?
Puts the United States on their border.
We've already been
That
on their
scares
border.
them.
Latvia, Lithuania,
Ukraine
and Estonia,
doesn't border
Finland.
Russia.
Finland does. Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia do. Finland joined in 2022.
Bottom line, that's pretty close. How do you know that bomb plants aren't going to be there for?
I just gave multiple
I
examples.
personally, how would you feel about Russia being on our border? I would not feel good about that.
Because it's offensive. It's not defensive. If there was a solely defensive allyship that existed at our southern border, I wouldn't have an issue with that at all.
Okay. Yeah. I don't think we're gonna see eye to eye on that one, but
Okay, but like again, you're not responding to any of my points. Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia on the border of Russia since the early 2000s. Apparently, did nothing about it. There's also Finland, which in 2022 joined NATO. So yes, we can get Ukraine to join NATO, and two, right, is the way that we would prevent Russia from having more power over Europe. What you're doing is granting Putin more power. You're literally doing Putin's wet dream.
No, I just don't think that Russia invades Ukraine if Ukraine doesn't agree to join NATO. Then that wouldn't have
never
happened.
agreed. There was no agreement for Ukraine.
So
to
you're
join
saying
NATO.
though that
Mace,
so
there was no
okay.
agreement for Ukraine to join NATO. Point blank. Period. No agreement. So what you just said was
yes,
a total
but they
fucking
wouldn't have
fabrication of
invaded.
reality.
Okay, you got the proof on that? Like
Yes.
Okay.
Give me
Hold
any
up.
single circumstance. You're the one claiming that there was an agreement. Give me a single circumstance where
I'm saying-
Ukraine agreed with the United States to join NATO. Go ahead, provide that. I can't hear you when you're out of the app, by the way, just letting you know. So you can go find it and come back and then tell me. In the meantime, everyone on
got you.
In the meantime, everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. We're near 2,000 people in the stream, so make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. I think currently, in terms of likes, we have around 846. I would really appreciate if you like the stream. Let's try to get to 1.5 thousand likes. Seriously, everyone, it really means the world and helps me out a lot. A lot of issues have been happening on TikTok recently, so for the people who are currently on TikTok, I would recommend go over to my YouTube channel, right? The notifications are so much better. I post videos there every single day, and I would really appreciate it if you go check it out because it's way higher quality. And actually, just letting everyone know, I literally get paid for people viewership on YouTube, which is something I've never had on TikTok. There's this person in the comment section that literally said, bro has paid partnership with the DNC. THONY, please send a guest request.
Yeah, so it says that they remain committed to signing to join NATO, but it has not happened.
So there was no agreement between the United States and Ukraine for them to join NATO. If
There's
was
obviously
not such
a
an
spark
agreement,
there.
If there was not such an agreement, then what justifies them invading Ukraine?
The ambition.
The point is there's
the ambition because they are worried that Ukraine joins NATO.
So the point is that there's no justification. And no, there was nothing indicating that Ukraine was going to join NATO. This is just propaganda from the Kremlin. And you're believing it and you're buying it. Norma, thank you for the membership subscription. Seriously, as an American, please do not buy Russian propaganda because that's what they're doing to harm our country and to be able to get more power in the context of Europe. Because if they split our support, right, then what they do is they give themselves more power. If they push propaganda and conspiracy theory in our country, it gives them more power because the United States puts plenty and a lot of pressure on Russia to act a certain way. If we aren't putting pressure on Russia to act a certain way, that grants them more power within that area. So what you're doing inadvertently is helping tyrannical and murderous dictators have more power within a region that, historically speaking, the United States has had, very much of an influence over, which is a good thing in this context, because we want the U.S. to have influence over Europe because we care about Europe in terms of its democracy. We care about Europe in terms of the conditions for the people that live
Okay,
there.
I'm seeing in your eyes.
Like that, and we'd like that allyship with everyone around the world. We don't just want this to exist in Europe, but as of right now, that is what we have influence over, and we should not seek to get rid of that influence, to cede that influence to places like Russia and China.
Yeah, no, I get what you're saying. But, don't you think there's other concerns right now to be worried about other than, obviously, I know that was in the past tense, but there are other things to address with taxpayer money right now than the Ukraine war, than influence in Europe?
So we can do plenty of things at once. We don't just do one thing at a time.
But that's how we
can
build
walk and chew
debt.
gum. So there are plenty of things that we can do as a system. What you're talking about in terms of the funding for Ukraine, Push the Galaxy, thank you so much, makes up 1/32 of the overall military spending under the Biden-Harris administration. So if you want to get extra money so that we can help people here at home, we'll get that from the Department of Defense. Get that from the massive tax breaks that Donald Trump gave for rich people. We could take those trillions of dollars in tax breaks that went predominantly to millionaires and billionaires, and we could give that to people who are in need, people who want, like a child tax credit to reduce child poverty in this country, or to increase educational access, or to increase access to childcare, so that parents can actually work jobs without, being scared that their kids don't have someone to take care of them. You know what I'm saying? It's important that we have these sorts of programs to help out people in this country. And the issue that I have is that Republicans are never willing to vote for that funding, yet they sit there and they act like, right, they are.
Because when we voted for that funding, dude. There was money that was not spent to help our people.
That's what I'm
That
advocating
nothing
for.
was spent to help our people, and inflation continued to rise.
Listen, I'm talking about stuff to help the people. I'm talking about
Yes.
childcare. I'm talking about healthcare. I'm talking about housing affordability. And people who have those policies are typically Democrats, not Republicans. Name one Republican or Trump policy that is a healthcare policy, a childcare policy, or a housing affordability policy.
Well, RFK is already working on the pharmaceutical side of things.
Go ahead, give me a single
With healthcare?
policy. Give me a single policy.
Red 40. It's talking about taking that out because that gets people sick.
Okay. So Red 40, as you're referencing, right, is heavily overshot within the context of the media as something that causes huge amounts of issues. It's marked as E129 in countries in Europe, right? I just want to let you know that's not a policy, one. And two, right, if you take into account literally like
I mean,
the
it kind of is a policy. I
No,
mean,
it's not.
It's not a policy,
It's
but
not.
it's going in the right direction towards things.
That's
at
not a
least
healthcare
informing
policy.
the
That's not a
people.
childcare policy. That's not a housing affordability policy. You're talking about food regulatory aspects,
Yeah.
but like
Mhm.
if anything, the people who are gonna advocate for more regulation are gonna be Democrats, if anything. And again, the regulation that you're advocating for, like, dude, you gotta do more than just say like Red 40, bro. Red 40 is not the biggest issue right now.
Yeah, there's multiple problems in the pharmaceutical field
No,
that
within the context
need
of our
addressing.
food, we need to get rid of corporate lobbying, right? Corporate lobbying, getting rid of that would heavily positively impact, right, health outcomes in this country, right? Getting universal health care would positively impact health outcomes in this country, right? Like any type of regulation in terms of like food is not going to come from Republicans that have historically speaking advocated to deregulate these things. Where Donald Trump advocates to deregulate the EPA. You don't think that deregulating the EPA is going to lead to certain things in your food that are going to harm your children? I'm sorry. Like if you want better conditions, better health for our children, then you would absolutely not vote for Donald Trump. He is by no means going to be better for the health of your children. He's by no means going to be better for the health of the country. He's by no means going to provide policies that are actually going to benefit the American people. He cares about his corporate, rich oligarch buddies who are making money off of the market manipulation, who are making money off of increasing the prices and price gouging, who are making their money off of people literally dying. They put profit over people continuously, and what we're advocating for is to create a system which does not allow for them to do so as much. That's what we're advocating for. And Donald Trump seeks to perpetuate a system in which allows for them to profit off of those things at huge, exorbitant rates while people are harmed and hurt. And I think that's not okay.
Okay. All right. So do you think you don't think his intentions are well? You don't think he stands for the country, that he's trying to do better?
And I can point towards things specifically that he's done that show that he doesn't.
Okay, but for instance, on the tariffs, if he's trying to make importation cheaper for the products in the United States so that the people can receive products cheaper, that's the entire point, Parker. That is the entire point.
Tariffs cause imports to be more expensive. Point blank. Period. You cannot rewrite history. You cannot rewrite how tariffs operate. You cannot.
Then why are
dispute
there
the
75
entirety of the
countries
consensus
willing
amongst
to
economists?
negotiate to drop their tariffs or lower them?
Again,
That's only going to make importing products cheaper. Therefore, it goes better.
Name a single country where the threat of tariffs that Donald Trump just implemented reduced tariffs to lower rates than existed prior to Donald Trump imposing the tariffs. Name a single country.
The 75 that are wanting to negotiate, and
one.
Actually, not only that, they're
Name a
willing to buy
single one.
like our oil.
Name
They're willing to buy.
a
They're willing to buy
single
United
one.
States products if we drop the
Name
tariffs.
a
That's
single
going to help.
one.
That's going to help our manufacturing.
Name a single one.
Export products. We export
Name a single
products.
country.
The economy grows.
What country? Kristen, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the daily DNC payment. Thank you. And Katharina, thank you so much. Appreciate the 10 or the 12
All 75.
pounds.
Japan. I know Japan's working towards something, and
Japan
Vietnam.
has not reduced tariffs to lower than what they were previously. That's so ridiculous.
No, they're on pause right now. I mean,
but not lower than what they were
negotiating deals.
previously. So not lower than what they were previously. I asked you, name a single country that reduced tariffs to lower rates in which they were previously before Trump imposed the tariffs. And you can't give me a single country because the point of these tariffs, based on what Donald Trump was advocating for, was to increase
saw a
domestic
country that was
production.
willing to reduce their tariff to 2.5. I don't remember exactly that country.
So,
you do. You should. You're the political guy here. So,
is Donald Trump not trying to increase domestic production?
Yeah, he is.
So then how is he going to increase domestic production if he does not have the tariff implemented?
He can't.
So I thought you said that the tariffs weren't going to be implemented because they're just renegotiation. So then that
Well,
indicates
the
he's
tariffs
not
need
going
to.
hold
The
up, let me
tariffs
please
need to
finish. Let me
go.
please finish.
Okay.
So if the tariffs are
If
not,
they reduce the tariffs, the imported, like I feel like I'm running in circles here. I mean, if that's what happens, if the tariffs get reduced in the United States, the product becomes cheaper. The stock market boosts, and the economy does better. It's not a bad plan. Like it's really not. It's not as bad as you think it is.
okay.
Not to mention vendors are gonna end up leaving China. China might go. They could definitely have problems.
If the tariff isn't implemented, how are they going to increase domestic production?
If the tariff isn't increased, how are they going to promote domestic production?
Yeah.
That's Can you define what you just said? Like
What word?
Domestic production. What exactly do you mean by that? I just
Yeah,
need a
production within the country, like manufacturing within the country, like within the U.S.
Yeah, that's still like, even if that doesn't happen, that's not the end of the world. But that is going to happen because there are countries that are willing to make deals to get our oil and other things that manufacture and actually buying our product, which helps our economy overall.
So I asked you, right, how are you going to increase, right, production within the United States without the tariff being implemented?
Without the tariff being implemented.
Yeah. You swiped out of the app. I can't hear you, and you swipe out of the app. In the meantime, while he tries to get back into the app after he searches this up, everyone, do make sure to tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes here on the TikTok stream. If you're on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream for the 2,000 people. Also, everyone, if you're on TikTok, please go over to my YouTube channel, Parkergetajob on YouTube. I'm serious. It would mean the world to me. I really prefer YouTube. It's so much better. I've been having a lot of issues with TikTok recently, so I'd really appreciate you go over there. Oh, he just left the live, everyone. That is very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Only sending guest requests if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, MM, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much for In Regards to Ukraine. Ask caller to watch Countdown to D-Day. Tom Selleck. I would, but he's gone now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Please, everyone, again, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, Parker, that was a mistake.
You're good. Don't worry. You're good.
Thank you.
I got you. I got you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request again if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty. Yo, what's up, Holly?
Finally. Hi, yes, I'm not British and I did vote for Donald Trump. My first ever vote was him.
Did you vote for him in 2024?
Yes, that was my first ever vote and I'm proud of that.
Can I ask you what time is it?
What time is
What time is it currently? Yeah.
2 a.m. where I'm at?
So let me guess. It's not in the United States.
From Wisconsin originally, but I'm not.
So are you
in
currently?
Wisconsin right now.
Are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, I have tried since 2018.
Okay. What year? What day was the election?
Why would I know that?
Because you voted, and it told you on your
but
ballot.
why would I know what day the election was?
It says it on the
First of all,
ballot. It says it on the ballot.
do I have it right now with me?
You had a ballot. right?
Yeah, I did. And I'm proud of that. That was my first ever vote. And I say it with my
I have a
whole
question. I have a question. When you voted for Donald Trump, did you write an X or did you like circle it in?
I circled.
You circled it in, really?
Yeah.
You didn't do an
Did you?
X?
No, did you? Right, first of all, I want to ask you a question.
tried
Do
to
you
catch
not
you there. I
know
did
the
circle it in.
politician you're fighting for is sitting at the same table as all the other politicians you are fighting against?
Because they're forced to.
No, because they're all sitting at the same table. We are not seeing, right? So when you are arguing,
ABC,
who has
unironically,
no first?
they are
You
literally forced to. Like you
no,
know,
they are not.
yeah,
They
they were.
are
Yeah, they were.
literally all
They
people
literally,
knowing each
I
other.
promise you,
So,
they literally were.
so first of all, I want to tell you, the politicians you're fighting for, the little things like the people.
Are you
Oh,
not fighting for a politician when you're fighting for Donald Trump?
I am fighting for the whole thing. First of all, what I'm fighting for is the society that he's trying to make, right? So
Like
we,
what?
so right, when I come over here, I did not come over here illegally, right? So that I did not do. If I did, okay, he can deport me, but I didn't, and I fought for that.
So like
So I have a right.
so for example, if Elon Musk did it, you'd be okay with him being deported.
Right, no, first of all, I fought for my right to be here, right?
So if
Other
Elon
people
Musk,
that-
so if Elon Musk came here illegally, you'd be okay with deporting him.
Yeah, I would, because he didn't fight for that. Right? You are saying people that didn't fight to be here are allowed to be here, but I fought to be here. Right? I waited, I did the paperwork, and other people didn't.
Okay.
Right? So
okay.
that.
So like here, let me ask you a question then. Okay. Do you think that like the immigration that existed for America in the early 1900s through Ellis Island was totally okay?
I think no illegal immigration is okay.
I'm not saying there was any illegal
Right.
immigration.
No. My point was, do you not think the politicians you are fighting for are not sitting at the same tables? You are not fighting for your country. You are fighting for the people that are sitting together at a table, right? You are their fan, right? You are supporting them while they are sitting at the same table, right? Arguing against each other, right?
Are you arguing that like Kamala Harris is the same as Donald Trump? Is that your
Kamala Harris, first of all, when I watched what she has talked about, she had no essence. She did not know what she was talking about. When we talk
Here,
Trump,
let me ask you one question. Name one of Kamala Harris's policies.
I didn't support her, so I didn't even know. She didn't.
Okay, so then why should I listen to you if you don't know a single one of her policies? You clearly didn't listen to her.
Right, first of all, why I support Trump is
Can you name one Trump policy?
Society, right? So he wants
Could
to
you name
ban
one Trump policy?
So he wants women to be women and men to be men, and that is right. But
okay, what is a man? What is a man?
Exactly. That is why.
No, I'm asking you genuinely. What is a man?
There is no what is a man. What is that question?
I have a question. Wait. Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Do men wear makeup?
Yeah, they do, because gender expression is free. You are allowed to express yourself however you want.
Let me please finish. Right? Do you think men should be able to wear makeup? Do you think they should?
Of course, they should be able to express themselves however they want.
Okay, so why not trans people?
Because, right, so Trump, he has talked about that already, right? So he said gender is not a thing you can decide. You are either a woman or a man.
I'm asking,
but you can decide how you express yourself. You do not have to be a masculine man or a feminine woman.
So
you
there
can
you
be
go.
a
Hold
feminine man.
Let me clarify. So then what you're not understanding here is that it is the case that you're talking about gender expression, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have a commitment towards certain types of expressions that are associated with. Can I please finish? That are associated with certain characteristics, and that can be our prescription of what gender is, right? And when you prescribe gender, then can I please finish without? Do I have to mute you? Yeah, I'll just do that. So when you have a certain commitment to be in accordance with a particular set of social and cultural norms that are typically associated with the male or female sex, that would be a prescription of gender without having to reference biology. right? Biology, right, isn't the basis for gender in every context. Like, for example, right, there, God the Father, under Donald Trump's perspective, has zero biology, yet still considers him a father, yet still considers him a man enough to use he, him pronouns. So, in that certain sense, it should be the case that you should be allowed to use gender in a non-biological connotation, given that clearly you guys think it's totally okay to do so.
Yeah, so first of all, I think we should be able to differentiate gender expression and gender, because gender is not something you can decide. Gender is something you are born with. And if you're a man that likes to wear dresses and wear makeup, then that's fine. You're still a man, but just a feminine one, and you shouldn't be judged for that. You shouldn't be judged because
Banned. I'm just like, why can't they make a distinction? Why can't they make a distinction between what is a... Here, it actually tells me what the violation was. They can't tell me what the distinction between... Actually, I'll just like watch it. Let's watch the clip.
he said gender is not a thing you can decide. You are either a woman or a man.
I'm
But you
asking-
can
wait,
decide
wait,
how
wait,
you
wait.
express yourself. You do not have to be
Okay.
a masculine man or a feminine woman. You can
So
be
there you
a
go. Hold
feminine
on.
man.
Let me clarify. So then what you're not understanding here is that it is the case that you're talking about gender expression. Right?
Yeah.
And you can have a commitment. That's what I got banned for? Chat, this is the clip they said I got banned for.
He said gender is not a thing you can decide. You are either a woman or a man.
I'm
But you
asking-
can
wait,
decide
wait,
how
wait,
you
wait.
express yourself. You do not have to be
Okay.
a masculine man or a feminine woman. You can
So
be
there you
a
go. Hold
feminine
on.
man.
Let me clarify. So then what you're not understanding here is that it is the case that you're talking about gender expression. Right?
Yeah.
And you can have a commitment. That's seriously what? That's like insane. You see what I mean, chat? People are always like, oh my god, Dean and Parker are lying. They're lying about what they can and can't talk about. I just proved it. They literally just did that. Dude, that's so insane. Alrighty. Well, I don't have any account to go live on as of right now. So, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the description of the YouTube stream. Make sure to like the stream as well. It helps send it out to more people for the 2,500 people. I would really appreciate it. The last video I posted has a community guidelines violation on TikTok. Nice, dude. What did it get taken down for? TikTok hates me so much, chat. It's actually unbelievable. Video removed. What for? Civic and election integrity. Submit appeal. Submit. Hopefully I can get that account back. What is going on, bro? What the fuck? TikTok actually hates me for no reason. Make sure to like the stream, everyone. Explain in much detail why you think the violation was a mistake. A mistake because we provided debate against the position and showed that it was false. So not repeat, this is not misinformation. Alrighty, TikTok just fucking really hates me, dude. They just like really don't want me to even have an account at this point. It's like everything I do.
A lot of questions coming in. To all you first time.
Oh, I would really appreciate if you like the stream, everyone. I would really appreciate if you like the stream. Christina, thank you so much for the $15 for photography sucks. Thank you so much. Philip, thank you for the $10. Ellie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $3.68. Thank you so much. Raven, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Or the $10. Thank you so much. No, don't worry. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. Romar, thank you for the $5. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Gender's the last expression is the last thing you said. I know, it's like really crazy. It's actually insane. I thought Parker knew not to talk about trans issues. The thing is, I just thought I was talking about it in a manner in which it wouldn't get us banned. But I was clearly wrong. Let's see. Appeal not approved. Banned until the 13th. That's 3 days on this account. Great, dude. I fucking love it. I'll have to use my girlfriend's account. Here. Can you send me the code? All my accounts banned. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Gorilla, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. They clipped it wrong. You said the word trans, unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know what I'll do. I probably won't do a call-in. I'll probably do something called StreamYard. You're being weird. I'm confused. What do you mean? Yes, everyone, do make sure to like the live. Seriously, try to get to 2,000. I would really appreciate it. Mr. X, are you talking about me using a British accent? Dude, I literally have British roots. It's a troll, dude. I need to fix this fucking mouse. It's so annoying. I did see the Minecraft movie. I did. It was good. I liked it. Marge for the win. I know, right? I gotta wait for her. Yeah, there's nothing I can do to get debates right now, honestly. Jessica, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Chat, I would love to continue and to keep debating, but it's just actually impossible. It's impossible.
And they don't take out of make it make sense.
Why is that so loud? Alrighty. Let me put this in the bio. We'll try to do some debates from Marge's account. Links. We'll put my thing real quick. Give it 1 second. I'll get this and then I'll try to go live. I'm about to be done with TikTok. It's getting really frustrating, chat. It's there's literally nothing I can do, and it's getting really frustrating. It's every day. It's the worst app to use. It's horrible. Nick, thank you for $2. Oh my god, it's not loading. Let's see if this works. All right, let me see if this works, everyone. If you're on YouTube again, make sure to like the stream. Make sure to like the stream. Hopefully this works. There we go. It worked. All right, let's start the stream. Alrighty. The fact that I have to go on to my girlfriend's account just to be able to debate people is fucking diabolical. It's so diabolical. Alrighty, what's good, everyone? Join with the live right now. Give it a second. What's the account name? It's Parker Got a GF. Parker Got a GF. You're not Marge. I know. I know I'm not Marge. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. All my accounts are banned, so I gotta use this account. I would recommend everyone go over to my YouTube channel. Everyone go over to my YouTube channel. Marge letting you use your account. Yep. Teen David $2 YouTube super chat. But yeah, at this point tomorrow I have to use Streamlabs, so we'll be doing all of the debates just directly off YouTube. So that will be the way. That will be the way. Wait, TikTok already? Why are you saying that from TikTok? Wait, what is... I'm in StreamYard, not Streamlabs. It'll be like a thing where people can just click on a link and it will let them send a guest request through YouTube. So. That's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. Dem Destroyer. Let's see this shit. Is this... Harita, thank you so much for $2. Yeah, what's up, audio?
Request through YouTube.
By the way, someone asked if I was doing religious debates here. I actually have something planned here pretty soon for something like that that's going to come out. And it's really huge, so I would say within the month, yeah. We're going to start getting some debates here in a second. I don't know if we'll get debates, everyone. I don't know if we'll get debates. I'm just not trusting any account that has webcam access. Briar, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Driving down to see you on the 22nd. Oh, that'd be so great. Can't wait to meet you. Can't wait to meet you. Y'all, I really, like, it might just be a day where we have to react to stuff for the rest of the day. Because it's like, I honestly don't know how I'll get debates. So, I don't know how I will. Yo, Trinity, come on. Trinity, just have a conversation with me. You've been in my lives for how long? Just come on, have a genuine, productive dialogue with me. Come on, Trinity. I won't make fun of you at all. I'll literally just have a conversation with you. Productive dialogue, is that fair? Yo, Fran with $100 for Stick to YouTube. We want you here. Thank you so much, Fran. I really appreciate that. Especially since I have StreamYard, I probably will just be able to do that. I probably will just do that. And Sarah, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I absolutely will. I actually did yesterday. I got some pretty nice flowers for her. They're really cute. They were really cute. I actually had them in here because I was going to give it to her like after I was done live. And when she came up here to like come say hi and like surprise me, she saw them but acted like she didn't see them because she was going to wait for me to give them to her. Alrighty. Yo, Charlie, you have guest request access. I mean, not guest request, webcam access. So I probably won't let you up. So you should probably make a different account if you want to join in. If you're actually a Trump supporter. Just I'm not comfortable enough to accept anyone that has webcam access. To be honest with you. All right, let's go to the next person real quick. Let's try to get someone up here. Can't join if you're just going to ask dumb questions. What do you mean, Trinity? You what's up, Holly?
Oh shit! I'm at tennis right now, bro.
Okay, I gotcha. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what's good? I'm 19. Wait, why did you say I wasn't able to join from my main account?
Oh, if you have webcam access, I just recently people have been doing some really fucked up shit using webcam access. So essentially, I just prefer to not add up people anymore because I have to end the stream if they literally do stuff like moon the stream.
Oh, how do I turn off webcam on my main account?
I don't know if there is a way to do so. So it's just you being on this account is preferable because
okay.
I just that's the only way for me to make sure that someone doesn't do that. But yeah, how old are you?
I'm 19 years old.
Yeah. So did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, for sure. So why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, so I voted for Donald Trump, I think mostly not because of what he's doing now with his tariffs, even though I would like to ask you if you think that if these tariffs lead to free trade between other countries, do you think they would be an overall net positive?
If they led to lower levels of tariffs overall, then it would be a net positive.
And you don't think that's where we're heading?
No, not at all.
Okay, well, I would like to say that I believe, and I think that other conservatives are now saying, I know that Ben Shapiro was speaking out against the tariffs initially, but I think that we're now saying that these tariffs are going to lead us to tariffs reductions. I would say with almost every country in Europe, a lot of the other countries as well, besides China. I think that if that is the case, would you could then consider it positive if we only have
if across the board that it reduced tariffs overall, yes, but that would mean that you're not increasing domestic production based upon the tariffs then. So is it going to be the case that you're doing it for renegotiation to lower tariffs, or is it specifically to lead to more domestic manufacturing? Because the way I would give you pushback on that is the USMCA, right? We had that established, you reduce tariffs. Why are you increasing tariffs on Canada and Mexico after we already had an agreement to reduce tariffs?
I think what Trump, he hasn't directly said this, but I think that we can see from his actions, Trump is trying to make it that other countries are seeing that we are serious about the things that we're saying, and we are serious. If we implement tariffs on countries like Canada, that other countries know that we're allies with, it shows us that we are serious about implementing tariffs. However, I do not think that Trump is going to continue to influence or implement these tariffs. I think that the only people that he is going to be tariffing heavily is China. And I think that this is very important. If we have a lot of our military supplies coming from China, if we ever get into war, that is something that we need to use government support for, is products that we need during wartime. So I think that
you can produce that with targeted tariffs.
Yeah, targeted tariffs.
But that's not what Donald Trump's advocating for. He's advocating for blanket tariffs on countries.
Okay,
and
but
it's
you
not
realize
just
that
China. It's practically every country around the world. Okay, so you say
Yes,
that
you
there's all these
realize-
countries that are going to reduce tariffs. You don't know that. All they're in is a negotiation right now. And you've seen the negotiation that Trump has had with China in terms of their tariffs and in terms of the deal with TikTok, and it's clearly not going very well.
So you really think to yourself that Trump's main plan, I know that he said this is his plan, is to blanket tariff. But we can see that he did do these blanket tariffs, and he's already going back with what he said, because his main goal in the end, in the long run, is to create free trade. However, he does not want other.
That's not it at all. I gave you pushback on that in terms of the tariffs, particularly that we
Okay,
put
well,
on
then
Canada and Mexico.
I can almost guarantee, and I already told you, I give you pushback on that as well. If we threaten our closest allies, other countries see that we are serious about using tariffs. And if that is the
But
case,
if we put a pause, 90% pause on 90-day pause on it for all these different countries, then we're not very serious. If we're
because
doing
we're negotiating.
Okay, so then if it is the case that it's just negotiation and that we don't have to worry about it leading to long-term tariffs, well, then why would any of the countries around the world have to worry about that?
Well, the reason why we put tariffs on them to begin with is to show that we were serious, including our allies. And I think that this is showing that now that other countries are negotiating, it's getting.
Why would
exactly
we need to?
what
Why
Trump
would we need to
wants.
show our allies that we're serious? Don't our allies already believe that we're serious?
No, I've already said this 4 times now. We're not doing it for our allies. We're doing it to show other countries that we are so serious that we are even threatening our allies. And if other countries are seeing that we're even putting
That
tariffs
doesn't
on
show
our
that we're
allies-
serious. That doesn't show that we're serious because we wouldn't want to do that to our allies, right?
Yeah, I agree. I think it's an interesting way about going about it. However, I do think that other countries are now seeing that if they keep, actually, I don't even think that, like, for example, South Korea was given, I think, like a 55% tariff, even though there was only 1% tariff on us. So I think that it is interesting how he came up with those tariff calculations.
Yeah.
However,
Also, can you explain to me why we put tariffs on penguins?
yeah, I don't know. I think that ChatGPT probably just came up with that analysis. I don't think that was a good analysis at all. However, I do think that
you don't think that tariffs were put on penguins?
no. I'm saying I said that I do think that it was on penguins. I'm saying I think ChatGPT probably came up with how those tariffs were put in place.
Oh yeah,
which I think
Trump's using ChatGPT for tariffs. Am I right?
I mean, it looked like it putting tariffs on penguins. I just think that we can see now that with these negotiations happening, I do think that it is going to lead to an overall reduction in tariffs, and I think you would agree. If you're not, like, I don't know how you want to see that.
But you have zero evidence to indicate that. You say it's going to lead to an overall reduction in tariffs. Seriously, do you have any evidence, or is that just a vibes?
Yes, we can see. I'm not exactly sure how many countries. I think Caroline mentioned it in one of her.
Them being in
hearings.
negotiation does not mean that they're going to get rid of the tariffs as a whole. And if, again, you have best reason to believe that they're going to get rid of the tariffs as a whole, why wouldn't other countries around the world have best reason to believe that, insofar as they wouldn't take this seriously in the first place?
I think that you're smart enough to know that these other countries have been hit hard. Our economy has been hit hard. They're doing everything in their power to get rid of these tariffs. They will negotiate by implementing or by putting money into the U.S. economy, by helping reduce this trade deficit that we see between the U.S. and other countries.
Trade deficits are not bad.
Yeah, I know. I think that there's always going to be a trade deficit because we're a rich country, and there's just it's not possible for other countries to not have a trade deficit with us.
Okay,
I do think,
you
however,
clearly don't support this economic policy. You're just hoping that it leads to like reductions in tariffs, but there's not good evidence to substantiate that point, and that's why I give you pushback, because there's actually good evidence to indicate otherwise.
Yeah, I'm just saying if you give it less than a month within this 90-day period, I'd say with less than 6 months, I would say that this is just speculation. But I would say that there will be a reduction in overall tariffs country-wise besides places like China. And another reason I voted for Trump is because I believe that he had a strong stance against abortion. And I know that many people just say they could be against abortion. I know Kamala Harris said that as well, that she was against
Kamala. And then I'll ask you this question. Are you Christian?
Yes, I am.
Where in the Bible does it say abortion should be illegal?
I think that conception, that life, I'm not basing my argument because there's not many verses in the Bible that say that abortion is wrong. There's only one verse in particular that I can think of. It was in the womb, I called you out by name, I formed you. And I think that if we do believe that we are made in the image of God, I do not believe that we should be killing children. However, I do not want to rely on the Bible to support my political views because I think that could get a lot of pushback.
Okay.
However,
Wait. To go back onto something, because someone brought this up, and it's something I brought up before, the last time I've talked about. It is the case that Donald Trump's calculation for tariffs, it was not even the correct formula. Do you agree?
Yeah,
So if it wasn't the correct formula, how is it actually going to be best at reducing tariffs?
No, I'm saying it doesn't matter with whether or not his calculation was correct. It does, however, matter that he was implementing these high tariffs. If these countries, no matter what the trade deficit,
so why not 400%?
Why not? I mean, that could scare them just as much. I'm saying the way that he went about calculating the tariffs was absolutely stupid. However, I do think that these countries that see these large tariffs being put on them, there's no way that they're just going to accept them and even do pushback tariffs. They are 1,050% going to reduce their tariffs. There's just no doubt about it.
Okay, so then you should have put higher tariffs. And secondly, right, you're still not going to address it. You're saying, oh, they're just going to reduce the tariffs. Do you have any empirical evidence long run to just substantiate that? Because that's not what's happened with China. That's not what's happened with countries around the world, right? Especially even with the countries in which specifically we did this with, Donald Trump is the one that violated it in the future. And Fran, thank you so much for the $50 YouTube super chat. Thank you so much, Fran. Give me some W's for Fran in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Fran.
Israel, for one, just met with Trump, and they are reducing the tariffs, and they're also helping to make back the trade deficit, which I think is really stupid. I don't understand the trade deficit part because, of course, as I said and you said...
Then what are we getting from these negotiations? Did they even have a tariff on us in the first place?
Israel?
Yeah.
I'm not sure exactly. I would assume there's some sort of tariff, but I think it's mostly a trade deficit, which, again, I do
And if
think
you
is
want to get more money from them, I have a great way to get more money from them.
Yeah.
Stop funding them. Arms embargo.
Okay, but I would also not like to talk about this topic because you're going to pull up that one girl that just talks over everyone. You can't even get a sentence out before she starts talking.
The fact that you described Athena that way literally just got me to kick you. What a fucking weirdo. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here right now.
Kick me now.
Okay. Looks like Athena slander is not tolerated here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why so?
I need advice on how to have a cooler life because I see you on here like all the time and your life seems so cool. Like just
SG, thank you so much to work harder. Thank you so much, SG. Thank you so much. Are you saying that ironically?
No, like your life seems sick. You sit behind a screen all day on TikTok. Like it seems sick. Like I need advice on how to have that life.
Care about other people.
Care about other people. Okay.
Find meaning and purpose in the things that you do.
Uh-huh.
Right? Consistently do it a bunch.
Okay.
Have goals. Right? And,
okay.
And you can meet that point. That's the best I could tell you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to know.
So like, how long have you been doing this for?
Years.
Years? Since
2020.
Do you plan on just doing this the rest of your life?
Obviously, I don't think that's something I can do for the rest of my life. Obviously, there's going to be a point where I retire. I'm not doing this, but for the foreseeable future, I'm doing this. Yes.
Oh, nice. That sounds sick, dude.
Thanks.
That sounds so. You just kind of just sit in your room on a microphone. Do you ever go out? Do you ever leave your house or no?
Debate people. Yes, of course I do.
You do?
How do you think I survive? How do you think I get groceries? How do you think I get food?
People have stuff brought to them. So you do leave the house?
Yeah. Like, is that like confusing to you?
No. I'm just wondering. So like I said, I see you on here all the time and it's just, your life seems so sick. And I wish I could have that.
Okay. Is there anything else you want to add to the conversation or do you want to debate or?
I mean, I want what you have, man. Like, it's just, you get up here. Do you ever talk about anyone besides Trump or is that kind of just the person that you think about more than anyone?
Is this an interview or are you going to debate?
It can be an interview if you want it to be.
I'd prefer it to be a debate. Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Many reasons.
Like?
Many reasons. To see people like you up here crying every day.
Okay. How am I crying?
Well, you know, you're not actually literally crying, but you know what I mean.
No. What do you mean?
I think you know what I mean.
Okay.
Take a wild guess on what you think I mean.
Just clarify. I'd like to know from you.
Just like I said, just having a cool ass life behind a screen all day, every day, probably in their pajamas, just killing it in life and just, you know,
thank you for the $2. I understand you want to be me really bad, but like,
I do. I do.
You don't have to like say that ironically.
It's not ironic. I want to be you.
Mm-hmm.
How is it ironic?
Because you're clearly like a Trump supporter that was just saying that to like get under my skin.
No, I wasn't. I mean, you probably talked to multiple people today. I guarantee something like this won't get into your skin. I mean, you don't look mad, are you?
Not at all.
Yeah, so
just waiting for you to like actually engage genuinely.
Oh, is this not genuine?
No. I mean, you probably think it's pretty funny, but like it's just like you're not engaging in anything legitimately.
No, I mean, if I thought it was funny, I'd be laughing.
Not necessarily. There are plenty of things I think are funny that I don't laugh at out loud.
So, do you plan on doing this every day until Trump's term is up?
Absolutely.
Oh, you do? That's a sick life, dude. I wish I was able to
I know,
do that.
and that's why you're sitting here doing it for free right now. Sid,
Yeah,
thank you for the
I know.
$50. Thank you so much for insanely
I
weird
just-
form of jealousy from this guy. I know, right? Thank you so much, Sid, for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it.
And the reason I'm up here is because I am jealous. I'm super jealous.
I can tell.
I'm very jealous. I
Mhm.
wish I had the same headphones as you, same haircut as you. I like the chain.
These aren't headphones.
Headphones, earphones, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
I like the chain you got going on. I wish I had that. I wish I could just be you.
Okay. Yeah. So this is a really weird form of trying to like critique me or trying to make me look bad.
If I was trying to critique you, I would just critique you.
Go for it. Give me an argument.
An argument of what?
Give a reason why you voted for Donald Trump.
Let's see. Many reasons.
Like?
A lot of them. All of them.
Mm-hmm. And that is? Ariana, think of the $2. Thank you.
All of the above.
Nothing else?
No, it's all of the above. I can't believe I'm talking to you right now. This is one of the best moments of my life.
You've got about like 10 seconds to give me an actual response. Otherwise, I'm going to go on to the next person.
I mean, I'm talking to a celebrity right now. I don't care how long it is.
It's like unbelievably cringe. I'm getting
I know.
visceral cringe.
It's okay.
Minnie, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Minnie. I really appreciate it.
I didn't
Thank you so
think
much,
when
Minnie.
I didn't think when I woke up today I'd be talking to a celebrity. I really did not expect that. I cannot believe I'm up here right now, and it's such an honor to
Cameron,
be up
thank you
here.
for $5.
It's such an honor to be up here. So thank you
Dude,
for letting me
when
know.
I woke up today, I had no clue that I was going to get to talk to Sergio. Oh my God, bro.
Oh, so you
Sergio,
just-
I could not believe it, dude. When I woke up this morning, I was so happy that I was going to be able to talk to you.
Thank you.
I was incredibly happy. Oh my God, so happy. Seriously, I woke up this morning and I was like, today is the day I get to talk to Sergio.
So you're just using my points against me?
What? I'm not using your points against you. I'm just saying.
Oh, so are you being genuine now or no?
I'm being totally genuine.
Oh, me too. Yeah, so see what I mean?
Totally genuine.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
So, but dude, yeah, like I said, it's such an honor to be up here.
Seriously,
and talk to you.
it's such an honor to talk to you. Like you're the Sergio. Like
I am.
I'm serious, dude. Like I seriously, like when I woke up today, you know, when I woke up every day of my life, I just like always was like, dude, I cannot wait to get to 23 years old, 3 days after my birthday, and be able to talk to the Sergio. Are you kidding me?
Happy late birthday.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
You do anything fun for your birthday?
Yeah, absolutely.
What did you do?
I did lots of fun things.
Like what?
Fun things.
Name one fun thing.
Fun things.
Like what?
Like a fun thing.
Like leave your house?
Like a fun thing.
Oh, that's good.
It was pretty fun.
Did you have cake?
Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. It was pretty fun. Ariana,
Did you
thank you
have
for the $2. Thank you. It was very
Did you have
fun.
birthday-
It was incredibly
Did you have
fun.
birthday? Did you have birthday cake?
All of the above.
Oh, good.
All of them.
I see you picked up on my my humor.
Mm-hmm. Do you like this? Is this fun? Is this fun for you?
I wouldn't say fun. It's more just amazing that I'm up here talking to you.
Really, it's incredible.
I'm talking to the Parker.
The Sergio. The Sergio.
I know.
Seriously, give me an actual argument now. Come on, man.
Do you think we could hang out sometime?
Cameron, take the $2. No.
Dude, seriously, why?
Because you're a weirdo.
That's not very nice, dude. I'm just trying to
Good.
like.
I meant it to not be nice.
Why?
Because you're a weirdo.
That's fine. Why am I a weirdo?
This whole conversation.
I don't
and
think
also
you're
like the
weird.
constant mouth noises really do not add.
I'm eating. I'm
in
eating.
a positive way.
I'm eating. Sorry. I'm eating. What was I gonna say? I don't think you're weird. I think you're awesome. I think your life's awesome. I think.
And I
just
think you're really
everything's
weird,
awesome.
and I do not like you, and you are not
That's-
awesome. You're the
that's
opposite
okay.
of that.
That's okay. I really like you, and I think you're awesome.
And I
so
think
that's-
I think you're like incredibly gross.
I think
and
you're
like a weirdo,
beautiful.
and like everything about you is bad.
Oh well, I think everything about you is good. So we're clearly
Thank
disagreeing
you
on
so
that.
much. At least we agree.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done with. I can't do the same thing ever. That was horrible. That was like the strangest conversation I've ever had. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hello.
You're a fetus. Alrighty, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Alright, everyone, we have like literally no guest requests from people I can add up. If you do have an account that has webcam access, make sure to make one that you do not have webcam access on. Yo, what's up, how old are you? How old are you? I am on Parker got a girlfriend. That's what I'm on right now. On all my other accounts, I'm
Hey,
banned.
can you hear me?
Yeah, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Can you hear me?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No. Fuck Trump.
Nice. Hype, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Everyone, do tap that screen on TikTok here. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Akiki, thank you for the $1. Cameron, thank you for the $2. Jessica, thank you for the $2. Junior, thank you for the $3. Thank you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Appreciate the cap, thank you. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hi. I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
He just he makes prices lower.
You're trolling.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Alrighty, everyone. I don't know if we're getting some debates right now. Do give it a second for people to join up. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 23 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, just want to say thank you for what you do. Bye.
Thank you. For the people who say that this live says paid partnership, who's the partner? I'm not partnered with anyone. That's a TikTok glitch. It says it just on like random lives, like when you're scrolling on your For You page. I think it's a glitch because there were other lives that do have paid partnerships, but I've never had a paid partnership for a TikTok live. That's crazy. I actually don't even have any management team, so I'm completely by myself. Paid Parkership is crazy. Paid Parkership. Alrighty. Alright, we're gonna get some people up here to debate here in a second. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
Because I was really stupid. I have a question. How much would we have to pay you to do a Christianity live once a week?
Pay me?
Yes.
I don't do it for money. I do it for because I think this is the right thing to do with time, like with argumentation, what I should be spending my time doing typically, because I think it has more of an impact. But like every once in a while, I'll throw in a religious one, and I'm just gonna let you know there's gonna be some religious stuff that's gonna come out here pretty soon. So
Cool. All right. Thanks.
all right, appreciate you. How much do we have to pay you is diabolical. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 26.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did.
Why'd you do that?
I thought he was a better candidate out of the two, and his first term was pretty successful.
What makes you think he was a better candidate?
I thought he could give the country a better direction than the Kamala Harris and Joe Biden administration did.
Okay. So you say that one more time, sir?
I thought he could give the country a better direction than Biden and Harris did.
How so?
Um, he can rejuvenate American manufacturing.
But did you know manufacturing sector wages are actually lower than service sector wages? Therefore, like if you were going to force more people into manufacturing sector wages comparative to service sector wages, you'd actually like reduce their income and wages. So they're going to hurt quality of life of Americans by forcing people into those jobs.
I mean, I guess it depends what you define as manufacturing, like advanced manufacturing.
Yeah, I'm just talking about typical manufacturing jobs. If you want to reference advanced manufacturing, that's different. But then you would get increases in advanced manufacturing, particularly through like investments, like the Chips and Science Act.
Yeah. But wouldn't that still increase the amount of like total jobs out there? And you would have people pick between if they want to do service or manufacturing.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't because it is the case that like the jobs that in America that rely on aspects of the production process that come from countries around the world, plenty of service jobs that rely on that, will now be less profitable in the United States because it is the case that they rely on aspects of the production process that now are more costly, right, because of the tariffs. So it makes it
But
less profitable.
but wouldn't that cause like what's the term? If more people do buy it, wouldn't that cause an economics of sale or some concept like that where the price will drive down?
No. If more people are demanding
Economics of scale. I'm sorry, that's what I mean.
economies
not sale.
economies of scale.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
kind of related to like larger firms, right? I don't see how economies of scale is relative to this.
If say like a manufacturing company is able to only source from Americans, right? It would cause a price increase for the more they buy it from the more they buy the
the more
products,
it's demanded, the more but like when you're not taking into account is plenty of American products rely on global demand. And if they don't have that global demand, the demand for their products goes down.
Okay, so what do you think about China stealing intellectual property and all that stuff, and them not playing by World Trade Organization rules? And same with countries like Japan too, that undercut U.S. steel and U.S. manufacturing and stuff like that.
You're not going to get them to engage with the international community by pulling out of the international community and by not upholding relationships with our allies. It would be you could put pressure on them, economically speaking, without utilizing tariffs, just by like the international community putting pressure on them to engage with the World Trade Organization or to engage in international affairs, as it's really important that we have international cooperation in order to ensure that we fight against climate change, in order to ensure a response to like global pandemics in the future, to respond to world problems. We need a world that is willing to cooperate, because when we do cooperate, we have better outcomes for people.
I mean, I agree, but at the same time, you have countries like China who, if you don't play by their rules, right, you'll lose out on a lot of money, right? So then you have a lot of countries.
True about the United States. So why are you acting in the way in which you critique China for acting?
Well, I mean, I think we have. I mean, I think the United States is more ethical than China, for sure. And I think even you would agree that you want the U.S. vision of the 21st century rather than the Chinese vision of the 21st century.
Not if it's led by Donald Trump.
True. I mean, Trump's going to be here for 4 years. I'm talking about.
Yes, I would prefer in typical United States over the in typical China, right, in terms of being like the global influence. But that doesn't mean that I don't think that we have critiques towards the U.S. system that would make it significantly better, right? And especially in terms of the influence that we're having. And the influence that we're having through the Trump administration is very bad.
I mean, yeah. I mean, I don't know. He kind of when he first got elected into office, nobody was really talking about tariffs. We were moving towards
tariffs are horrible.
Really, not a lot. Yeah, I mean, true, but we've seen Joe Biden leave tariffs on Chinese solar panels, on Chinese automobiles,
Targeted
right? So you
tariffs,
even
not
have
blanket.
them.
Targeted tariffs, not blanket tariffs. Do you know the distinction?
Yeah, yeah. They target specific industry, traditionally infant industries. But even if you look at normal economic theory or stuff like that, they don't agree with. Not, they look down on targeted tariffs as well, as they often think they're some type of they hinder the free flow of goods, right? So
I don't
and
think. Yeah,
ultimately he
I don't.
proved right
I
on
don't.
that.
I'm not a classical economist.
Okay, I don't really. I'm not going to pretend like I'm an economic, like an economist or like that. But so I'm not really sure what that entails of. I just know a few from like the business classes, a few like concepts from business classes I've taken.
Mm-hmm. So
Um,
here'd be my question, right? If the Atlanta Fed is projecting recession from Trump's policies, why do you support Trump?
I mean, I think a recession wouldn't necessarily be all his fault. He's only been here for 100 days. The tariffs that he put now, I feel like were. I mean, I know you're gonna. They're more like a word negotiating thing for 90 days. I think tariffs towards China. I think they're a pretty good idea. Um, I think I think long term, like give it till they've got a majority here. Give it till they pass a budget, more updated tax codes, and I think we'll be getting out of this. I mean, the market was doing very well prior to COVID for Trump. I think you'll continue to see it, even if you see
No,
negative returns.
you're just yapping at this point. I'm sorry, but like you're not actually like addressing anything I'm saying. And also, you say the market does good because of Trump. Do you not remember what Trump just did recently because of the tariffs? That literally caused the
Yeah,
market to crash, and it wasn't doing well, right? So
yeah,
there's
over
a lot
like
of uncertainty in the market because of what Donald Trump's doing.
yeah, but if you look from January 20th to now, um, the market hasn't really gone like too negative from there. Yeah, in the short
Yes,
term,
it has. It went down massively, right? What do you remember? What just happened recently?
yeah, within the past week it went down. Went
Yeah,
down about 7% or 8%.
in a day, not counting the other
Yeah,
days, it's still down. Even though it's gone slightly up recently, it still went down, and that's because of the tariffs, because there's uncertainty in the market.
yeah, and I think once he gets his budget passed, once he fully defines, fully negotiates with all the trading partners, strengthens our relationships with our allies, I think we'll see a continuous going up
Hold up,
like we did in his first term.
1 second, real quick, 1 second. Not a real account. There's no way you're a real account.
Hello,
How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, yeah.
What is this account? Please tell me you're not real.
Bro, what problem do you have with it?
Your name is MAGA Prophet. You have Liberal Destroyer in your name. You also have Patriot Freedom Fighter, Conservative MAGA, 145
Are you against
IQ,
freedom?
Common Sense Southern Baptist.
Parker, why are you against freedom?
Yeah, okay, you're totally trolling.
Not trolling. Can you debate me instead of just insulting me?
That's not an insult for me to say that you're trolling.
I'm not trolling, bro.
What state do you live
Stop.
in?
California,
What time is it?
604.
Okay, what's the capital of California?
Sacramento.
Sacramento?
Yes.
Okay. Next question. Who's our governor?
Gavin Newsom.
That was a low ball. Name one of our senators.
Alex Padilla.
Name the
I
other
think
one.
he's from California.
Name the other one.
Alex Padilla and who's the other one? Fucking bro, I don't pay attention to this shit, bro. I promise you, I'm from California. Though. Ask me anything else.
Okay. All right. Can you name a Trump policy that you like?
Yeah, basically he made America great again.
He made America great again. Okay.
Yes, he did.
Through what policy?
Through the First Step Act.
That's a good policy.
Okay, that's a
I
policy.
agree.
That's a policy supported by both Democrats and Republicans.
And
Not
he
a
passed
policy.
it.
Not a policy unique to Donald Trump, right? So obviously not one you could say that he supported so far as that he was a better candidate.
Wait, but he signed it into law, though.
That doesn't give him unique responsibility for it, as it is the case that it would have happened either way, and it was already going to be voted on under the Obama administration. And the reason why it didn't get passed is because Republicans wouldn't vote for it when Obama was president.
Okay, so
He
then could
said the
you?
same thing about the Infrastructure Act, though. Trump was the one to sign the Infrastructure
Well,
Act.
the distinction between that is that literally you can point to behaviors that Joe Biden did that got people to work together within Congress, right, to get an infrastructure bill passed, whereas you can point to certain things that Donald Trump did to restrict that infrastructure bill from getting passed, right, because
Hey, wait,
of the
Parker.
differences
Wait.
in their willingness
Why
to be able
did
to
why did
compromise.
Biden have a Democrat Senate, a Democrat House, but he still didn't get anything done?
He did. The Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the CHIPS and Science Act, the PACT Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and also what you're referencing is for 2 years. Trump had the exact same thing and got less done.
Wait, but that's not true though, because he passed the tax cuts, the border bills,
What border bill? Name
and
one border bill.
the wall. I know
The
that for a
wall?
fact
How
because it
much
was
of the, how
built.
much of the
Yes,
wall did he build?
a lot of it.
3.7% new wall.
Okay,
That's
wait,
a
but
lot.
how
That's a
many
lot of
acres?
the
How many
wall.
acres? How many acres? How many miles?
52.
You
That's
can
all.
also
That
Trump passed the CARES Act too.
yes, he did. Yes, he did.
Can we
That
have
was,
him address what I just said? That there was not much wall built. That was not a single policy. That was an
Wait, but
executive
that's
order.
52.
I asked you
That's
for a
52
specific
miles.
policy.
All right, you want a specific policy? I'll give you one. He had higher wages in his administration.
That's
Do
not
you
a
dispute that?
policy, dude. No, he didn't have higher wages. There were
Okay,
higher,
okay, fine. All right, all right, fine.
real median wages were higher under the Biden-Harris administration comparative to the Trump administration.
Wait, I'll tell you. One of his policies that he made was the tariffs against China in 2018. That is a policy.
that was kept under Biden too.
Yes, sir.
You're talking about targeted tariffs. So if it's kept under Biden too, not uniquely to Trump insofar as that you would like Trump. So try again.
How about the CARES Act that Trump passed?
Act,
That
yeah, the
was the
CARES Act.
largest,
Okay. Either of you name one provision within the CARES Act that you like.
the $1,200 stimulus checks.
Exactly.
Okay, so $1,200 stimulus check. So So then here would be my question about that. Do you support the greater level of money stimulus checks that were given by the Biden-Harris administration, and do you also agree with the greater level of social services that they were advocating for?
No, because what Biden was giving was bullshit. Like he didn't do anything with that money.
Name one
I
provision.
agree with the checks from Biden. I'll say that. I think that was I agree with the
That's
checks.
one thing. One thing. That's
Name one
only
provision.
one thing.
Name one provision that you disagree with that Biden passed.
You know, just more money for teaching, indoctrinating kids into, woke agenda.
What? Can you define woke?
Yeah, woke is basically when you don't respect America, when you want to push like pro-China
Okay.
propaganda.
Can you tell me what policy that Joe Biden supported that pushed pro-China propaganda within schools?
Absolutely, absolutely. The teaching of critical racist theory.
One, there wasn't a specific CRT policy supported by Joe Biden. Two, CRT is taught in colleges, genius. They're not taught in schools.
No, it's not.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
CRT is
not.
CRT is not taught in
What?
elementary schools.
Okay,
and in
do you know what critical racist theory is?
critical race theory? Yes.
Racist theory.
Yes. Can you tell me what critical race theory is analyzing?
Yeah, it's just basically blaming all the hate on America.
No, it's not. That's not what critical race theory is.
Yes, it is. Then why do they teach in like critical and like
Do you know what critical theory is?
what? Yeah, you tell me. You tell me.
I asked you the question. Do you know?
What was it? Critical what?
Critical theory.
Critical theory is like criticizing a country. Is that what is it then? You tell me.
No, it's going to be about describing right, how people act, right, or engage in certain types of behaviors. So critical race theory is going to be analyzing the effect that race has on certain types of social behaviors within the context of society and how it could disenfranchise people, discriminate against people on the basis of race's impact on those certain things, especially within the context of how people engage in behavior within society. So that is going
Okay,
to be
but
what critical race theory is. These types of concepts are taught within colleges, right? What you're referencing in terms of CRT within schools is about teaching a broader understanding of history, insofar as that it's not just literally whitewashed
absolutely
history.
not.
Like
Absolutely not.
what you're talking about is literally getting rid of whitewashing of history, and you're like, oh my god, CRT bad. The CRT that you're referencing is literally just limiting whitewashing in history and being like, let's talk about like the perspective of indigenous Americans, right, that have been affected by, right, like the genocide against their people, against the colonization of their land, right, and the continued suppression of them, the forced ethnic cleansing of them into reservations, right? Talk about the perspective of that, or talk about the perspective, right, of like literally of Black Americans in terms of slavery, right, in terms of the Tuskegee Airmen, right, in terms of plenty of things throughout history, Tulsa, Oklahoma, the burning of Black Wall Street. Like these things need to be taught from the perspective, right, of people who are not white cis het men. And that's very fucking important. And when you sit there and you act like, oh, it's such a horrible thing to teach from any other perspective other than a white man, what you're telling me is you don't care about anyone in America that does not meet those particular characteristics, which is at this point most of America. You don't care about most of America. You care about the idea of America that has
That's
been
not
perpetuated
what
by
you're
literal white
describing.
slave owners that engaged in patriarchy, misogyny, and racism to control people that do not look like them, act like them, and behave like them within every single manner.
What you're describing is like I'm not against it, but what the critical racist theory that I have seen when back in high school was basically just blaming hate on like the people who founded this nation. Like that, I think is extremely wrong.
Wait, really? Like, you don't think we should blame slave owners for owning slaves?
No, no, I think slavery was a bad thing.
Okay, so like
It,
people who owned
Facts.
slaves, like George Washington, like Thomas Jefferson, should we hold them
but they
accountable for
founded our
being slave
country.
owners?
But they founded our country.
So,
Yeah,
No, I mean,
look,
I'll say I think they're
so
bad. I think they're bad. I think Thomas Jefferson was
exactly.
a rapist too.
Yeah, like they're
no,
horrible
I'm not
people, and we should
I'm not
not
disputing that.
we should not be looking up to horrible people. That's all we're saying.
I'm not disputing that. I don't dispute that, those claims are false. However, believe that when you're blaming, like when you're 100% blaming everything on like the people that found this country for like
Here's what it is. You're straw manning critical race theory. That's what you're doing.
how am I strawmanning it?
Because you're saying that critical race theory entails that you blame everything in society on just like white men. That's essentially what you're trying to say. And no, that's not how intersectional feminism works. No, that's not how intersectionalism works. We are
No,
going to
I support
acknowledge.
women. I support women.
What
I
you voted?
truly
You
support
voted
women.
for a rapist who literally bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls in Miss USA
Look,
because he wasn't
look,
supposed to
Parker.
inspect them without their consent. That restricted women's access to abortion and their basic aspect rights to bodily autonomy. Right? What do you mean you care about women?
You have to understand. Like I have a mother. Okay, I have a sister.
You're trolling. This is totally trolling.
I'm not trolling. Can you
I have
please
a
just take
mom
me
and I
seriously?
have a mom is not a
No,
reason why you
listen,
don't
listen,
hate
listen.
women.
Hey,
Everyone
hey,
has a
listen.
mom, bro. What are you talking about?
Okay, okay, okay. I have a mother. Okay, I
Practically
respect my
everyone has a
mother.
mom.
When I voted for President Trump, I voted for him for the economy, for our country, for our trade, for our immigration, for our security. That is all those things, fall under, caring about women. Like, for instance, I don't want my mom to be unalived by a illegal immigrant. I don't want my mom to
Okay, well,
be
I just want to let you know, undocumented immigrants commit violent crime, drug crime, and property crime at multiple times lower rates than
really,
natural born
really. Is that true?
at multiple times lower rates than natural born U.S. citizens. You can find this from pnas.org. Look up the comparative rates of violent crime, drug crime, and property crime between U.S. citizens, U.S. born citizens, and undocumented immigrants in Texas. And it will tell you explicitly that undocumented immigrants commit multiple times lower rates of crime. We can also look at the Cato Institute. We can look at practically any source that indicates lower rates of crime from undocumented immigrants. We can also look at how they're adding more to the economy than they're taking from it. Undocumented immigrants spend literally $100 billion in taxes to federal, local, and state governments, whereas they receive none of that in federal benefits. Literally none of that. So again, they provide the system, they don't take from, right? And it is the case that they commit lower rates of crime, and yet you're going to sit here and act like they're the ones committing crimes or violent crimes at high rates when you voted for someone who's literally a violent offender, who was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, who released violent criminals in the country, that beat cops and pled guilty and admitted to it and were convicted of it in a criminal court.
Parker, you have to understand that these illegal immigrants, they are getting benefits. Like, I have seen on the streets here in, Orange County, where these illegal immigrants will walk into a hotel and say, "Can I get a room?" And the cashier will say, "Yeah, you can." Like, you think that's fine?
Okay.
I mean,
I have
I'm
been
not
to,
sure
I
if
have
you-
been to Orange County. That is totally fucking bullshit. What are you
What?
talking about? Orange
I
County is
literally
like the
saw
most
the other day.
Orange County is the most conservative area possible. What are you talking about?
Oh no,
One,
you
it's the
haven't
most
been here.
Yes, I
You
have.
haven't been here.
Yes,
You
I
haven't
have.
been here in
One,
20
one,
years. In 20
two,
years.
two. I just want to say this: you can't tell that someone's undocumented just by looking at them. Three, right? If you're talking about asylum seekers, they're going through a legal process. But dude,
Parker.
I'm
I mean,
telling
I
you,
got,
Orange
um,
County
Parker,
is
I
very
just want
right
Parker.
wing.
Wait,
I got
Parker.
two things to
Wait,
add.
give me
real
1 second.
quick.
Wait, give me
Wait,
one
let
second.
me. Let me.
Wait,
let me
wait.
say
Can I
this.
ask you a question? Can you name one beach in Orange County?
Yes, Huntington Beach.
Okay.
Okay.
Have you been to Huntington Beach? Have you been to the pier? They literally have Trump
Yeah, I've
rallies
been
at
there.
the
Yeah,
pier.
yeah, yeah.
They have Trump rallies at
No,
the
wait,
pier.
Parker, let me add something. You're not letting me talk. Well, I've been to Orange County for the last, 10 years or so. It went red against Obama in 2008 and 2012, and it went blue for Hillary Clinton and blue for Biden and blue again for Kamala. So you can't sit here and say that it's a
That is
conservative
bullshit.
town.
No,
That
it's
is true. Look
not.
it up. Look it up right now. Look
I
it up
will.
right now. You
I
can.
will.
Isn't
Hey,
Kevin
go.
McCarthy
I have
from?
been there. There's not.
Yes,
No, it's totally right
I don't
wing.
dispute that. I don't dispute that you've been here, but you have to understand that we it's been getting more blue over the years, especially with when they're literally teaching woke propaganda in
They're
Huntington
teaching
Beach
woke
schools.
propaganda. No, they're not. What
Yes.
woke
Oh
propaganda
my
are
God.
you talking about?
You've never been here for the last 10 years. You don't
Yes, I
understand this
have.
county.
Yes, I have. I live in
Okay,
California.
name me one city. Name me one city in
In
Orange County besides Huntington.
Irvine.
Okay, and give me another one.
Oh my God.
Manhattan Beach.
Manhattan Beach
I don't
is
know.
not
I
Orange
don't know if
County.
that's Orange County.
That's in LA. That's in LA.
Is it?
Wait. Have you been to the pho? Have you been to the Vietnamese restaurants in Westminster? I bet you haven't.
Wait, that doesn't change.
Those are my family. Those are my
Yeah.
local people.
That doesn't change anything.
What do you mean doesn't change? You haven't been here, so you wouldn't
All
understand
right. All
our
right.
people.
Let's get back to the undocumented
Yeah, so
immigrants claim.
I can go
Yeah,
to him
because
back
I
and
claimed
say.
that.
I got two quick things to add.
No. Can I please finish responding to him without you
Oh
cutting me
yeah,
off?
sure.
Please? Thank you. So again, this claim here that you're making that like it's not conservative is ridiculous. You can look at voter registration in the area. Secondly, also right, like not only that, but like that's just completely not acknowledging the claim that like undocumented immigrants don't get federal services.
Yeah,
They
well,
absolutely
that's the
do.
one I wanted to address real quick. They get federal services in Medicare, and most states give them Medicaid, and most states give them in-state college
Absolutely.
tuition, which
Absolutely.
gets subsidized by the federal
No, wrong.
federal government. So California
absolutely
does
is.
offer
Can you
in-state
give me
tuition for
can you
undocumented
give me
immigrants.
give me a single source?
Yeah, yeah.
For Medicaid.
Well, Parker, I think you're just ignoring the fact that illegal immigrants, ever since they came into this country in, I guess, 2023, the crime rate in Orange County
by
have
the way, what's your birth year?
June 2nd, 2006.
Okay. Hey, for the people in the chat, wait, you said you're how old?
18 years old.
Okay. For the people spamming in the chat that he's 17, if you don't have any evidence of that, I'm gonna start blocking people. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I feel like you're just ignoring the fact that here I live in Westminster, and so the crime rate has just been out of control ever since like Biden led in all these illegals. I don't understand how you could just like sit here and just say that
I
we
got
haven't been
PBS
suffering.
One, you shouldn't refer to people as illegals. Two, I have a question. Are you okay with population growth being 1 to 2% a year?
If the crime rate is going up, then yeah.
Undocumented immigrants, bringing more undocumented immigrants to the country would reduce crime.
How would it reduce crime?
Because the crime rate would be lower because there's a greater population with a lower rate of crime.
I
Don't they
just find
automatically
that hard to
commit a
believe.
crime by entering
Because
illegally?
again, undocumented immigrants have multiple times lower rates of crime. And D, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. I'm really excited for that as well. Thank you so much, D, for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
So for the Medicaid claim,
hold up, Melody. That's for that is there it's there. That is for people who would be their birthdays from the first 4 months of the year. Go ahead.
yeah, for the Medicaid scores, I got PBS News. Hold on, let me read.
Yeah, go. You give me the title.
How undocumented immigrants sometimes receive Medicaid
repeat the
benefits.
title.
How undocumented immigrants sometimes receive Medicaid benefits. And Medicaid is a federal program that gets funded by federal block grants given to the states who decide what to do with the money. And the Department of Education subsidizes, gives.
Where does it say within it?
They're talking about the hospital reimbursement rate. How undocumented immigrants go to the hospital. They have to get treated in Medicaid, reimburse the hospitals.
You're talking about these. You're referencing states doing states spending money for care of people. That's not necessarily undocumented immigrants. This is just emergency Medicaid.
Yeah, but Medicaid's still a federal program.
Listen, illegal immigrants who have been in the United States for less than 5 years aren't eligible for regular Medicaid coverage.
But that still proves the point.
Those are legal immigrants.
Parker, I thought you said we shouldn't say illegal.
I said legal immigrants.
All right, fine.
What?
I thought you said illegal. My apologies.
I said you shouldn't call people illegals.
I know when I thought you said illegal, so I was applying your standard back to you.
Even if I did say illegal immigrant, that's different from calling someone an illegal.
All right, fine.
Okay.
But yeah, I put the hyperlink in the chat. I mean,
I
probably
can't click on any hyperlink in the chat. You got anything else, or?
I mean, the Department of Education subsidizes tuition.
Say that one more time.
Federal government subsidizes tuition for colleges.
For undocumented immigrants?
Yeah.
Give me a source on that one. All right. Liberal destroyer. You haven't destroyed anything. How does it feel?
Parker, I respectfully disagree. I think I have proved you wrong on many points.
I have a question. Do you think I have a real job?
Define a job. Define a job. What is a job?
Something in which you do labor for money.
I mean, if you have a job, then, I respect that.
Do you think I have a job?
Sure.
No, under your view. Like, do you think I have a real job?
Man, look, I think you have an appointment.
Employment means I have a job, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you do have a job.
Okay. Do you think I'm paid by the DNC?
Look, I haven't looked much into it. I don't know. I don't want to, make assumptions about you. But if I had to say yes or no, probably no.
Okay. All right.
I think you are bolstered by the DNC, but I don't think you're being paid.
How am I bolstered by the DNC?
Well, they literally endorse you in like all their TikTok videos.
Who?
The White didn't you go to visit Joe Biden in the White House?
That doesn't mean the DNC is endorsing me in TikTok videos.
Or they're bolstering you. They're bolstering you.
I got invited by a digital strategist to go to the White House. Yes.
And are they connected to Joe Biden?
I didn't even get to personally meet Joe. No.
That's a shame. He's a really nice guy.
I don't know. I haven't met him.
You know, if Joe, had really good policies, I respect Joseph Robinette Biden, the second junior of
Okay,
Delaware.
there's no way you're trolling. Shut the fuck
Parker,
up.
no.
Do that one more time and
Parker.
I'll kick you from the live. Matt, think of the $10 for the DNC
Yes, sir.
paycheck. Good boy.
I am a good boy.
I know. Basil, I did pay for my own trip. Yeah. Got anything? Or are you done?
I mean, I found that they do pay in-state tuition. I don't know if it comes from the. I couldn't find that it came subsidized from the federal government.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I gotta drop. It was nice talking to you, Parker. I'm glad we had a respectful conversation.
Nice talking to you. Yeah. So liberal destroyer, you didn't destroy anything. You got destroyed over and over and over.
No, I didn't. Why are you saying that?
You're mad,
I didn't.
bro.
I'm not. Can you please just talk to me about tariffs? Literally, I have 100% knowledge on all these issues, and I feel like
100% knowledge. What is a tariff?
yeah. So a tariff is a tax on an importer.
A tax on an imported good. Okay. Who pays the tariff?
Well, the importer.
Okay. In the importing business. Okay. So that's passed on to the consumer, right?
Yes, but incentivizes people to buy American goods. That is the point.
Oh, so why do you have to? I thought you're pro freedom. Why do you have to force people to buy American goods instead of just telling them to do it?
Well, I'm pro freedom for Americans.
Yeah, that you're limiting the freedom of Americans to buy goods from other countries around the world.
No, I'm
and
not.
Make it more
They can still
expensive.
buy the goods from China.
No, you're forcing them to buy American goods by making it more expensive to buy goods from other countries around the world.
No, I'm not forcing anyone.
You are totally
They can
forcing
still buy
them
it.
in the market.
They can still do
for
it.
example, if we put a tariff, right, on like a 1,000% tariff on like podcast mics, would you be like limiting that? Would you be limiting people's freedom to buy podcast mics?
It would incentivize them to buy the cheaper ones in some cases.
So are you forcing them to buy podcast mics from the United States? Because it's 1,000%.
Well, can we please switch up the terms? Because the word force is not
I'm gonna
really.
throw my head through a wall.
Parker, I don't want you to do that. Please don't do that.
Then stop
But-
being like this.
Yes, sir. Okay. When you tax the importer, right? The Chinese good becomes more. Or, sorry, I shouldn't say that. The foreign good becomes more expensive, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So then, the American consumer buys the cheaper good, which is the American good, making, investment go into America.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
43.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why'd you do that?
Let me go ahead and ask you a question, Parker.
Go ahead.
So I've watched you and Dean and your group, campaigning throughout this whole time.
Yeah.
So, like when you guys are campaigning, haven't you guys noticed that you guys have been wrong every single time? Like, I'm just asking, like, basically, like, everything you guys have fought for, fight for, you guys have been wrong. Donald Trump is president. And then when you talk about limiting people's freedom, you're talking about the Democrats. When you're talking about tariffs of limiting people's freedom, Democrats censors us. Democrats takes away the freedom. I mean, let's not even talk about policies or anything. Let's talk about common sense here, right? Common sense is everybody knows why these tariffs are put into place. Yes, we know that the consumer price, they have to deal with it. We know that. We understand that. But I know you know this, Parker. Donald Trump is doing this tariffs is to put people on the table to negotiate. You know that better than I do. And yes, it sucks that the world has to get hit like right now because of it. I understand. It's painful. People's feeling it, but it is for the greater good. Do you agree that it's for the greater good if it does work out?
If it works out in a manner in which it would reduce tariffs overall, then yes, but that would actually go against his fundamental values of wanting to increase domestic production, because there's no increase in domestic production if there is an overall decrease in tariffs. Matt, think of it $10 for the DNC paycheck. You also said I'm always wrong. I'd like you to give me specific examples in which I'm wrong. And then also, in terms of the Dems censoring, Donald Trump advocated to put people in prison for a year for burning the American flag.
So you want to talk about Donald Trump wearing an American flag, but Dr. Fauci, Fauci, Nancy Pelosi, they've done worse, but nobody wants to talk about it. But
like what?
Absolutely.
But we're not there to talk about that part.
What has Fauci done?
No, the whole common sense about this. Oh, have you seen the show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
What did Fauci do that was wrong?
No, but first, let me ask you: Have you seen the show?
Wait, you're the one that doesn't want to talk about it.
No, Parker.
We're talking about. I'm asking you about it right now, and you're not responding. So what did Fauci do?
Did you hear what I just said, Parker?
What did Fauci do?
Let me finish, and then I promise you I'll answer your question. I'm just saying, have you seen the show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire?
No.
You never seen that show? Let me go ahead and explain the show. So that show is like a game host show where you answer a series of questions, and then if you don't know the question, you ask the audience, right? And then the audience comes back as 91%. And normally when you come back to the audience at 91%, they're usually right with the answer. So the way I look at it, that's how Democrats are. You guys already lost. And instead of uniting this country and respecting the president, the person that's in place, you guys don't know that you're actually hurting America, because you guys are, I don't really truly understand your debate right now, to be honest with you. And to answer your question about what has Dr. Fauci done, everybody know what that guy has done. Have you not heard his recording? This guy and his COVID and everything, and don't sit there and defend him. Please don't defend him, because you're going to make yourself look really bad, Parker. And you know that the whole world knows and don't like Dr. Fauci.
What did he do?
The COVID, bro. What are you talking about?
What about
Did you hear what he said? This fool said, how do you get rid of everybody's ideology? How do you get rid of that? Do you know what he said? By forcing them to take the vaccine, pretty much crippling us and saying, you have to go to work. All the Facebook, all the big industries, you force them to do this. You force them to do, like, you know what I mean? Like, and I'm not as bright as you.
What did Fauci do? You still have yet to
No,
say.
Parker, but what I'm trying to say is I'm not as bright as you. I don't know the policies like you guys all know.
I'm not even asking for a policy. I'm just asking what did Fauci
what
do that
I'm
was
just trying to
about?
say is that you're a very
You said
intelligent
Fauci was
kid.
so horrible. What did Fauci do? No one
I just
forced you to
told-
take the vaccine.
You're right, but your employers did. The employers
you
did.
didn't.
Employers are, bro. I own a company of 500 employees. I was forced
No,
to
you
shut
weren't.
down. Yes, I was. How
No,
are
you
you going to tell me, Parker? You don't own a company. I do.
I'll explain why.
No,
Because
but let me finish.
Because
I got shut down because I'm not a
listen,
necessity.
let me
My
explain.
business was not a necessity.
You just
I
didn't
couldn't
listen.
work.
Yeah,
No,
hold
but
on,
I can't work from home either.
Wait, you're talking about in terms of the vaccine mandate, right? It was vaccine or test, right? And also, it got shot down by the Supreme Court.
Not at the time when I had to shut my company down.
Okay, that happened under Trump's administration. And that wasn't just Fauci. That was under Trump's administration, where there were literally Republicans supporting that policy. It was a lockdown because there was a global fucking pandemic, dude. I'm sorry, like what? No shit, the fucking store shut down. There was a global pandemic killing millions of people.
And then where did you think the pandemic came from, Parker?
China. China.
Is that what you really, really think in your heart? Because
Yeah.
you did your Google research. So bottom line is what I'm trying to say about you, Parker. You're very smart. You're intelligent. But what I'm saying, sometimes, brother, you gotta use your common sense too. Not everything we read online and everything that we think we understand everything. It's just common sense.
Where did the virus come from?
Like go with your gut feelings sometimes on this. I know you know it, Parker. I know you know in your heart that the Democrat aren't the most honest people either. You know what I mean?
I never said Democrats were totally 100% honest. They're more honest than Republicans and definitely more honest than Donald Trump. But I asked you, where did the virus come from?
You're probably gonna say Wuhan, right?
I asked you the question.
I'm giving you the answer. Wuhan, the China lab in China.
You agree that it was from Wuhan.
That's what I Googled, bro. That's what I Googled. I'm just using my gut feeling on things, what I'm trying to tell you.
What's your gut
So,
feeling?
what I like to educate myself, I think that it's the Democrats, bro. I think that's just me. That's just me. I'm thinking it's our country, right?
So,
'Cause our country
so
does-
Democrats created COVID.
So our country does a lot of messed up things. You know that. I know that. I think everybody knows that.
No,
The bottom
to,
line,
to clarify, like the Democrats created COVID.
America. Somebody in the country was in on it.
So
I believe
so
that.
it wasn't Democrats.
I would say our country. Let's go there. Our country. Our people.
Who was
Our
president?
citizens. What?
Who was president?
Bro, you're not getting it.
So
President-
our country under whose leadership?
So let me ask you this, Parker. Under a person's leadership, do you expect that leadership to be 100% perfect? Like something mistake is not going to pass that person? Again,
No,
common
but I'm
sense.
just saying, how do you blame it on Democrats if it was under Trump's leadership?
Did you just say what I just said? I said I fixed it. It's our country's fault, not Democrats, not Republicans.
Okay,
It's
so
just
the
our
United
country.
States created COVID.
Not created. They knew about it. Everybody's in on something about it. That's just my conspiracy theory, right?
Wait, did I create COVID because I knew about it in fucking February? Ariana, think of it $2.
Parker, are we gonna talk about stuff, or are you gonna sit there and try to be smart about things? Really, because that's how you really do talk to people. Like, don't be smart. We're both people. We're just talking.
Don't be
We're
smart.
not, no, we're not trying
Am I
to dumb
supposed
each
to be
other
dumb?
down. No, not be a smart ass. Not be a smart
How
ass.
so? You mean like correct you when you say something wrong?
Not
I'm sorry,
correct me.
we're on a debate live. I'm gonna respond to you. If you don't want me to respond to you, don't join a debate live. Simple.
It's not. You're not really debating me. You're only questioning my if I'm smart or not. The way you talk to a person, I'm
That's
pretty
not
sure
what
it
I
doesn't
did.
say
I
that.
didn't just do that. I responded to all your points.
So let's go ahead and let me ask you a question, because everyone likes to talk about Donald Trump so much, right? What do you think about Nancy Pelosi, Adam Schiff, Chuck Schumer? What do you think about those people?
I'm not big fans.
That's it?
Pretty much, yeah. That's what else do you want to hear about? Like, do you want me to be like, do you want me to, what,
Okay.
what do you want me to say? I'm not big fans of them.
I mean, that's your only answer. I mean, can you tell me why you're not a big fan of them?
Not really a fan of like the corporate Democrat policy, especially like I'll give you an example of Schumer. Schumer specifically like wants to like vote for Trump's economic policy to hurt Americans. I think that's pretty insane. Right? I want to not hurt Americans. That's an example.
You said that you don't want to hurt Americans, right? So
Yeah. Austin,
what
thank you
do
for the $10. Thank you so much, Austin.
So what do you think about the tariffs then, Parker?
What do I think of? I think the tariffs hurt Americans.
No, I'm talking about the tariffs. Do you agree with the tariffs or you don't? You probably don't, right?
Not the universal ones. I disagree with the universal tariffs.
And what do you think about China?
Persephone, thank you for the $1.
What was that?
Teresa, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Don't worry, Teresa. Thank you. And Ronald, thank you for the $4. Thank you. What do I? Okay, is this an interview or are we like debating?
No, it's debating, Parker. Like, I respect your panel, bro. I just wanted to really get on here and talk to you because, I've been waiting for this. Wish I can talk to Dean one of these days, too. I don't come at you guys because I'm smart, because I'm knowledgeable. I just come from, just an American citizen who tries to have some kind of common sense because I don't let
Can I ask you
myself
something
get
that's common
brainwashed.
sense real quick?
Yeah.
Would you vote for someone who released violent criminals into the country?
Release?
Yeah. Like intentionally released violent criminals into the country.
You're talking about pardons, right?
Yeah, that could be an example.
Right? And let me ask you the question. What president hasn't done that?
Joe Biden.
You're not serious when you say that, right? I hope you're not serious when you say that Joe Biden does not pardon anybody, right? Unless you're just talking about he
Enlightenment,
wasn't the
think of
one
it
that did it.
Joe Biden did not pardon violent criminals. I'm talking about violent criminals. So can you give me the violent?
No.
Can
Let's
you
not
tell me
talk
the
about
name
violent-
of the violent
Parker,
criminal that Joe
Let's not
Biden
talk
pardoned?
about violent criminals. We're just talking about criminals. Doesn't matter if it's violent or not. It's criminals. It's criminals.
So would you vote for a criminal?
A person can change. Yeah, I can actually.
Would you vote for a violent criminal?
Donald Trump is not violent.
is there a difference between a violent criminal and any other type of criminal that's relevant?
I mean, like I just told you before, a criminal. I just told you that I would vote for a criminal, right? Because I've been in jail
So
before.
then you would vote for a violent criminal too, right?
I believe in second chances.
Would you vote for someone who sexually abused a woman?
Do you have proof of that?
Yes. But
You actually
I just
don't.
asked, would you vote for someone who sexually abused a woman?
No.
Would you vote for someone held civilly liable for sexually abusing a woman?
No.
Donald Trump was held civilly liable for sexually abusing Eugene Carroll. Unanimously amongst a jury of 9 people. So given your own position, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. So you must regret your vote for Donald Trump, correct?
No, I don't. So now let me go ahead and reverse that question on you.
That was a contradiction.
Would you vote for a person who allows, not even Biden, Trump? You're talking about Trump, what he did, but let's go ahead and talk about what Biden did. Would you vote for a president who's actually allowed every single goddamn gangsters, every country, every person to come into America illegally?
Given that it was unintentional, then I would still vote for them. Yeah.
You opened the borders.
Yeah, like let me give an example. For Donald Trump actually has been deporting people at a lower rate compared to the Biden-Harris administration that was violent criminals.
He's been detaining more.
Like you have no evidence that Donald Trump is deporting more or arresting more violent criminals. And Donald Trump himself released violent criminals in the country intentionally.
Yeah, Parker, but so let me go back my background story. So, I've got in trouble in my life a lot. I'm a felon, got in trouble. So that's why I told you I believe in second chances. If everyone's gonna judge me for my past, like what is the reason for second chances, right? What is the reason why people would, go to God, pray to Jesus, whatever?
Do you want other people who were felons to be president?
I mean, how many felons is on the Democratic side?
Name one.
Bro, they should be felons. How about that?
Okay. Name one felon on the Democratic side.
Nancy Pelosi.
Not a felon.
He's a criminal.
Not even considered a criminal currently.
So
wait,
Parker,
but doesn't she trade individual stock?
Okay, if you
Parker.
consider her a criminal and you wouldn't vote for her because she's a criminal, well then Donald Trump is considered a criminal. Secondly, I would support getting rid of the ability for Congress members to invest in anything other than the S&P 500.
Okay, let's just say I agree with you, Parker. Now let me ask you this next question. When you see Nancy Pelosi and all these, just because they didn't get convicted, just because nothing's happening to them, are you only gonna go with something that is actually done, or are you gonna go with instinct and you know that person is a bad person? So let me ask you this next question: If you knew that Nancy Pelosi was a bad person or whatever it was, but she never got in trouble, never got caught up, would you get with her? Let's just pretend that she was a young, beautiful. Like, would you get with a person knowing?
I'm not gonna get with anyone who's not my girlfriend. So I would never even answer a hypothetical like that. It's just weird to ask me like that.
Okay,
especially
fine.
when I'm on my girlfriend's account, bro.
Okay, my bad. But forget the fact that it's a girlfriend, right?
I'm not gonna forget my girlfriend. That's just not how I do things. So, would I support
I
a
didn't say forget your
candidate?
girlfriend,
Would I
I
ever
said
support a
forget-
candidate like Nancy Pelosi? No.
She's a criminal.
So if I wouldn't support her as a candidate, why would you support Trump? Because I would so much rather support Nancy Pelosi over Donald Trump.
Because Trump has better policies. That's
Really?
the reason
Name
why.
one single Donald Trump policy that you like.
Told you the tax cuts.
Donald Trump supported the largest tax increase in U.S. history. The tariffs
What?
are the largest
No.
tax increase in U.S. history. Secondly, the tax cuts here that you're talking about predominantly went to rich people.
That is
which
insane. That is
increased the debt,
insane.
which increased the
Okay.
deficit, which harms American consumers.
Over the last 4 years, we've had higher taxes under the Biden administration.
Mm-hmm. The
And
taxes
because of that,
you would never vote for that tax plan, right?
Liberal.
I would
Hold on.
never. No.
You would never? Well, that was Donald Trump's tax plan.
No, what?
Yeah, it
No,
was.
it was
That was Donald Trump's tax plan, and you just said the taxes were too high. You
I'm
just
not
said
liberal.
you would never
I'm not
vote
liberal.
for that tax plan, and it was Donald
destroyer.
Trump's tax plan that you just said you would never vote for. So it's hilarious that you say that
It was
because it was literally
under
Donald
Biden.
Trump's plan. You just got clipped, buddy.
Under Biden, he had terrible tax laws, and because
That
of
was
that,
Donald Trump's tax policy.
No, wait, no.
There was no
Joe
Joe Biden tax plan.
Okay, then
It
where's
was
his
only
tax
for
plan?
1 year. It was only 1 year
No,
that they
no.
changed it. It was
Here,
the
yes.
American Rescue Plan, and the thing that they mainly changed was the child tax credit, which they increased, which reduced child poverty by 45%.
No,
Parker,
no, it did not.
It was a COVID era policy. Yes, it did. Casey, thank you for the $10.
remember?
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, here, I forgot.
For
Let me,
real.
let me,
And
let me
Matt,
show
thank you
you
for the
some love,
$10.
too,
Thank you
bro.
so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Let me show you some love, bro. There's your galaxy, too. But anyways, so Parker, again, what I'm just trying to explain to you, brother, like, this is just like a healthy debate. Remember that one episode? Remember that one time when she was campaigning Kamala Harris? Kamala. Remember that one time when she goes, "Well, we're just gonna have to tax more. We're just gonna have to tax more."
Yes.
Donald Trump's never said that, bro.
Yeah, we have to tax people who are rich more. And yes, Donald Trump has. He's talked about tariffs. Oh, they just got removed for community guidelines. I don't even know what for.
Tariffs are not a tax. It's a tax on the foreign
Wait,
importer.
say that one more time.
The tariff. Listen very closely. A tariff is a tax on China or Russia. Or sorry, I should say the C country, or Russia, or Taiwan, or Vietnam, or the Philippines.
So I just want to clarify. You just said a tariff is not a tax, and then clarified that it is a tax, and then you also got it wrong on who is taxed.
Sorry,
Who's taxed
it's a tax.
is the
It's not
American
a tax
importer.
on the American people.
It is. It's a tax on the American importer, which is passed down to the American consumer.
President Trump said in his inauguration speech, he said, "We need to stop taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, but we need to tax countries to enrich our citizens."
We're not taxing those countries. We're taxing our American businesses, which is passed down to the American consumer. You are not taxing China when you place a tariff on China. You are not taxing Canada when you place a tariff on Canada. That's not how
Wait, why do you even
tariffs work.
support taxes? Why do you even support taxes in the first place?
Because we need things to fund social programs.
If I work really hard, why should I get taxed?
I'll give you an example. Would you be okay with taxing 1% of Jeff Bezos' net worth to be able to get rid of homelessness for veterans in America?
I think we can do it without taxes.
No, if it was the case that, again, if you do not tax them, then there will be homelessness for veterans in America.
But that's
if
a
you do,
hypothetical,
but if you do tax them 1%, and it will get rid of homelessness for veterans in America, would you be okay with taxing Jeff Bezos' net worth 1% to get rid of homelessness for veterans in this country?
We can achieve that without, having to
Answer my question.
punish
So no,
hard work.
is that a no?
We can achieve it without taxing. That is
that a no?
Your question.
You would not be okay with increasing taxes, right, on Jeff Bezos, his net worth, by 1% to get rid of homelessness for veterans in this country.
I just said that we can do it without.
I'm asking
taxing.
how.
Right. I just wait. I literally just explained this earlier. When you tax other countries, you can help like veterans, homeless people.
Tariffs are not taxing other countries. Okay, that's one. Two.
But why did President Trump say in his speech?
Because he's lying to you. The fact that you laugh at that is really comical because it's not just me. It's liberal, it's conservative economists that say this. Conservative economists are the ones.
Give me
saying
one
he's
conservative
lying.
economist that says that.
Yeah, Milton Friedman.
Who is Milton Friedman? Let me search this guy.
One of the most notable like libertarian economists, classical economists, that said tariffs cause the prices of consumer products to go up. Actually,
he died. He can't even. He's not even.
Listen, I understand. This is where I learned from in terms of Milton Friedman where tariffs increase prices. I know that Milton Friedman is not alive anymore, but he 100% said that tariffs increase prices because that's where I learned it from. In school.
Okay, so is he a capitalist?
You're cut out. I can't hear you.
Is he a capitalist? Is Milton Friedman a capitalist?
Yes.
So that means he wouldn't even support tariffs because it's a tread or infringement on, our freedom to make money in this country, businesses.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know where this
I gave you an example of a conservative economist.
All right, okay, fine. Are you sure what they're saying is, 100%?
Yes, that's accurate. It's literally not just said by them. It's said by like practically every conservative economist. You can look this up yourself, right? They're conservative economists that have gone on plenty of the media sites and talked about how they disagree with this policy. This is typically not even, right, like a disputed thing. Okay, this is only Donald Trump saying this. He's literally lying to the American people, and I know you don't want to believe that he's lying, but I promise you, if you did some ounce of research, you would determine that he's lying. And this is not coming from someone that just wants to
He's not
disagree
lying,
with Donald
Parker.
Trump. Listen, this is not someone just who wants to disagree with Donald Trump in every scenario. I used to be a Trump supporter. I used to believe some of the same propaganda that you believe in, and I've done research on it, and it's not true.
I do my own research as well.
I got an economics degree. It's wrong.
And
I
I
have a
do my
degree.
own research. How do you know that your learning is, 100%?
What?
How do you know what you're learning isn't like controlled or something?
Did you say that about math? Do you say that about science? Do you say that about anything else?
No, that's why I do my own research on it.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. If you were told by biologists that life begins at conception, would you dispute that?
If I saw it on the internet, then maybe.
I'm saying from
probably.
biologists.
In what setting?
A PhD setting.
What's a PhD setting? Like a university?
Jesus Christ, dude. They have PhDs. They're biologists, right? And they've worked in the context of university.
I'll consider it.
Experts. What do you mean you'd consider it? What do you listen to? No, obviously, listen to the experts.
Just probably the radio in the car.
Okay, I'm gonna kick you.
Okay.
You're a waste of time to talk to. Total waste of time. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. As well as if you're on YouTube, you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. What's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. We've been dealing with a bunch of bans, everyone. So everyone here on TikTok, I would recommend to go over to my YouTube channel. We got about 2,400 people over on the YouTube stream. So I'd recommend go over there and hang out with us on the YouTube stream. I'd really recommend that. If you go over there, I actually get paid for viewership. Hey Liam, I don't plan to talk to you for very long, but I genuinely wanted to say, bro, I hope at some point you have some type of reflection, and instead of just viewing it as TikTok beef of you're just gonna believe the same thing over and over again regardless.
I don't have a beef with you, dude.
I hope at some
I
point
know.
you listen to what comes out of my mouth, right?
I do. And can we talk for a second without trolling?
Yeah.
I don't have any nasty.
A few minutes.
Listen, sorry about all your lives being taken down and shit as well. I know that stuff totally sucks. All right. One thing I respected you for the longest time for, Parker, is you never used to silence or mute the chat or do anything like that. Okay. And then ever since everything that happened between you guys, I'm not going to bring that up either. It seems like you're starting to silence and mute people in the chat and stuff. I'm trying to understand why that is. I've never said anything that would ever take your live down in your chat at all.
The reason why you probably get muted in the chat is because of the things that you've said on live to other people. And until you can take accountability for the things that you've said on live,
dude, that's not true,
to
bro.
other people, right? You're gonna get banned, and that's just what I'm gonna tell you. Of course,
Pull
you're gonna
up
get
the
banned.
receipts. Pull up the receipts and stop lying to your audience,
I'm not
man.
lying, and this is why I'm gonna kick you.
Yes,
This is why I'm gonna kick you, because everyone knows you've done this. You've done this on my lives. You've done this on other people's lives. We've all fucking seen this. I don't need to show you it again after we've gone over this and done this so many times already. And this is why, again, until you take accountability, you will never progress. And it's so fucking sad because it's I fucking see you just unwilling to progress. And it's bro, just fucking be reasonable. Literally. Just be reasonable. Just critically think about this shit. Take accountability for what you did. See this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. You know what's up, how old are you?
32.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Why did you vote for Donald Trump? I'm sorry. He really scared me because he has a webcam on and it's taking a while to say things. I don't know. Maybe I could be wrong, but I'm not risking it with people who have webcam access right now. If you have webcam access, I won't let you up. I'm sorry, everyone. There's been a lot of trolls recently with webcam access, so I'm trying. If you want to support me again, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, everyone. It's the best place to support me. And again, everyone, go over to my YouTube channel. I would really appreciate that. Make sure to like the stream on YouTube. I want to see if we can get up to 2,000 likes real quick, everyone. Can't you disable cam access now? Liam, if people don't respect me, that's not my fault at this point. I'll do the best I possibly can to get people to respect me. I think the way that I conduct myself is pretty fine, you know? If you don't respect me, that's on you at this point. Because I do incredible levels of work to take into account all of those things. You know what's up, how old are you? You know what's up, how old are you? Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Appreciate Little Crown. And it's also like, bro, like, I think I have enough respect. I think I'm fine. And like, it's actually crazy to me that Liam says I have no respect, while at the same time he is the person he is. Like, he has respect, bro. Insane. Alrighty, give it a second, everyone. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. I'm trying to get people up here. Alright. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. You know what's up, how old are you?
48.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did 3 times.
Why so?
Because he's changing the system and making it better.
Okay. How is Donald Trump changing the system and making it better?
He's direct and he does what he says he's going to do.
Okay. Like with what?
Well,
like with
this
tariffs?
election,
Is he doing it for
he
renegotiation?
warned everybody that that's what he was going to do.
Yeah, but is he doing it for renegotiation, or is he doing
Yes.
it for increase in domestic manufacturing?
Both.
But you can't do it for both. That's
Why
not
not?
possible because in order for the increase in domestic manufacturing to go, you have to have tariffs implemented.
Okay.
So if the tariffs are not to be implemented and then for just in renegotiation, well then is it going to be the case that it doesn't increase in domestic manufacturing because the tariff was not implemented?
But some people would argue if you have tariffs, why do we need to bring manufacturing here?
What? Say that one more time?
Some people say that if we have tariffs, that we don't need to bring manufacturing to the U.S.
That's a really confusing statement because tariffs are meant to bring back manufacturing to the United States.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, so what I said is that like if it is the case that you don't have the tariff implemented, then there will not be an increase in domestic manufacturing. The only way that you will see an increase in domestic manufacturing is if it is the case that there is a tariff implemented.
So why is it that China won't bring into their country our American vehicles?
They have targeted tariffs on us. They'd probably prefer for their industry to uphold. We also have tariffs on them on that same thing.
So how much would our tariffs impact them if they were at
There's a difference between
125%?
targeted tariffs and like the tariffs that we have right now that Donald Trump is advocating for. Those are tariffs on the entire country.
So why is it that we've dealt with China the way we have, and they've benefited from the tariffs they put on us, but yet no one's willing to stand up to that until Trump?
They didn't do blanket tariffs, and we also did those same tariffs on them. Sorry.
When?
The Biden-Harris administration, 100% tariffs on like electric cars coming from China.
Why just electric cars?
To increase domestic manufacturing of electric cars in the United States so that we're not relying on other countries around the world for energy production.
But U.S. is not ready for EVs.
That's why he advocated for this.
But if you don't have the infrastructure, how can you push EV cars?
Through investments in EV infrastructure along with the tariffs.
But they're not affordable for most Americans.
Again, I understand that, right? They are becoming more affordable over time. That's why we're increasing domestic manufacturing associated with it to make them more affordable as produced by American producers. They have become significantly more cheap. They've become significantly cheaper as of recently.
So who's a better debater, you or Charlie Kirk?
Me.
Why is that?
Charlie Kirk is a liar. Charlie Kirk has worse positions. Charlie Kirk got destroyed in every debate that we've done against each other. Nice pivot, though. Do you have any more responses to anything I said, or is that it? Oh, that's it. Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Let's get this next person up here. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, link tree in the bio. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's get this next person up here. Again, everyone, I'd recommend to go over to my YouTube channel and like the stream, everyone. I really would appreciate that because the likes on the stream do go a really long way. Right now, we currently have around 1,700 likes over on YouTube. For the 2,500 people on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if we get to 2,000 real quick, everyone. I'd really appreciate if we can get to 2,000 real quick. Okay, that person had webcam. If you do have webcam access, just make sure to make a new account so that you don't have webcam access when trying to join my live. Otherwise, I will literally kick you because I've been getting so many trolls recently that I just don't want to risk it. If you have webcam access, I will kick you. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Jake, you do have webcam access. I saw it. I know it says I know you only have 200, but you do have webcam access. So just make a new account, and you should be fine. As long as you try to join on an account that doesn't have webcam access, I will let you join. For people who say, I promise I won't turn on my webcam, I'm still just going to not let you on. Like, the point is that I don't trust it. So it's like, why would I trust you? Is the plant fake? No, it's real. You know, what's up, how do you? What's wrong with webcam access recently? So recently people have just been coming on my streams and like mooning me, like literally doing illegal shit by mooning me. And I can't limit that from being seen by the live unless I end the live. I just don't want to risk ending the live. So I just not going to add up people who have webcam because people have literally been mooning me. I'm not trolling. So just not bringing people up who have webcam access because I'm just not going to risk that anymore. I've dealt with it enough and TikTok's not going to fix it. So I just have to do this myself. So yeah, and like we've tried reporting these people, and they don't even get banned by TikTok. It's insane. And I'm also banned on all my accounts as well. Oh, they have webcam access. Webcam access. Everyone who's joining right now, you have webcam access. Stop sending guest requests if you have webcam access, everyone. Make a new account. Make a new account. How do you turn it off? You just got to make a new account. Make a whole new account just to come up on the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why'd you do that?
We've spoke before, I'll be honest with you, but I wouldn't mind for you to get a nice civil debate here.
I probably will just try to get someone else up. I do appreciate you coming up with that, man. All right, let's try to get someone up here. Do give it a second, y'all. Do tap that screen. Do share the live. We're about to hit 5 hours, everyone. So I might, if we don't get anyone, just end the live and do some Q&A. So we'll see. I would love to get another debate up, but yeah, it's just been horrible today. Yeah, if you have any questions, make sure to ask me right now. You can ask me over Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as you can ask me over YouTube Super Chat. I'll try to get up one more person, but in the meantime, you can just ask me questions, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
97.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Sick of the woke.
What's I couldn't hear you. Why'd you say?
Sick of the woke.
Can you define woke?
Yeah, just the crazy left in this country. It's getting out of hand, and yeah, it was time for change.
Woke
Biden
means
was embarrassing.
So woke means like
Biden was absolutely embarrassing, and we need to change. And there's no proof that you always say, he's a rapist. That is just made up garbage.
Hey, before we talk about that, can you tell me what woke means?
That means, radical left is woke.
Okay, what time is it?
7:05.
It's what you
I'm
said.
from Australia originally. I've been living in LA for 15 years.
Okay. And you said it's 7 o'clock.
It's 7:05.
Okay. What's the capital of California?
Sacramento.
All right. Okay. You continue with what you were saying.
Yeah, I mean, just the radical woke in this country.
So the radical left. Okay. What about the radical left?
They're embarrassing.
How so?
They create a soft society. We need.
Would you consider me like radical left?
No, no, not as bad as some of your friends. Well, the ones you're not friends with anymore.
Okay, so I'm not woke.
You have woke tendencies, yeah, but I do agree with you on some of the stuff you speak about, like abortion, so on and so forth.
Like what woke tendencies do I have?
The trans stuff.
Okay, well, I mean, I can't talk about those things on live, but I don't think that makes you soft for believing in that.
I think that do you let men play in women's sports?
I can't talk about that on the live because TikTok doesn't allow me. But I do think that trans people should be allowed to play trans women should be allowed to play in women's sports, given that they've been on multiple years of HRT and/or didn't go through a male puberty. Because after multiple years of those things, it is the case that like the biological differences relevant towards like what's going to happen for sports.
No, the biological bone structure can't be denied. The biological bone structure cannot be denied.
I just told you I can't talk any further about it. But again, the just differences in.
But then you contradicted yourself by you starting to talk about it. So
I was just clarifying to some degree. Do you want me to kick you because you won't engage with my boundaries, or like?
No, I'm happy to.
Do I need to be more strict with my boundaries with you?
What are your boundaries?
I just told you I can't talk about these things. I was only doing that because I was trying to be nice to you. If you don't want to respect my boundaries, I will kick you from the live.
Okay. You can just go ahead and kick me.
Godzilla, think of it, $2. Okay. What a child, dude. What an absolute child. How am I dodging you? Who are you? Diabolical. 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 Jacob, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I do believe in healthcare for all. I think for Social Security, we need to subvert the revenue mechanism to make it more efficient by using investments in like the SP 500, Nasdaq, and Dow Jones and stuff like that in order to be able to increase how much money we get and how efficient it is, particularly like through investment accounts. So we need an IRA essentially for every American citizen, $7,000 to $10,000 when they're born, gets $1 million by the time they retire. Way better in terms of revenue mechanism, and it would cost significantly less. I think that policy right there is around $32 billion a year to fund. But that's how you subvert the revenue mechanism. It would take 65 years to subvert that. And then I believe with universal child care, housing affordability, stuff like that. You have any questions, make sure to put in the comment section right now, or you can ask me over Venmo, Cash App, PayPal. Those are the best places to ask me, everyone. Probably going to be getting off here very soon. I don't really have any guest requests from people right now. How do you deal with these Trumpers? I've gotten more used to it over time. And also, it's just like not letting them get to me is really helpful. Not taking them so seriously sometimes. Where do you see yourself in 5 years? Doing this. Doing debates. Wish me luck on my scholarship. Good luck on your scholarship. Good luck on your scholarship. But yeah, if you have any questions, ask me in the comment section. Otherwise, I mean, I'll look for some people to join for guests, but I don't think we have anyone. I'll try this person. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? I'm probably not going to do politics in the future. Like, I'm not going to be a politician. I'm not planning on doing that at all. It's not something I find like I want to do. If you have any questions, let me know in the comment section right now. Let me know. I don't have any guest requests right now. I'm looking for it, but I just don't see anything currently. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
Well, I believe that his tariffs will, in the long run, be beneficial for America.
Okay, how so?
And I'm also pro-life. How so? Well, it's going to increase domestic production, and it's also a good tool to get other countries to comply with what we want. Not with our allies. I don't agree with that. That was a little unprecedented.
Okay.
But,
So is
yeah.
it for negotiation or is it to increase domestic production? Because it can only be for one or the other. It's
Hmm.
contradictory to say that you're doing both of them.
Yeah, you're right. It is contradictory to say you're doing both. Well, we can hope that at least one of those outcomes does happen.
You see how he like goes back and forth on it? You don't know
Yeah.
which one he's going to do. And then also in terms of the
But-
negotiations, I seemingly don't think that we got much from the negotiations. I also don't think it's best to get negotiations with our allies through these particular means. Like it could make sense with an adversary, but it doesn't make sense with a
I do
ally.
agree. Yeah, like I said, I don't agree with the tariffs on the allies like Canada.
Mhm.
But you don't agree that the tariffs did reap benefits?
Which ones? Like no net benefits. No. Like all the benefits you would see would be lesser than the costs. And I can't hear you currently.
Sorry, I'm back. I had to do something. What'd you say?
I kind of just forgot because I read something in the chat. I apologize.
Oh, we were talking about the tariffs, and you don't think that many benefits were reaped from them?
Oh, I don't think there were any net benefits.
So he's just lying out of his ass when he was saying
Absolutely.
countries were kissing my ass.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna be honest, I just heard him say that. I didn't do any further research, so I'm kind of like there are no benefits.
Not net benefits. Like all the benefits you're going to see are going to be smaller than all the costs associated with it.
As far as the impact on the stock market and all that, right?
On jobs, on inflation.
Do you think there's I know economists don't agree with, but he says, and a lot of these, guys, Charlie Kirk say, in a year or two from now, we're gonna have an economic, and everything's gonna be great. Do you think that's possible?
They're lying to you.
I don't.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah.
Let me give an example to show you how they're lying to you. Charlie Kirk posted the calculation of tariffs on his account. How'd they calculate tariffs? Trade deficit over level of imports? That makes no sense to calculate the level of tariff based upon that. So they just totally lied. They said this is the percentage of tariff, and it was a total lie.
But like the whole concept of the tariff, obviously it's going to be detrimental at first because we're gonna have to. It takes time to build these factories in the U.S. It takes time, and then once we have the factories, domestic production will increase. Stock market will be back because we won't be so reliant.
I also just want to tell you this. This is something that they don't tell you. Manufacturing sector wages, right, are lower on average than service sector wages. So when you're engaging in increasing domestic manufacturing, right, you're actually harming service sector jobs, making them less prevalent, and you're making it more prevalent for there to be manufacturing jobs in the country, which is going to reduce average wages for U.S. citizens and quality of life.
How so?
Because the average wages for again manufacturing are lower. And Lorraine, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Yes, Brandon, happy birthday, Brandon. Happy birthday.
So you don't think there's benefits to your domestic production increase?
And Sid, yes, you should do that. What's up? Say that one more time.
You don't think there's any benefits from increase in domestic production?
No, not with a blanket tariff. No.
So it's just pure propaganda.
Yep.
Wow. Okay.
Like blanket tariffs,
one
like
more.
there's really nothing I can think about it that makes it make sense.
All right. How about abortion?
Yeah, for my view on abortion, I think that you should be able to get access to an abortion up to sentience, and anything after sentience, it would be if you caused it, you wouldn't be able to. But if you did cause it, then you, or if you didn't cause it, then you would be able to get access to an abortion. And any of the abortions after viability would just be an induction of labor. Like if
So
you're
you
going to
think we
refer to
should-
it in that sense, if you refer to an abortion as a termination of pregnancy, but typically I refer to abortion as a lethal. So
can I give you a scenario?
yeah, go ahead.
So if a woman finds out that she's having a daughter, but she wants it, she wanted a boy, and she terminates the pregnancy, do you think that's justified?
Prior to sentience?
Yep.
I think they should be allowed to do it prior to sentience, but I wouldn't agree with the reasoning that they have.
Oh, so you don't agree with abortion under all circumstances?
I didn't agree with the motivation, but I do agree with them having the abortion. I don't think the abortion's wrong. I think the motivation is wrong.
Oh, so just to rephrase this, you would be okay with someone terminating their pregnancy just because they don't like the gender?
Like it should be legally allowed, yeah. Prior to sentience, yeah.
Oh, okay.
But would I disagree with their motivation? Yes.
Okay. I see my point doesn't really prove anything, I guess.
Yep.
Tried it.
Do you think girls who are sexually assaulted should be able to get access to abortion in the first trimester?
You shouldn't respond with a wrong with another wrong.
So no?
No.
You don't think a 10-year-old girl that got sexually assaulted should be able to get access to an abortion in the first trimester with a non-sentient embryo? It's literally not a sentient embryo.
It will one day be a human being.
Okay, but it's not currently. So why would you value will be human being to the same, if not more, than a today already human being?
I value both equally.
You do? Really? Okay, then here's my question. You're in a burning building. You can either save one newborn baby or you could save one zygote. Who do you save?
Whichever one's easier to save. They're both equally easy to save.
Really? Interesting. What about two zygotes or one newborn baby?
Well, I mean, the zygotes aren't implanted yet, so obviously newborn baby.
They will be in the future.
How do you know?
We have some time machine. we have some ball that tells us.
This is a bit far-fetched considering that there's no ball that can tell us this. It's like this is outside the range of a hypothetical at this point.
It's not. It's because it's logically possible.
How it is not logically possible.
So
But
what's
I
the-
would say, of
wha-
course, I would
wha-
save the
what's-
newborn
What's
baby.
the contradiction?
What's the contradiction?
Yeah.
Can you restate the hypothetical one more time? Just like the end part
You
of
just
it.
said it wasn't possible, so I'd love to hear the contradiction. Otherwise, you didn't actually have a contradiction. You just said it was.
Okay. So there's no way for us to have a time machine that tells us that the zygotes will one day be planted.
That's not a contradiction. A contradiction would be A doesn't equal A. There's nothing conceptually impossible about there being a time machine.
Considering the fact that there is no time machine existing in this world.
Are you fucking real, dude? It's a concept. All it has to do is exist in the context of a concept.
It's hard for something to exist when it doesn't exist.
Do you want me to give you an example of how that's stupid?
Yes.
Okay. If I were to give you a hypothetical, right, about a certain technology that we don't currently have right now that could exist in the future, would that make sense?
Such as?
Like automation, where in every which way you don't have to work, but you have robots that take care of everything that we need to do that's mundane labor. Is that hypothetically possible? Is that conceptually
Yes, but
possible?
then humanity would cease to
It's
exist.
conceptually possible, but it's not currently in existence. So you're like, how could you ask a hypothetical about that? Like, shut the fuck up, dude. That's like the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
All right, fair enough. So when I say that I would save the newborn baby, that proves that I value obviously I value current life over future life. That's what you're saying?
Say that one more time.
So by answering your hypothetical by saying that I would save the current life, the newborn baby, over what will one day
Well,
be life.
zygotes already are living. You just don't care about the life, the cellular life. You care about the
I'm
subjective
conceding. I'm
experience.
saying by saying that I would save the newborn baby.
I understand.
You're saying
so, like,
that
the point that I'm making is that you don't care about the cellular life the same as much as you care about the sentient life. So if you care
Okay.
about the sentient life more than you care about the cellular life, why shouldn't a 10-year-old girl who gets sexually assaulted be able to get access to an abortion in the first trimester where it's literally a non-sentient embryo?
It's just you really can't think outside of like imagine you were in a scenario where your mom was gonna abort you. I mean, I guess you would have no.
I would have no
subjective-
issue with that prior to
Yeah.
sentience because I didn't fucking exist, and I would never be able to have an issue with it because I never fucking existed.
It's just hard for me to wrap my head around,
Like, think about it this way. Like, do you think it's wrong if your parents were to have sex 5 seconds later than they did? Because you wouldn't exist if they had sex 5 seconds later.
This is true.
So it's like, dude, of course, you can think about plenty of things about that could have happened differently that would have not led to your existence. Your parents could have met different people.
This is also
Your parents
true.
could have broke up. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many conceptually possible points that we could bring up that didn't happen, that could have happened, that would have led to you not existing. Yet we obviously can acknowledge that it wasn't wrong for them to have done those other things. Because we're talking about prior to your existence. This is why I care about a future subjective experience, so long as there's been a past or a present established. And it wouldn't make sense for us to care about a future subjective experience by itself. Because we care about the future subjective experience by itself, well, then we're going to be valuing, right, an existence of a sperm that's on track to fertilize an egg, which is insane because I don't think any sperm have moral value.
Sperm have rights.
Do you actually believe that, or are you trolling?
No, I don't.
You know, I've got some people to concede to that, right? Like, obviously, I think
Yeah, I
sperm
watched
have
the
no
last-
moral value. You agree with me? Sperm have no moral value.
Yeah, you can't possibly argue that
There
they
is
do.
not a single sperm cell in existence that has ever had moral value.
Yes, there has never been.
So if there's never
But-
been a single sperm cell in existence that's ever had moral value, well, then obviously it is going to be the case that the view is that there can never be a set of existence in which is considered valuable and which just has a future subjective experience without having a past or present.
Without having somewhere to implant, such as an egg, then it has value.
If it's on track to to fertilize the egg,
Yes.
would you consider it valuable?
Yes.
The sperm cell?
Yes, because the sperm cell is you or me. or your
No, it's
mom.
not. The sperm cell is not identical to you as an individual.
It will be.
It will lead to that, but that does not mean it's considered valuable for it. So, like, I'll give you an example then. Do you think it would be wrong to kill that sperm cell? You think that's murder?
Is it murder? No.
Okay,
Just
then
because it's
then
not
not
legal
wrong
doesn't
because
mean it's morally.
unjust killing of a human life is murder. So that's an unjust
It's
killing.
not a human life.
What is a human life?
You or me.
No, what is a human life? Not an example. I asked you what is it definition.
Like the definition of a human life. A fully developed embryo that has subjective experience, I guess.
Well, zygotes aren't living?
Zygotes are not. They're not living.
Well, you disagree with science.
Oh, are they? Zygotes are living?
Biologists indicate zygotes are living, single-cell
Okay,
organisms.
then
at
I was
conception.
uninformed.
Okay,
so
then
zygotes are living.
Here's my point. Sperm cells are also living, and they're of the human species if it's human sperm. So this is why I think that, like, you can't ground value in just, like, human cellular life, because there's nothing morally relevant in difference between a zygote in that concept and a sperm cell that's on track to lead to conception, because within that set of existence there is a quality of a cellular human life because it's of the human species and it's living, and there's also a future subjective experience from the set of occurrences that exist there, the sperm on track to meet the egg. So that set of occurrences is not distinct in the qualities in which it has, life and future subjective experience, to a zygote that's on track to lead to implantation. Because it is the case that there's future subjective experience and life within the context of that existence, which is what you consider valuable. And there's nothing logically distinct, right, about the scenario that I brought up that would mean that it doesn't have the exact same traits in which you would consider valuable. So essentially you have to value that other thing, it seems, because it has the same set of qualities within its existence.
Right. All right, so I think I'll change my view, and I'm pro-life with exceptions.
Okay. Trace, let's think of the $10. Thank you so much. Well, I'm saying that, like, wait, do you think abortion should be illegal?
Do I think that abortion should be
And
illegal?
Traceless, that would be a great conversation. I would love to do that.
Honestly, illegal?
No, you don't,
Sorry,
right?
but
You think
it shouldn't be up
illegal?
to... Yeah, it should
You
be up
think
to
it should
the
be
person.
illegal. So then you can disagree with abortion, but still be pro-choice. That's actually the same position as Kamala Harris and not Donald Trump, and Joe Biden. They think abortion is wrong, but they think it should be legal.
Yeah, I guess I agree with that.
And
It doesn't affect-
by the way, everyone, the paid partnership thing that it says on TikTok is a glitch on TikTok. I am not with any partnership. A lot of people see that and they immediately are assuming that I might have, like, some fucking paid partnership. There's been so many lives. If you scroll on your For You page, you'll see a bunch of lives that say that. They promise you all those people do not have paid partnerships. I don't have a paid partnership, so. Yeah, there's someone in the comment section that said I was paid by the DNC because it said paid partnership.
You're not open to talking about anything with, like, the Harry and them, right? Like, nothing at all.
Yeah, I don't want to talk about him. I've already expressed all my thoughts about all the issue. Not friends with him.
So your friend makes one mistake, and you're so scared of your reputation that you just have to, like...
It's not a mistake, right? It's not addressing or taking accountability. It's the things that were done, right? We can point to them, right? Not addressing and taking accountability is incredibly important.
So you're saying that he didn't take enough accountability,
Absolutely not. Absolutely
and instead he
not.
just immediately
Absolutely not.
like just reflected.
Yeah.
So
I would never just drop someone because they talk to multiple people. If you think that's the reason why I'm not friends with them, you need to do more fucking research on what happened.
I'm not. I'm here.
You need to listen to the women involved, right? I'm just saying for, like, the general people that I've seen in comment sections who just immediately think that, like, it's just because people, like, were, like, sleeping with multiple people or something. I don't have an issue if you sleep with multiple people as long as it's consensual. I have an issue with lying, manipulating.
Well, to get things straight, he didn't sleep with anyone.
So explicitly, like, you don't think that there was a manipulation in order to get nudes from people when they wouldn't have otherwise given those nudes? Right, given that they knew that you were
consensual. It was
really
both of them. Yes.
So again, it was the case that literally they they said that like, oh, if you are talking to other people in this way, I'm not going to give these to you. He knew that, still lied to them.
Oh, I didn't know that part.
You don't consider that bad? I
No,
think
I
that's
didn't know
enough
that
to cut
part.
people off. I cut people off who are cheaters. Okay, if one of my friends, I figured out they're cheating, I cut them off as a friend. I'm not advocating to cancel that person, but I cut them off as a friend.
It's fair.
And I think that's
I didn't know
totally
that
fair
part.
for me to do.
So just to reiterate, you're saying the only reason they would send him the explicit photos is because they thought
Yes.
they were exclusive?
Yes, yes. They explicitly said that to him too, and he knew it.
Okay, so if even with that being said, if you were to come out and formally apologize,
Didn't do
like,
that.
I'm saying if, what would that have changed as far as your relationship with him?
Would have been able to actually address it meaningfully, yes. I would have addressed it
You didn't
completely
even give him
differently
a
as a
phone
friend.
call or anything.
I did.
Oh, so he lied?
Yes,
Really?
absolutely.
So why did he come out and say that Dean did, but not you?
I was on that phone call.
That's just weird how you'd leave that out.
Hmm. I mean, it's crazy to see that like a liar continually lies over and over again.
I mean,
Is that someone that
is
you
just-
associate yourself with, or someone that you want like to have a huge platform or for people to look up to?
that's what I'm saying. I feel like it's more so your reputation you were concerned about.
No, it wasn't.
Like over your friendship.
Really? Really? You think my reputation would have been hurt? Do you see?
No, I don't. I think you thought it would have been.
To clarify, do you think look at all the comment sections where people are not holding them accountable? Who actually did hold them accountable? Me. Who has not been holding them accountable? The broader Democratic Party. The people on TikTok. And whether it is because they didn't do enough research or they didn't look into it enough, that's totally separate. But I'm just letting people know that like there was literally not a public response that I would have liked. It did not
You could
respond.
hold
The
them-
public did not respond in the way in which I would have appreciated.
First of all, it's not up to you how the public responds. Second of all, you could have held him accountable without completely cutting ties with him.
I cut off cheaters. I cut off manipulators. I cut off liars, especially if they don't take accountability. Is that wrong of me?
He took
do you think
accountability.
I went too far? No, he didn't. I'm done talking about it at this point. I've already made very clear what my position is. I think my position is totally fair. I think that the people, honestly, who are acting like it's the Democratic Party, like being ridiculous or being too left-wing, right, are not willing to take an internal critique or hold themselves to accountability. And that if you do not take accountability in the correct way, you'll be called out until you take accountability in the correct way. And no one's canceling you. It's not cancel culture. It's holding yourself accountable. And if you can't do it, there's going to be people that disassociate with you. And that's an example of what it is. I have values. I have morals. I have a backbone. Right? And I'm not going to sit here and just like let those things happen and not hold the people around me accountable. I absolutely will hold my friends accountable, and I will always stand up on my values and what I care about.
I completely see where you're coming from, but before I came on here, my perspective was that you were so scared of like yourself getting canceled because you associate with him that you just immediately cut him off.
I know,
And
because that's how it's portrayed in the media. Because you guys don't do the research, you don't look into it.
not even the media. Like from everything, like from like that. I mean, I guess the media is the only way I could have come with that consensus. All right, it's fair. It's fair.
But like you understand, especially within my community, it's so important that you take accountability. You address these things. Like Dean took accountability. Dean addressed it. Dean did exactly what you're supposed to do. You can see a distinction in the way that people address things. And if they cannot address them, they will never be a creator that you can rely on. You have got to, as a creator, as a big creator with a platform, be able to take accountability. You absolutely have to do that.
I think I know you don't want to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, I'm done. But
yeah, could have been like a happy medium, like between cutting him off and being like, my friend did nothing wrong. Oh, you should see what you guys don't care about. Look at Trump. He doesn't care about.
Would you
women.
cut off a cheater?
Would I cut off a cheater?
Yeah, you know that your friend's cheating over and over again. Would you cut them off?
Over and over again? This was a one-time occurrence.
I'm giving you an example just to see, is there any boundary on behavior that you have?
Oh, okay. Just to see if there's a boundary. It's not conceptually relevant, though.
It is.
All right. Over and over, yes.
You would cut them off?
Yes.
If they did it and didn't take accountability for it, would you cut them off?
Can we talk about the accountability? Because he did come out and make a video.
It's not accountability. You watched the video.
Well, all right. What would you
Have
want
you
him to do?
have you seen Donald Trump's responses? Like how he apologized for
He's horrible. Do not compare him to Donald Trump. That's a little
No, I'm
much.
saying that how he apologized for the Hollywood tapes, the Access Hollywood tapes.
No, I
If
haven't.
you act like it's just some the left wing media is just out to get me, when you're taking accountability, it doesn't really seem like you're taking accountability.
So you're saying that is pretty similar to
Yeah,
what happened
if you just say, oh, the right wing media is trying to attack me and trying to take me down for this, right? When you're trying to take accountability from it, doesn't that take away from the taking accountability part? It should be
Yeah, it
taking
does.
accountability. It shouldn't be like, oh, this political messaging of, oh, the right's trying to take me down.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That was my initial reaction too. I was like, immediately found a way to blame MAGA. Like, no, you messed up.
That is a lack of taking accountability. And again,
Yeah.
I hold my friends to actual legitimate standards. I'm not some crazy liberal on the internet that just cuts people off for no reason.
Okay.
Right? I definitely am someone that does not cut people off right away. Okay. But it gets to a point. And I think that I'm totally valid in my point there. And I'm done talking about this. But I have to make it a little bit more clear, because people genuinely, like, they think I'm just like willing to cut people off no matter the fuck what. You know what I mean?
That's exactly what I thought. I'm glad I can clarify.
I'm not someone who does that. I'm not someone who right away just, oh, it's 100% about my reputation or whatever. I have values, right? And there are plenty of people that didn't like me and are mad at me right now because they don't understand this.
Myself included before just now.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, how many people out there have I had a negative backlash for because I had values and I cut off someone, right? Like,
Right.
It's crazy.
But I'm just glad you engaged in this conversation, because it clears it up for more people. You know, usually you're just like immediately not talking about it, already mentioned it. So I'm glad you're open to the conversation.
Yeah, it's not fun to go over and over again.
Oh, no,
and
I'm
it's
sure.
also like just, I really don't like the general views that people have on this, because I really think accountability is important for the Democratic Party, and it shouldn't be just brushed off as Republicans do worse.
It's fair.
Yeah, and this is also like what not being performative looks like, right? Like, everyone wants to be like, oh, it's just for the reputation. No, this is what not being performative looks like. This is what actually believing in what you believe in looks like. And not everyone's always going to understand that. And there are people out there that hate me because of it. They think all these things about me because of it. But I genuinely have these views and I have these values and I uphold them on a daily basis. People can come up and ask about them, you know? And this has been years of me upholding this. And I'm not going to turn away from them, right? Just because I was lied to, you know, or something like that. I'm going to do research. I'm going to listen to people, especially those that were involved. And then I'm going to make a determination about those things. But yeah.
Right.
All right.
Just so long as it was just for this soreness of your reputation, that's all.
Yeah, it wasn't. Has nothing to do with that.
All right, good.
Appreciate you.
Yep, sure. Have a good night.
All right, everyone. I'm going to do some Q&A for a few more minutes, and then I'm going to get off for tonight. I love y'all so much. If you have any questions, you can ask me. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio, as well as YouTube Super Chat. Let me know in the comments section. Let me know in the comments section. Let me know. How would someone get into debating? You just got to debate random people here on TikTok, grow a name by interacting with different people. Be informed. Like, if you're really informed and you interact with people, people are going to notice that. Where can you call? Here pretty soon I'm going to be doing StreamYard here on YouTube. So I will have like a link over on YouTube where you can just click on the link and it will allow you to send a guest request. And it will be pinned on my YouTube. So I'll probably do that either tomorrow or here pretty soon. You have to have good memory to debate? Relatively. You need pretty good long-term memory. Short-term memory, you need to some degree, but you don't need it fully. Like, I get elevated every day, so my short-term memory sometimes is not the greatest, but I still am pretty good with it. Came in thinking Marge was live. I'm sorry. I'm banned on all my accounts, chat. So seriously, everyone here on TikTok, seriously, please go over to my YouTube And it's not just me like being a creator being like, yo, go over to my YouTube, blah 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 blah. I'm saying it because like I genuinely like TikTok is unusable right now. It's like totally unusable. So like it's the best to go to YouTube. And also like tomorrow I might only be live on YouTube because I'm banned on all my accounts here. That's why I'm on my girlfriend's account right now. So the YouTube is Parker Get a Job. Look it up. That is the best place to go. Parker has concepts of a job, got banned. It's really unfortunate. Kenny, that is a day I think I fly out. I think I fly out that day. But we will have some celebration that day. Don't worry. Sid, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Sid. It really means a lot. It means a lot. But yeah. What's up, everyone? Parker lost his concepts of a job. Yeah, that's so real. Let me put this down right there. And I'll just hold my phone. Oh! Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry that fell. Here, let me just like hold my phone because I was like, I have this like set up in a weird way. Oh shit, oh gosh. Oof. Sorry. All right, we're good. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh my gosh, my phone is so hot right now, chat. It's like actually on fire, okay? It is on fire. If you have any questions, make sure to ask me in the comments section, everyone. Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Linktree in the bio. Description of my YouTube, if you'd like to see that. Here in about, I'd say, 5 minutes or so, I'm going to get off here. I'm actually going to, here one sec, I need to check to make sure to see where my girlfriend is, to see how far away she is. Give me 1 second. Y'all will still be able to hear me on YouTube. Let's see how far she is. Okay. A little bit away. Okay, yeah, that makes about perfect sense for me to get off in about 5 minutes. What type of music do you like, Parker? Oh, am I cut out? Hello, do y'all hear me? Okay, what type of music do I like? My girlfriend's playlist. I literally only listen to my girlfriend's music now. I'm not trolling. Yes, SAM, I really want to talk to Charlie about the E. Jean Carroll thing because I made a video about it recently about how he knew nothing about the E. Jean Carroll case and just totally lied about it. So go watch my recent video on YouTube. It's titled about Charlie Kirk. He literally just like totally lied about the case. He said it was in a Tiffany's. It happened in a Bergdorf Goodman's, right? Like he also said they didn't know the time at all, yet said it happened at a 2 p.m., which I don't even think she was specific on. So like he just like said he had all this knowledge about the case to dispute it, and then had no knowledge about it and did no research into it. Like if he would have literally looked at one of the cases, one of the media stories, he would have seen that. How'd you meet your girlfriend? Originally on Hinge, and then I actually like ghosted everyone because I wasn't over my ex at the time. And then I randomly saw her on one of my like second account or third account streams. I was just like talking in the chat, doing Q&A. Had like 400 people in there talking Q&A. And I showed up on her For You page and her friend's For You page at the same time. And they were like trolling me in the comment section. I remembered her and she messaged me and we started talking again. And, it went well. Oh, Hinge is unhinged. I didn't use like dating apps very much. I kind of stopped using them after because I was getting over my ex at the time, and then I was like finally at a place where I was fine, and like we started talking, and like the rest is history. Now we live together. So I would say dating apps can work, but I mean a lot of the stories you hear from dating apps are not great. I would also just want to say, like, sorry to all the men out there, but like, is a lot harder for women to find people to date who are men on dating apps than it is for men to find women on dating apps. Like, you will way more likely be able to find like a woman, right, that is like a good woman than it is to find like a good man for a relationship on like dating apps. It's just real. A lot of the men on dating apps are just like not like relationship type men that are looking for like long-term relationships. It's a lot more like men who are like trying to, you know, do hookups and one night stands and whatnot, which again, do all you, that's y'all and whatnot, but I mean like for like relationships. It's just easier for men to find relationships on dating apps if they're looking for it, I would think. At least from my experience. I don't know. I can't say that for all men, but at least from like my experience for like what it's been like for me comparative to like the women I've known in my life. Builds or zero build? I probably do builds more. I like builds. Parker using someone else's account. It's actually my girlfriend's account because I'm banned on all my other accounts. Y'all, there's this one thing coming out here like within the month, and I want to tell y'all about it so bad, and I can't. Oh my god, it's so funny and it's so good. It's so good. And I can't wait. I can't. It's actually I like literally can't tell y'all. You already told me? Divine, I did not tell you. The only hint I will tell y'all is it's religious based. That's it. That's it. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. Sid, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Yes, you actually do know the secret. Sid, practically no one knows about that. Literally the only people that know about that is like my family and like my closest friends. That's it. And I don't even think I've told all my closest friends yet. I've only told some. It's just because I haven't updated everyone yet. Santana, have I told you yet? Because if I haven't, I low-key want to call you and tell you just because it's fun. I'm sorry. I could only tell some people. I will let y'all know soon. I will keep y'all updated as soon as I can, you know. Yeah, Santana, I'll call you right after this. All right, everyone. If you want to ask me any last questions, go for it real quick. Otherwise, I'm going to get off right now. Love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Love y'all. Love y'all. Divine, thank you for the $2. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? All right, y'all. No, I'm not getting married. Don't worry. It's religious based. It has nothing to do with marrying. But yeah, I love y'all so much. Have a great night, everyone. I'd recommend everyone go over to my YouTube. Go watch them. Go watch them. It is relating to debates. It's not personal. It is career oriented. But yeah, go over to my YouTube. I'd really recommend it. Watch some of my videos. Been putting a lot of work into those. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone, and I will see y'all later. Have a great night.